difficult can they make it? Is it a dual seat? Okay. Do that now. No autofocus at all. I'm going to let you tweak it. They're going to go do it. Okay. So you just put a what on baby in it. Let's put the white part over there. Yep. You want sun in it? Yeah, you want us to go check one? I'm going to go hang for a second.
Yeah, all day long, Jeff. That's when they're coming in on your side. We'll take that shot. Okay, how's that on 4? That switched over to 60 degrees.
I'll ask him how it is.
Yeah, it's looking better, Ed. Okay,
How's 3 looking on the whites?
I'm going to walk up and down in front here just to do a quick check. Tell me when it dips and when it drops out. Not bad.
Thank you, sir. And alright, so come on, buy
it's auto iris. Yeah, I would just leave it on auto. You're
so
on.
It looks like he's ready. Here, I'll give you this.
So we're on NG 3 right now. Yeah. When it gets sunny, you're probably going to switch up to 4. But
I'll give you one as well. Morning, gentlemen.
That's probably a little low.
Yeah,
it's too low. So
there you go. Morning, good. I'm glad Chris is here because that thing freaks me out.
The horn? Yeah, I asked him about it yesterday. He's like, oh, you have 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after, then this and that.
Okay. Yeah, I know. Okay, alright, I am get set up here. That. This out. I set this up just to have it. I need to reorganise. I can chat to Jesse about that. It's all over the shop.
The affiliate system?
Yeah, they're because they've got so much stuff there now.
what if I come back?
Very intuitive to navigate.
On the website, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I've been getting places on the websites since the big one first started, and I've had like the Jaws contest.
Yeah.
Lily kept her name something, and like the girls are never on the website anymore. Like 3 years ago, and that. Yeah, I just email every year. Yeah, no, and I actually.
Don't you know, Pete? You can just arrest
Well, I build websites, so I was like,
oh, you do?
That was
Really?
frustrating for me.
Wow.
On the side.
What do you use?
To
build websites.
I do a little bit of Buzzword and also like WordPress and the plugins and stuff. But I'll do like Photoshop design of the interfaces and then try to make them function. But it's us, but
Take that off. Alright, just gonna go bathroom. Nice conditions. It's probably good that it's dropped off.
I think so.
Well, low tide yesterday. Not right.
It's chunky, yeah. It's kind of like dropped.
Hopefully it doesn't drop anymore. Morning, Rick. Good. Nah, he made it. Yeah. Or if he didn't, his note's here, so we're all
I
good.
replaced him.
Sure, go. Good morning, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. What have you got for us today? Fantastic, great.
And then I printed out the main stage schedule, second stage, and
Yeah.
key items.
Fantastic, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alright.
Cool.
Cheers. Thank you. Morning.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to really quick just give you a little heads up.
Yes.
So, immediately after the last heat, we're going to throw to, we're doing a sustainability panel discussion
Oh, awesome.
on the goal stage. He's going to go live on the
Gold
webcast.
stage. Okay.
And
Okay.
Carissa is one of the panelists. We've got these incredible experts on ocean conservation that we had brought in from all over the country.
Yeah.
So in the last, like we want to maybe promote it a little bit throughout the day,
Yeah.
but the last two heats of the day, we want to hit it hard, and it's called, the panel is called, Gillette Venus. Do you want me to text it to you? Or do you just write it down? Gillette Venus
Yeah.
presents.
Ball will be nice and wide, and then we can push in on any of the girls.
Yeah. And it's
It's a pre-show, so I'm just doing little stuff like surfboards, that type of stuff. Test, 1, 2.
Yeah.
Carissa Cabrera,
Yeah.
and then Simone Barkley.
Yeah, if you've got any bios, you can email or text. That'd be
Hey Paul, so you have an effects mic attached to your camera. We need to get that dangle down off the pier. Hash, if you can kind of guide them through that. We need to get the camera 3 microphone dangle because when you're in me or you're in chatter on that camera.
So do you want me to remove it or what do you want me to do?
get a ton of audience as you might expect this time of morning, so we'll take it nice and slow. Let's just get into a clean show. We'll start talking how we're going to cover the surfing one. You see a little bit of it.
Do we have a Surfline report coming up, though? Nothing?
That's autographic. So you'll just talk about the surf.
Okay.
E, you hear me?
You want me Stearns? So, you're gonna do, you're the lead and I'm just gonna do the fun stuff.
Headset on.
Let's do it this way.
Okay, got an ear. This is an extra. Is that right? Okay. Do you need one of these? You've got one. Okay, this is an extra. I have tides. I did not get the surf report. From what I remember seeing, it's 2 to 3 with a decreasing swell.
Yeah.
I say that because in our open, Spence came up. I don't know if he said it, but welcome to Oceanside. The basics on camera. Talk 2021. The graphics machine is down, so we have no graphics coming up. No surf report.
Yeah.
We'll be back with Heat 5. Okay. What? You got nothing.
Music's loud. Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
What's that?
Do we need to use this?
Is there talk back or not?
I can't hear you.
You got music?
Volumes all the way up. And these are your headset volumes?
Yep.
Yeah.
And they're just like they are in order. He's the first one. This is the second one. You're the third one. I'll go down to the board.
Which one's this one?
He's not getting you.
Got it. They should be going to all three, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
the same thing.
Yeah, I'm hearing music.
We got music. That's it right now?
You are getting music?
Yep.
Okay.
Carissa and Sage are out.
Oh, what?
Yeah. Carissa pulled out. Sage has got COVID.
Oh.
Yes.
All right.
Yep.
So, you just ruined my opener.
Yeah, gotcha. Yep. Can you hear me?
6 minutes. What? Oh, coming in early. Yeah, you lead. You lead. Yeah.
My body and mind, my heart and my soul. I'm riding and I am
Well, what a
taking
stunning
control.
day
These
out here in
thoughts are
Oceanside. Welcome in. Aloha. Nice to see you all. and out in the World Wide Web world. Greetings, salutations. Oceanside's the location. 2021's a year. This is the 14th annual Supergirl Pro here in Oceanside. Waves are here, sunshine's here, crowds gathering. Looking forward to nothing but great surfing out here today. Salutations, my name is Uncle E, joined by Mark Fuel, and we're going to take a little stand up right now and say hello to the world out there. Fuely, we had some great surfing yesterday. This is day 2 of 3. Beautiful conditions, the swell's slowly dying, but some great waves still very contestable.
Yeah, perfect start to the morning. We saw some great surfing yesterday, but today we've got Olympians, we've got former Supergirls, we've got world champions. We're going to see some amazing surfing in what is some pretty good conditions. And at the end of this weekend, we put the cape on another Supergirl. So this is an incredible event. It's been around for 14 years, and it really is one of the staples. And it's not just for the established stars, it's for the up-and-comers, as we saw last year with local girl Katie Simmers taking it out. So I'm excited. It's going to be a great day.
Yeah, hitting some of the names there. Mia Collins, Malia Ward, Kira Pinkerton. We've watched these youngsters come up through the ranks. Now they're established in the QS. Some have been on the CT, and that's what this event seems to be and appears to be all about. So lots of heavy-hitting names and some new names that may just come out of the woodwork. The beauty of when we get to research this and see where they're coming from all sorts of dots on the map. You know, it's the beauty of congregating not just surfers, but all the girls that come together, and it's that camaraderie. It's so great.
Yeah, it's all about female empowerment and rising new stars.
Yeah, and our schedule is looking solid today. We start at 8 o'clock sharp, and we will work all the way to the end of, I believe, the round of, we'll get down to the round of 16. We'll get through what we get through, you know? And we also need to clear the water right now. Clear the water as we are close to getting going with heat number 1. We're a couple minutes away from the start here. We've got Shannon Quirk, third member of our team. She'll be doing the interviews in just a full day of activity, Mark.
Yeah, it's a full-on festival here, and it's going to be an incredible day of surfing. I'm so excited. And look at this, perfect Southern California conditions.
Yeah, Surfline throws out a report. We're on the tides. We've got the waves. We've got sunrise, sunset. Surfline is talking about 2 to 3 foot waves all day long. South-southwest swell is slowly decreasing, but great contestable waves. Looking forward to some greatness as we come back for this 14th edition of the 2021 Supergirl Pro, the Nissan Supergirl Pro. We'll be back with the start.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
I feel like I've always known what I wanted. I always knew I wanted to become. I've always wanted to be a pro surfer since I was in 4th grade. And I'm here now, and obviously you have goals within that goal of what you want to become, which for me is world champion, and to pave a stronger, more powerful path for the next generation.
At Paul Mitchell, we believe in the beauty of giving back, protecting our forests and waterways, feeding families in need through sustainable community gardens, and ensuring that our products are always cruelty-free. Big or small, there's beauty in making a difference every single day. That's what connects all of us together in a deep, meaningful way. Join us. Live beautifully.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And with that sound, we are off and running. And the Nissan Supergirl Pro is brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop Nissan.com. And by the United States Marine Corps. The battle to belong begins here. All right, getting the billboards out of the way. The horn is sounded. That means we've got 25 minutes to get this party started, and we are getting it going right now with Bree Smith. Cocoa Beach, Florida's own 15-year-old sensation. She got the sun shining down on that white singlet, and she's out of the gates in the first 30 seconds. Mark, from experience, I'll tell you, it's a great way to start the day off, to get those butterflies settled and put a score on the board.
Yeah, and just come straight out of the gate, and in the first minute here, we got to see Bree Smith catch a wave. Wasn't able to push into the inside section. It is a high tide this morning. We saw yesterday morning that the best scoring rides were the ones that actually pushed all the way through. Throughout the day, it will change. The swell is down slightly today, which is probably good for that low tide. Not as good at the high tide. Yesterday at full low tide, very, very tricky conditions, although we did see some very big scores coming from huge single turn waves.
Speaking the truth, based on what we saw yesterday, let's run through who we have going on here. Kira Pinkerton, who is a staple in this part of the world, knows this wave well, hailing from San Clemente. Just over the 20-year mark of age, approaching 21 shortly here, and a powerhouse indeed. Watch out for her today in the red. And then from Laguna Beach, a 21-year-old blue, Kayla Casino. Mom Carla, probably out and about. She's been in this Supergirl Pro since 2015, missing a year here and there, so this is her 5th appearance. She's in the blue. Kayla, by the way, your first wave score, 0.93. You've got one on the registrar. Bree Smith, who we just saw, Cocoa Beach, Florida, 15 years young. She's done some QSs so far this year. She's rocking the white singlet. And Brianna Cope from Hawaii, doing a whole lot of activity in the surf world right now, from QSs to the Ultimate Surfer on ABC. The 26-year-old from the South Shore of Kauai. A pleasure to have her out in the mix. Brianna, good luck. She's got the green cope, and we wish nothing but many mahalos and good luck and love to all the ladies out there in the water today.
Yeah, just looking out to the lineup right now, it doesn't get much better than this on a fall Southern Californian morning. Very, very light breeze. We expect it to shift around a little bit throughout the day. But this is absolutely perfect now. But we do have that high tide, and so you can see some of these waves, they just take a while to actually hit the bank and break. But it looks like surfers paddle over that one. That was interesting, because that wave just reeled all the way toward the pier.
Yeah, no kidding. That looked, I would still be on it.
You might be in the foam, but you'd be on it. And so we've got a little over 21 and a half minutes. And just looking at this field, Chris, Kira Pinkerton surfed here a number of times. Of course, we've seen her performing on the world stage. Brianna Cope, of course, as well, and is now of primetime fame, as you mentioned, on ABC's The Ultimate Surfer. Really, really competitive, very, very smart surfer. Kayla Cosini, also very experienced, has been around, but Bree Smith is the one who's come out of the gate with a 2.33 and is currently leading. But plenty of time on the clock. And we saw yesterday a very, very different tactics. Some were just stay busy, get a lot of waves, and then we saw some surfers that were just incredibly patient, and they waited for the waves. In most cases, it paid off. In a couple, we did lose Sam Sibley, 2019 champion. The last time this format was held in this way, last year it was a specialty event, and her patience didn't pay off. She never got a second scoring ride, but there are some good, solid waves coming into the lineup now.
Good size wall, closing out as we saw quite a bit yesterday, but let that one pass. There shall be more. Greetings to all of the moms and dads, whether you're online watching from afar from around the world or you're on the beach. The OG, the original sponsors of all the ladies out there, getting up early, getting in the car, feeding them, providing them with stoke, pushing them into waves. Moms and dads at an early age, Mark. Almost every girl that I researched You know, I know some of them, don't know a lot of them. There's too many around the world to know, but you hear and read in their bios, Dad pushed me in, or Mom took me to the beach and pushed me in. It's great to see folks stoking out the kids. And Blue having a go. Kayla on her second wave. It's one nice maneuver on her forehand, and she's looking to go a little northbound, seeing if it can reform on the inside. One of the furthest south rides we've seen so far in the competition, but she's figured it out and just dragging the nose right into the wave, and down she goes. Not for a complete ride, but a second ride nonetheless.
And to your point, Chris, what we're seeing is second generations, in some case third generations of surfers and families. And one of the great things about this event, which has been around for 14 years, but just the sport in general, it is just the empowerment of females, and the fact now you go out into a lineup and there could be more young women out there than there are men, and they're incredibly competitive, and the gap between the manoeuvres that are being done by the men and the women has entirely closed. I mean, we've seen some incredible aerial performances by some very young women, you know, Sky Brown, Sierra Kerr, the likes of them, and we expect to see some of that here over this weekend. So that wave there didn't give Kayla a lot to work with, but it gave her a 3, and so she is in the lead with a 3.9. But Bree Smith just sitting slightly behind her. Kira Pinkerton, very experienced. Kira is an extremely powerful surfer. She's somebody that really revels in bigger conditions. In previous Supergirl Pros, when it's got big, she's really been a standout surfer. But with her experience at the upper level of the sport, every year she matures. Of course, her father Jim competed in the Pipe Masters.
Big Jimmy.
Back in the day. So we are seeing this kind of beautiful family adventure of surfing and the second generation of talent coming through.
Yeah, why wouldn't you want to pass it on? If it's worked in your life, it's going to work in your kids' lives. So, again, Ohana all the way around, and we are 17 and a half minutes remaining with this first heat. There's so much going on today for the folks on the beach and for you folks at home that are considering coming down to the beach. This is a festival, and it's ridiculous. I walked around after the event yesterday, and there, north of the pier, south of the pier, in the concert area, the Nissan Super Stage, 5 acts, minimum of 5 acts a day, activity galore from Zumba to yoga to Pilates, booths where you can get lubed up with sunscreen, with Sunbum, Blenders eyewear for sales, Navy, Air Force and Marines are here. We'll continue talking about that all weekend long, but right now it's all about the surf. Bree Smith, second wave, being patient, paddling into that, looking, directing her board towards the shore, hopping around, looking for a scoring opportunity. Gets a nice maneuver there, sustains it, jumps off, and making the most of wave number 2. Let me give Bree a little love on the beach. Make sure you guys are awake and alive down there.
And out the back, this is Brianna Cope. Beautiful carving cut back there. Very experienced competitor. And now on the inside. Now she's got something to work with. Really steepens up here, hits the lip, finishes cleanly.
Yeah.
It's a great ride.
Well, maybe some of that consistent training there at the Surf Ranch on a wave that was extra consistent helped out with that final move.
Well, when you're living in that environment, even though it is it's a semi-scripted reality show, they're living in a competitive environment for a period of time, and you do have that wave. Now, we're only getting to see them in the competition. I'm sure that they were sneaking out and getting some more waves out there. Maybe just not at night. But it's just the fact that when you are in that pressure cooker, in that environment, where you're competing, and it was significant. They were competing for $100,000 and 3 wildcards events on the world tour, and so that's a money can't buy.
That's priceless.
Yeah, and so I agree with you. I think that experience and just the pressure of cameras around you all the time would have come in, and it's a good score.
Good score. Brianna Cope, 5.67, puts you into the lead. Bree Smith, your second wave, a 3.27, puts you into second place. Kayla in the blue with a .93 and a 3.0. You are in that third spot on the outside looking in. And for the first wave of the day, for San Clemente's own Kira Pinkerton, she's directed one way, redirects. You see the energy and the hop. She knows better from being around this wave far too many times. She'll set her sights on something else.
Yeah, from San Clemente, just up the road, about 12 miles up the road here, and has been surfing at the Supergirl Pro for many years. That's one of the other great things about this event, that we have some competitors who've surfed here over 10 times. They just keep coming back year after year because it is such a special event. You see there Kira Pinkerton really paddling very, very hard. She's either seen something or she is hoping to maybe grab that third priority. We do have a priority system. Kayla Cosino in the blue has a priority right now.
She is far south. Our playing field today is denoted by that white buoy out there, the white inflatable. It's actually a little more south than that. The lifeguard tower, if you're on the beach looking way down the left, lifeguard tower to the pier, that's our field of play. And for folks that live down this way that may have people coming from above the Ortega Highway, there is a traffic alert. All lanes were blocked, so you may want to pass that on to people that might be leaving north of Ortega, or anyone that's online right now that has an interest in coming down. Check the freeway system, maybe find an alternate route, but that was jammed and blocked and created a little havoc on the arrival down here. But as our higher power has it, we all got here to do what we need to do.
And
big love goes out to Surfline. We know we're live on Surfline and WSL site, Supergirl Pro, lots of places to be online. Pass that around to your own social media if you're here on the beach, and if you're watching online, peace to you, and good to have you watching from around the globe. 13 minutes left in this heat. Let's give you an update. Brianna Cope in the green. You've got one wave of 5.67. Keeps you in that top position. In the white, Bree Smith, you have two waves with a 5.6. Kayla with priority in the blue. You need a 2.61. You're currently in third place. Kira Pinkerton from San Clemente with one wave, a 2.33, needing a 3.27.
And priority is with Kayla Cosino, and interesting stats about Kayla. She's currently a student at the Paul Mirage School of Business at UCI, pursuing a degree in business administration and a minor in global sustainability. So she's actually hoping to take a different route. She wants to work in the surf industry, but she's coming at it through the business angle, and she wants to combine her knowledge of the sport of surfing with a degree to help the surf industry prosper. So that's one of the other great things about the sport of surfing, is there's an entire ecosystem around it, and there's a small percentage of global surfers that make it onto the world stage, but there are thousands of businesses all around it. So it looks like Kayla performing well here with a 3.93 at the moment, but also looking at other opportunities in surfing.
And she chose to be, or made the opportunity to become the surf club president there. So staying active, obviously, with the surfing and learning about the business side of things, it's gonna pay dividends for the young lady. So from Laguna Beach, nice to have Kayla here in the mix. Big shout out to ASA Entertainment. Rick Bratman, his whole staff got here some time ago and set this whole thing up. Want to thank Paul Mitchell as well. They got their booth up. If you got a few ducats in your pocket, donate that money, as they will braid your hair and give you advice as to what your hair may need. They've been in this action sport lifestyle space since the late 80s, early 90s. We may have a visit today by Ms. Julie Solwald, who has since retired but has passed the torch on to so many. Integral piece of the puzzle, but right now back to the surfing. Brianna Cope trying to get ahead of that foam pile, Mark. What do you see?
Yeah, she gets around that section really well at a nice carving turn. Now she can work this through onto the inside. It looks like this wave is going to suck up really nicely. Out the back, Kayla Casino on her left. So a lot of action happening here, but Brianna Cope onto the inside. Strong finishing ride. There you get to see the experience. Fantastic surfing by Brianna Cope on the inside. Now Kayla working all the way through from Orange County, Laguna Beach. Had a fantastic performance at the 2018, I think it was US Junior Championship up there. So she will get another score on the board. We're still waiting on scores for Kira Pinkerton as well. So plenty of action here this morning.
Yeah, Brianna really applying her skills and knowledge right there, taking it from the out to the in, and just full completion on that ride. So quite a few scores to come about.
And Brianna did surf here last year in the specialty event. It was because it was COVID. It was a closed event. It was invite only. It was a teams competition, and she had a Kauai homegrown team and put in a great performance last year as well. So she does have plenty of experience here, but comes from the beautiful island of Kauai, which in itself is, if you grow up there surfing, there is a very, very competitive surf, kind of deep surf culture there. If you look at the Irons brothers, of course, coming out of there, and so very proud, the Kauaians, of where they come from and where they live.
You don't say. And a correction earlier, I added, my math is wrong. Kira is all but 18, turning 19 in October. Here we go. Bree Smith, she's got something fast to work with. She's on her forehand. She can see it straight down southbound. She's wrapping up some nice turns. Beautiful open face to keep working with. This is her third wave. So far looking good, and she says, I'm out.
There's some really nice flowing turns there by Bree. Used the open face really well, but Brianna is the one who has been selecting the best waves.
And Brianna, your score in. We'll give it to her when she gets through the wave. Brianna Cope, second wave score, 6.33. You're presently in the lead, Bree Smith.
And looking at the replay here, Bree did really well. She got around the section here. Beautiful. Look at that flow on that first turn. Just really using her entire upper body to bring the board back around. So two nice turns. Here's the third. It's kind of a check turn, and this is where she got a little bit hung up, trying to push through, but you could just see this wave just dying out and not able to get through. But three really nice turns there for Bree Smith, and she gets a decent score, 3.93. That moves her up into second.
7:30 on the clock. Brianna, you have the lead with a 12. Bree Smith, 7.2. Kayla Smith in blue. You need a 3.2 to advance, and Kira Pinkerton, with a couple waves caught, you need a 4.87. Priority, red, green, blue.
And with a little over 7 minutes remaining, Brianna Cope with a 12 in a scoreline, and that's a strong start, a 6.33 and a 5.67. Throughout yesterday, we saw that type of combination usually would get you through. The highest score that we saw of the entire day was an 8.33 for a single wave, and around about the 15 for a combination. So Brianna Cope in a really strong situation right now, and now she can sit and wait, be patient, and the others have to catch up. Of course, it's the first two that go through. So Bree Smith, she needs an 8.07 to move up into first, but Kayla Cosini only needs a 3.2, and Kira Pinkerton a 4.87 to move into that second spot and progress into the next round.
Beautiful day for surfing out here in Oceanside, and Kira Pinkerton eyeballing something right off the top with aggression, getting right back at it, finding another opportunity to score, does just that. You can see the power in those legs and the confidence as well out the back green. Brianna Cope is having a go at it. She floats one and sticks it and keeps moving forward. All sights right now on Kira in the front. She's rounding it off and bows down. And look at that, an upsea, a down Z and an upsea push up from Brianna to maintain speed on that wave. And here she goes, digging that rail in a bit. And she wraps up her wave. Give it up for Kira and Brianna.
And now out the back, you see Kayla Cosino. Oh, really got up into the lip there, and looked like she was halfway through that turn. A lot of spray coming off the board, but then the lip getting the best of her. So that was a great exchange there. Three surfers getting their rides. That'll leave Bree Smith out the back with priority. But once again, you see the experience of Brianna and of Kira Pinkerton selecting the waves, making the most of it, and really not wasting a lot of energy at all, especially when you see Brianna's waves. But let's take a look here. This was Brianna onto the inside right in front of Kira Pinkerton there in the red. This is how she finished. She finished off really strongly, and the judges really appreciate if you can bookend your waves. A strong first ride, especially if it's in the critical part of the wave, a high-risk maneuver, and then at the end, if you really bookmark it, it just leaves that impression. It's a very strong ride, and I think we're going to see Brianna Cope with another good score. Will it be better than her 5, 6, 7? Could well be. She made the most of that wave.
And again, for those on the beach, we're doing live webcast commentary as well, so we have a monitor that we replay and we look back, so we're letting people online know what is happening on the screen they're watching. And for the folks online, we're doing live beach announcing as well. So double duty out here for half the pay. We're doing this pro bono.
Yeah,
I would do
we
this.
do it for the love
for
of it.
free, man. This is phenomenal. Just getting to sit here with Fuely and Shannon and great people talking about surfing.
Yeah, yeah. With
Blessing.
4 minutes to go, it really is it really is an honour to be able to call the action of the world's best surfers. And there's something uniquely special about the Supergirl Pro and just what it stands for. So
yeah, Fuely, we got scores coming in. Change of situation. 6.77. Brianna Cope is 6.77. Kira Pinkerton 6.33. Situation reads like this. Brianna Cope 13.1 in the lead. Kira Pinkerton red 8.66, needing a 6.78 to overtake Brianna. In priority with white, Bree Smith. You're in third with a 7.2. You need a 4.74. Kayla Cosino in blue. You're in fourth. You need a 4.67. A little over 3 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, and if you look at the, oftentimes it's the second score that's very important. If you look at Kira Pinkerton, her second score is a 2.33. So anything that she can do to improve on that is going to make it harder for Bree and Kayla to overtake her, because right now both those surfers need less than a 5 to move up into that second qualifying spot. But with a 6.33 in her scoreline, if she can, she can even add another point, it just makes it that much harder for the others to catch up. But right now, with 2.5 minutes remaining, it's still an opportunity for any of these three surfers. Brianna Cope has a significant lead, and it's going to take a big wave from Kira Pinkerton alone, a 6.78, to move up into that first spot. Brianna looks pretty safe right now.
Well, this is heat number 5 of the round of 64. Coming up next, Coco Ho, Lily Kulber, Vihiti Inzo, and Kaylani Johnson. They're all colored up, ready to rock and roll, and we'll see them coming up next. Finished up the round of 88 yesterday, took the top 2, slid them into the round of 64 with some pre-seeded competitors, and that's where we're at today. We finished the top 4 yesterday. This is the first heat of the day, and we'll rock and roll until we don't rock and roll.
Well, and then there's music performances, so the rock and roll will keep going. But interestingly, it was the last heat of yesterday. Macy Callahan, an 8.33. 1 minute 39 remaining, 1 minute 39. It was Macy Callahan with the highest single score wave, an 8.33. And then coming up next, you mentioned Coco Ho, 2-time champion here.
3-time.
And she has not competed, I think, for around 2 years.
Yeah, she got the inaugural win, 2010, and then she came back 6 years later and took the title over Malia in 2016. So
maybe it's about time for another one.
Yeah, could be. She likes that cape.
Why wouldn't you? It's one of the more unique trophies in the sport, in any sport around the world.
Yeah, a minute remaining. The most unique trophy I've seen is you win a cow up in Ruka, Finland, if you're a ski racer.
Do you eat it or do you milk it?
You put it on the pasture, you name it, and you keep it, and you come back and visit it once a year. Excuse me, Ruka has a reindeer. It's in, it's another place that does the cow. Ruka has a reindeer.
I love that.
All right, we're under a minute. We're down to the 35-second mark. What will present itself out in the ocean? All about timing. We saw a couple heats yesterday. The last second changed the scenario. And we see all sorts of paddling. Blues having to go way south. Red bows out. White going for it, knowing that Bree Smith has only this wave with the time left to do a little something. And she's got a bunch of foam. She will do her best to try to improve upon that 3.27. We're down to 10 seconds. And look at that. What do you see over there, Mark?
Yeah, well, Kayla does have a chance here. She needs a 4.67 to move up into that second spot.
3, 2, 1. Sorry to step on you there, Mark. Got to pay attention to the amount of time to keep all the athletes informed.
No problem at all.
Got a control on the clock. And we're counting down in 10 seconds here. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, for the folks online, we'll be back with the next heat number 6, in just a minute.
Not very many Latina women go in the military as an officer, but I always had that desire to serve my country, and that is why I chose the Air Force. The advice I would give to somebody who doesn't think that they could be an aviator, you can. You just have to decide to take another step forward, and then another one, and then another one, and then it gets easier. Don't underestimate yourself. You did this, and you could do more.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
We're for the trailblazers and the thrill seekers, the craftsmen and the tastemakers, those dedicated to country and community, family and friends, working to carve out a better life for themselves in a patch of California that's more focused on authenticity than image, more substance than show. We're Front Wave Credit Union. For banking, lending, saving, planning. We're the place to get started and the place to kick it into high gear. So dream big. We got you.
Oceanside, the Nissan Supergirl Pro Surf Pro is brought to you by the U.S. Air Force. Full-time, part-time, in or out of uniform, join us. And by Adobe, join us in the Create Waves Challenge to help protect our ocean. For more information, visit adobe.ly/createwaves. And we are back live. Fuely, what do you see in the blue?
Yeah, that was Lily Coulber, one of our young competitors, and not able to get into that wave. And if you've just joined us, this is the 2021 Nissan Supergirl Pro here at Oceanside, California, and we just saw Brianna Cope and Kira Pinkerton move through into the next round. Really strong and surfing by Brianna Cope mixed with great strategy. So I'm sure that we'll get to have a chat with them. But yeah, so young Lily Coulber, just a 0.2 on that first ride. But this is a fantastic heat. We've got two-time champion, the first Supergirl, Coco Ho in the red, Lily Coulber is in the blue. Kaylani Johnson, who put on a really strong performance yesterday, is in green, and also Vahiti Inso, really exciting young surfer who competed here last year as well in the invite only. She will be in the white. So this is a really tough heat, this one. And interestingly, Vahiti has been mentored by Carissa Moore, the Olympic champion since 2017, and also coached by Carissa's dad, Chris. They call themselves the Sea Stars.
The Sea Stars, I love it.
That are part of the pack over there with Carissa.
For you folks on the beach, okay, red is now in fourth priority, but we're talking white. Vahiti Inso, ooh, up and down. Mark, you mentioned something. Red is now in third priority. with priority going to green. But interesting fact, I just did the math, and I don't know Vihiti's actual birthday, but I believe she might have barely been born by the time that Coco Ho won her first event here in 2008. How's that?
Well, she was in 2019. She was the under-12 US champ, and she won at Trestles just up the road. So right now, I assume, based upon when that is, she's 14 or 15. So
look at the paddle battle right there.
Right.
So green had priority there, so Keilani took it, but Coco was saying, hey, I'm right next to you. If you don't get this, it's all mine. So she does a little something, Keilani Johnson. From the Bali zone, Indonesia. She's all of 19. The Goofy Foot rider was in the Corona Bali Protected CT back when she was 17 in 2019. So she's got CT experience, which is the championship tour, the QS, which is a qualifying series. So you'll hear these abbreviations all day long. We'll try to make it as understandable for all back on the replay. We see a nice carve there by Keilani Johnson and yet another one. So she's just getting one on the board, Mark.
Yeah, and there you can really see the power that Keilani has. Cutting back, she's just keeping the board going. The wave didn't give her as much as she would have liked, and there it faded out, but you definitely got a sense there of her power.
And as we have just a lull in the action, we have a full camera crew, 4 cameras all over the place, up on the pier, up on where we're announcing. May even find a drone throughout, who knows. We've got all sorts of stuff. We also have Shannon Quirk, the 3rd member of our team. She has an interview lined up right now with, I believe, Miss Brianna Cope. Take it away.
Thanks, guys. We're down here with Brianna Cope, the last heat winner. Congrats. That has to feel good to start the morning off with a bang.
Yeah, definitely. Had a cup of coffee, visualized all my waves, and went out and did what I needed to do.
Awesome. What does an event like this mean to you and for women in the surfing world?
It's such a women empowerment event. You know, everyone's supporting everyone, even though we're all competitors. It's really cool to see all the women kind of perform and everyone wanting to win.
Awesome. You've been in front of the camera quite a bit on The Ultimate Surfer. What's it like to watch that and have all your friends see what happened on the latest episodes?
Yeah, that was the funnest yet mentally toughest thing I've ever done. You know, cameras in front of your face 24/7. You go to the bathroom, they're watching. So like to come and do my best and make the final made me really stoked and really proud.
All right. Any words for your family back home in Kauai?
Oh yeah. Hi everyone. Love you guys and keep watching.
Thanks. Throw it back to you guys in the booth.
Good stuff. Took a little break right there because we're doing some camera TV time with Brianna and Shannon. Thanks, Shannon. And red, Coco Ho, boom, lighten it up.
And just on the replay, on the webcast right now, we were looking at Lily Coolber and was able to get down the face of that wave, but not much after that. But right now live, Coco Ho all the way on the inside, 2-time Supergirl, and finishes strongly. That'll be a good score.
Yeah, Coco taking that inside. Brianna did that earlier. It paid dividends for sure. She's moved on to the next round. So Coco, 3 times here, the champ from the get-go, the original Supergirl in 2008, knows this wave, has spent time here, took some time away from it, and she says it would be nice. It would be nice to be the only lady to walk away with 4 red capes.
Yeah, and she's entirely capable of it. We've got to see a lot of Coco over the last year on the WSL content. She hosts the opinion pieces that feature the likes of Mix Fanning, and she does a great job. But on the replay right now, we can see big first turn, and then works away onto the inside. Didn't take a risk as that wave shut down, and she was just looking for the link up and working it through to the inside. It's all about that first turn, and the finishing turn is the bonus points. So pushing through onto the inside, a bit of a Huntington hop, as it's called here, and famous for Huntington, but she did make it all the way through onto the inside, and then the wave steepened up again, and lining it up, and a strong finish there. Good surfing there by Coco Ho.
And Coco, your score in 6.17, puts you in the lead. Keilani Johnson, second with a 2.83. Vahini Inso with priority in white, needing a 1.51. Lily Kulber with your 2 waves, you need a 2.34. A little over 15 minutes on the heat. That horn you hear to the north of us, you may hear it in the background of the webcast. We've got some longboard, we have some adaptive surfing going on. So 2 different arenas. The southbound is our competition, which is the Supergirl Pro, and the Supergirl Ancillary. Excellent events are going on to the north. So what a treat, what a pleasure to have so much talent in the water and so many great sponsors as well. From the Marines to the Air Force. I checked out the Air Force's booth.
How was it?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's one of the best activations I've ever seen. So if you have time today, come on down, check it out. If you're here, roll over there and shake a hand with some of our armed forces.
Yeah, a little under 15 minutes remaining, but that's a great thing about the Supergirl Pro is there's so much going on. It's a true festival. There's over 20 free classes. There's yoga, there's Zumba. There are more business and personal development classes. Today we've got the Gillette Venus are presenting the board of it's a sustainability panel, and that's going to feature Carissa more at the end of the day. So it really is a mix of all sorts of activities. There's pro gaming, but right now Keilani Johnson taking a look.
Green and red. I see Coco Ho put one vertical, working northbound as the green of Keilani Johnson has taken a couple turns and bowed out. But directly in front of us is Coco, and she says, I'm going to save a little energy.
Well, she will get a second score on the board, and then she can comfortably start to work on, improving her low score. So let's take a look here. Splitting the peak here, Coco Ho in the red, Keilani Johnson. Nice first turn. Looking to get the board up as vertical as she can. That wave was pretty soft there, so it didn't give her a lot of power on the push the board back down. And then she decides, okay, this isn't going to do much. Coco Ho, on the other hand, was able to ride it further in. But Coco Ho, a 6.17 on her first ride and a 3.73 on her second, puts her in clearly in front.
Well, Coco is, my math may be off just a touch, but I think she's the most decorated as far as wins go. She's got two thirds from 2018 and 2014, and 3 titles as well. So she, along with fellow Hawaiian Malia Manuel. Malia and her battled it out through 2009 to 2011. Malia won it in 2013 finally. But those two are always put on a battle with big smiles out in the water. And then here's a peek back online for you folks of Coco.
Yeah, and that was a critical maneuver there. And just looking for the inside. Can she get a second turn? But it was a strong first turn. And just kind of weaving her way through onto the inside. Perfect day here. Look at that. The sun sparkling on the ocean. And not able to get a second turn, but a 3.33. And now we see Vahiti.
Vahiti in the white going right at you folks on the pier. She puts one up. Oh, you see the feet just slipped right off, stepped onto the water instead of retaining the board. And that is one and done, as we call it. So again, Coco Ho in the red, our highest seed. The highest seed in the competition wears the red. So Coco, 3-time champ here out of the island of Oahu, North Shore, Hawaii, of the royalty of surf family. Michael and Derek, and going all the way back to a relative, Dawn Ho. So it's in the blood, it's in the genes, it's in the lineage. And you can tell by the way she surfs. She's our current heat leader. In the green, Keilani Johnson, she's in second place. Wild card in 2019 for the championship tour out of Indonesia, the goofy foot 19-year-old. Again, she's in second place. Vahiti Inso, you are in white. You need a 4.7. You are out of the North Shore of Hawaii as well. All of 13, possibly 14 now. And she was here at the Supergirl last year. Cool little production company called Narnar Honeys doing a show on them. Feel free to Google it. It's called Kaikaina, which means little sister in Hawaiian. It's got 6-minute little episodes. Really cool, just documenting what they get to do over in Hawaii and around their island life. And then rounding out the field is Lily Kulber from Laguna. 17 years of age, and nice to have her here. Red and blue going for it, Mark.
And we're focused here on screen on Lily Kulba. Good first turn, wrapping cutback. Looks like she would work onto the inside. It'll steepen up here as it starts to get close to shore. Nice finishing maneuver. Can she complete? No, she wasn't able to come out clean. And so an incomplete maneuver doesn't obviously get the score that you're going to get if you ride out of it. And so Coco Ho will take a look at that. And
out the back,
this
Mark,
is Vahiti Inso.
Mirror image of what we just saw before. So the green of Keilani going left, headed northbound is Vahiti Inso. Almost carbon copy of what we just witnessed between Coco and Vahiti, or excuse me, Coco and Lily. Still going for you folks on the pier. Get a little loud for Vahiti Inso, the young teenager looking to do something remarkable here on her backhand. It does just that.
Yeah, that was mature surfing, definitely beyond her years there. Picked a good line on that wave and milked it all the way onto the inside. Let's take a look here at Keilani Johnson. So she was caught in the whitewater and was looking for this wave to clean up on the inside, but was further south of the pier and just didn't give it to her what she wanted. On the other hand, Vahiti got a good line all the way towards the pier, and then the kind of the wash that comes over the pier wedged up the wave again, and she was able to ride that all the way through onto the inside. So we got a lot of scores about to come in. There's 9 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. But Coco Ho, a 6.17 and another 6.17. She's clearly out in the lead, but Vahiti has a 5.83, and I think she's likely going to improve on her situation.
Once again, on the beach, we're doing dual duty. If you're just showing up, this is the 14th annual Nissan Supergirl Pro. If you're watching online, welcome in. We're on the second heat, or heat 6 of the round of 64. 8.5 minutes remaining, and scores have come through. We'll wait for all the ladies to get settled out there. And here's the update. Coco Ho, last wave, a 6.17. Has you in the lead with a 1-2-3-4. Vahiti Inso, your last wave, a 5.83, surfer in white. Give her an update after she's up so she can hear this. Again, our primary goal is to inform the surfers as to what's going on. Vahiti Inso, again, your last wave, 5.83. You're in second place. You need a 6.51 to rise to the top. With priority in green, Keilani Johnson, your last wave at 2.7. Didn't change much your score, but you now need a 3.97. And in blue, Lily Kulba, last wave, 3.43. You're in fourth. You now need a 3.74. Priority, green, blue, red. Next up, Leilani McGonigal, Caitlin Simmers, Vahini Fierro, and Luana Silva.
Wow.
That is a packed one. Looking forward to it.
It's going to be fantastic. Leilani McGonigal representing Costa Rica at the Olympic Games. Caitlin Simmers was the standout surfer last year. Won the individual on the QS side and also won the teams competition with Lakey Peterson. And her surfing was just incredible. She's also from Oceanside, so we know she's going to have a huge support team on hand. And look at these waves coming through into the lineup. Beautiful looking left-hander here. Lily Kulba taking a look, not able to get onto it.
Yeah, so a little further down that wave, getting ahead of it in the green, it's Keilani Johnson. She's got 3 waves right now. She's need a 3.97, so we will see what the judges say about that. Having a paddle in the white, Vahiti Inso. California Pizza Kitchen. Keep the delicious vibes going. Enjoy your favorite pizzas, pastas, and of course, butter cake at a California Pizza Kitchen near you. You need some clear vision, visit Blenders Eyewear, fresh from San Diego. Rock with pride worldwide. Visit blenderseyewear.com. Go visit their booth today, try on a pair, and keep those eyes protected. Fuely, I know you get sunburned all the time, or you used to, until Sunbum straightened your shenanigans out. And if you need to get protected today, go visit Miguel and Company over there. They've got the Gorilla, they got the Sunbum protection for you. Go apply it, stay protected. What are you seeing online?
Yeah, fantastic product. Keilani Johnson on the replay, and 3 good strong turns. She's looking for a 3.97 to advance into that second position. on your screen here, Vahiti Inso. She has a 5.83, but also is holding a 1.33, and so that leaves her exposed to Kaylani Johnson looking for a 3.97, and Lily Kulber a 3.74 to move in front of her. But there's 5.5 minutes remaining, so she's got time to drop that score. But that's where, you know, the two scores, both of them matter. If you have a very strong first score in particular, Vahiti has that, a 5.83, but she really needs to back that up. And some more waves coming into the lineup here. And looking at who has priority, Lily Kulber has priority, followed by Coco Ho, Vahiti, and then Kaylani. Neither surfer able to get into that wave. Unfortunately, we have had, as happens when you've got a field of 88, we have lost a couple of surfers along the way, and one of those, two-time champion Sage Eriksson, won't be competing here, unfortunately. Such a great champion for the sport, such a great representative for women's surfing, and a two-time champion here. So that leaves the door open for Coco Ho to increase, you know, kind of her position as the best placed surfer over the 14-year history of the Supergirl Pro.
Yep, that's the truth.
With 4.5 minutes remaining, though, it is still, that second spot is definitely up for grabs. Coco Ho really strong, 2.6.17. There she is on the screen. Katie Simmers, ladies and gentlemen, is now coming onto the beach, and she was the star last year. I call her the silent assassin. On land, she doesn't say a lot, super focused, but get her out in the water, and she is brutally competitive, and her innovative game is as good as any.
Yeah, she will not simmer down in the water. There's all sorts of those going around. Two of them having a go, Kaylani Johnson in green, and that is Kaylani getting gobbled up by that wave.
Well, Kaylani did, let's see there, it was Vahiti and Kaylani both taking off on that wave. Lily Kulber had priority overall and retains that. 3.5 minutes remaining. And you can see some movement in the ocean. All of the surfers, they've seen something closer to the pier. Coco Ho looking.
Blue-red priority, blue-red priority. Red takes advantage of the location. Coco Ho puts one up, as we've seen her do so many times, and keeps it back in the situation. 3 minutes on the clock. Will she keep the energy flowing? Yes, she will. Blue out the back, but right now it's all about Coco on the inside. Blue steps off out back, and Coco can hear you, and she's down. Regardless, give it up for three-time champ Coco Ho right there in front of us. Great surfing. Very consistent, as you can see today. 6.17 on 2 of the 3 waves she's ridden.
And she picked up a wedge here just off the pier. And this first turn really strong. Look at that. Up, straight into the pocket, coming off the lip. And then she's focused on rebound off the foam. And then, okay, can I get through onto the inside section and get myself some more points? This is what's given her 2 6.17 rides. And from the famous Ho family, Michael Ho, her dad, Derek Ho was her uncle, former world champion, of course. Mason Ho, her brother, arguably the most entertaining surfer in the world. And
Yeah.
Look at this for entertainment. Bang! Right there at the end. Coco Ho looking really strong here. And she doesn't look rusty for somebody who hasn't competed in a contest for somewhere between 18 months and 2 years.
Yeah. Well, born on the island and surfing all the time. We got Blue, Lily taking a peek at it. Minute 40 left, minute 40 on the clock. Again, McGonigal, Simmers, Fierro, Silva coming up in the next heat. That's going to be heat number 7 of the round of 64.
Yeah, Vahine Fierro from France, also very strong, has competed here a number of times, seen her at ISA World titles representing her country from the juniors. all the way as she's progressed. So she's also going to be a strong competitor.
Let's give a situation with 1 minute left. Coco Ho in the lead with the 12:34. Priority goes to white. Vahidi Enzo needing a 6.51 to take the lead. Green, Kailani Johnson. You need a 3.97. Kailani Johnson need a 3.97. Lily Colber in blue, you need a 3.74. 45 seconds left.
Oh, and Lily Colber did the right thing there. She was just looking to get onto a wave with 40 seconds remaining. And so tactically, very smart. She just couldn't paddle onto that wave as we're probably pretty close to high tide. Right now, maybe just off high tide. 25 seconds to go.
You're exactly right. 8:52 is high tide. We're at 8:52. So the pool is as full as it's going to get today. We're looking at our clock in the 10-second window here. We're counting her down shortly with the ocean gone flat, looks like for Coco and Vahiti. A couple of Hawaiians there looking good to move on. 3, 2, 1. We'll be back on the web in about in a couple minutes. We're going to be back here shortly for the folks from around the world. See you in a minute.
Return to rugged. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Welcome back to Oceanside. The 2021 Nissan Supergirl Pro is brought to you by California Pizza Kitchen. Keep the delicious vibes going. Enjoy your favorite pizzas, pastas, and of course butter cake at California Pizza Kitchen near you. As well, by Blenders Eyewear, fresh from San Diego, rocked with pride worldwide. Visit blenderseyewear.com and use the coupon code Supergirl20 to save 20% now. And by Coast News. Check out the Coast News for the latest in community news. Find them online at thecoastnews.com. And that's how we pay the bills around here, is give props to all the sponsors that are out and about.
Yeah, very, very important, and it is fantastic that we have such supportive sponsors. And they're not just here for the exposure they get. They're here because they believe in female empowerment. They believe that year after year this event delivers something very, very special, not just to the competitors, but everybody that comes to experience it. And Waves coming through into the lineup now. Luana Silva was really strong yesterday, and she's up and riding. First surfer in this heat. Strong backhand. Young competitor from Hawaii, and yesterday she put in some big turns on her way through the round of 88. So quick in and out, but she'll get a score on the board. This is no joke, this heat. This is a very, very tough heat. We are around the high tide. Waves are unpredictable right now, and we're very excited to see what all of these surfers are able to pull off.
I'm just taking a peek right down on the beach now. Coco Ho, we're looking to get an interview with her, but she spends the time taking the photos. You don't know what that photo means to those young ladies down there. So Coco, thanks for making the time. We'll get an interview with her in just a minute. That's the 3-time champ who just won that heat. Right now we're talking about Leilani McGonigal in the red. She's southbound in the red there from Costa Rica, the 21-year-old. Brother Noemar, Father Sean from around these parts out there. Hello, Pops and Mom, if you're watching down there in Pavones. Hello. We'll get going with the rest of the field as we start now looking out to the water for some surfing in the white. Vahine Fierro takes off northbound, and Leilani is going south.
Vahine from France. That was a nice turn off the top there, using a little bit of foam, just give her a bit more drive. Pumping through onto the inside, she is able to do it, gets the link up onto the shore, looking for a big, strong finish. And she completes it and rides out. So that is a complete maneuver.
And blue now for live action. This is Caitlin Simmers, last year's Supergirl, along with Lakey. And look at that power right there. That's how you finish. Local girl done good. Give Caitlin a little local love.
And she just looks so sure on her board. That finishing turn was just very, very sharp. They selected a fantastic board for these conditions, and wow, she looks dangerous.
Yeah, 3 ladies, Leilani, Caitlin, and Vahine, represent 3 different parts of the world, and they were charging. They're paddling out right now. Let's look at Luana Silva. Oh, she's got one to work with. Just an opportunity right there. She holds on, and there's a lot of foam remaining there, but she's watched the previous heat. She knows that there's a power behind this wave with the high tide pushing in right now, that she's going to regroup and see if she can do something similar to what Caitlin did previously and have it a snap. And she does very nice artwork or artistry on the tapestry known as a wave. Top notch. So all 4 ladies knocking one out, and it's this opportunity now that Shannon Quirk is down below with 3-time Supergirl champ Coco Ho. Take it.
That's right, Coco, you're 3-time champion, very familiar to the Supergirl Pro. What's it like to come back this year?
Yeah, it's been a long time. It's been really fun. It's been a long time since I had the jersey on in the ocean. I was fortunate enough to do a couple Surf Ranch events through this weird time, but yeah, that was the first time in the ocean, and I feel like there were some priority mess ups and wondering what's going on, but yeah, we're all getting used to it. We're all getting back, so it's fun.
Well, you've been training a ton based in Encinitas now. How does that knowledge and experience out here help you?
Definitely very comfortable, just in all the conditions here now with the low tide, high tide, next to the pier, away from the pier. That's probably been the most benefit, I think, from being based here now, and yeah, kind of just utilizing, getting better in really tricky conditions, and just maybe smarter is my whole goal for the rest of 2021.
Definitely. Of all the contests you surf, what makes Supergirl so different, especially since it's all women?
I think that's definitely the major point, is Supergirl being all women. It's so powerful, and you just see the psyche. I feel like everyone's more just excited to like hang out on the beach and stay all day, and no one's intimidated by anyone, and I think that's really special.
Awesome. Do you want to give any words to the fans and family watching?
Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Very fun to put a jersey back on. Very grateful for how hard WSL worked to get it all going, and Rick Batman and everyone here at Supergirl, thank you for having me.
All right, be sure to watch Coco Ho in the next round. Back to you guys.
Just as comfortable as can be on the microphone, as comfortable as she is in the water, Coco Ho. Thanks for that great interview, Shannon. Whilst we were away. We had the privilege of just not talking about away, but witnessing Leilani, and you see it at home right now. There's a replay of it. She's right on her forehand, gets a couple of very consistent snaps right in front of Vahina Fierro saying, hey, I'm here to dominate this heat, and so far she's doing just that.
Yeah, Leilani McGonigal is, for her age, very, very experienced in competition. I first came across her at an ISA World Championship a long time ago. She was about 11 or 12, and you know, this has been a life, just not a lifestyle. She loves competing, and we got to see there the maturity in her surfing, and that pushes her up into the lead with a 4.67 and a 4.5. But Vahina Fierro, a 6.33 for her single scoring ride before. And Luana Silva has 2 rides, is sitting behind her. And Caitlin Simmers, with priority, has a 5.83, so very, very strong ride. So we're seeing some big scores being posted up in this heat already.
Yeah, Leilani, you're in the lead. Vahina Fierro, white, second. Luana Silva, third in green, needing a 3.01. With priority in blue, Caitlin Simmers, one wave ridden, 5.83. Based on experience, with 17 minutes left, that will not hold. There'll be all sorts of tennis matching back and forth with this one. And again, Caitlin Simmers, local girl, all of 16, won this event. Also won the Jacks Pro and Outer Banks this year. She took 3rd place, so her qualifying series QS status is quite high. Vahina Fierro representing blue, white, green, red. Update, blue, white, green, red is the updated priority. Blue, white, green, red. Vahina Fierro. The electronic manual you're looking at is incorrect, so we're going verbal. This is for the ladies in the water. Electronic is not working. Please go off of our voice. Blue, white, green, red is priority. So Vahina 633, representing French Polynesia, Tahiti. She's close to Tahiti, close to Bora Bora, and a small island called Huahine. If I'm saying that correct?
Yeah, Huahine. Been there, beautiful.
Yeah, you've been there?
Yeah, I've been there.
Oh.
It's literally a tiny island, and it's absolutely stunning.
Awesome.
There's not many people live there.
Well, she's from there. That's where she cut her teeth, and how she is able to get it done on the waves here in Oceanside. So her second wave, she's currently in second. Needs a 2.84 to rise to the top, and she's coming right at us. Look at that consistent hop and energy, and she wraps it up almost complete.
And I think Vahina has an incredible opportunity to represent at the next Olympic Games, where surfing, it's obviously the Olympic Games is in France, but the surfing is going to take place in Tahiti. So the fact she's from there, her current age, she's 21 right now. She'll have another couple of years probably before qualification occurs. I'm going to predict that she's going to be one of the representatives to compete there.
Yeah, she's going to do everything in her power. It's the selection process is quite unique. We will not get into that. It's belaboring to say the least.
So Vahina there, a 6.33 on her first ride, a 3.73 on her second. That has put her into the lead. Leilani McGonigal is in second position right now. And up and riding, though, Katie Simmers, the young local. Look at those searing turns. She's so fast, so smooth. That board, just the way she drives it through, sits, and she knows how to pump through this section. She must have done this thousands and thousands of times. 2 turns on the outside, now onto the inside. This is your local girl. Bang! Finishes off cleanly. Katie Simmers. Wow.
Wow. Yeah. And update in the water, we have electronic board is now working for priority. And you said it, Mark, thousands of times. That's just the way that it works. If you're home break, you get comfortable with it. After she got that first part of it, you saw her pause, take a breath, and regroup and get her muscles and her focus ready to get back on the inside. For you folks at home, here it is again.
Yeah, she came hard off the bottom, a lot of spray on that first turn, lines it up again. Just so smooth. There's no pausing, there's no bobble between those turns. Then cuts back, finds the foam, and then go, okay, I'm just going to chill out here until I see something. You know, it's just very, very relaxed and yet smooth at the same time. And this was the ride of Luana Silva as well, looking for that vertical backhand turn and not able to complete it. So Caitlin Simmers goes to the lead with a 7.17.
Good boy. Nice job, Supergirl. We can say that about her because she earned a cape last year in the team competition with Lakey Peterson. So local girl looking to go back to back from a specialty event to the main event. And again, she's all 16 from these parts. Took a 17th as invited contestant at the Surf Ranch Pro earlier this year, part of the championship tour. Mentioned she won the Jax Pro and third at OBX.
Yeah. And Leilani, you have priority. There's 12.5 minutes remaining, and you need a 5.4 to move up into the second spot. Luana Silva, you need a 6.73.
And our priority board, the electronic one, is in fact working right now. Please go off of that, but we'll let you know too. Red, white, blue.
So if anybody was watching at home, if you see
a
surfer waving their arms, usually they're not waving to the crowd. They're actually indicating to us that they want an update, whether that be what are the scores, how much time is remaining, who has priority. So from time to time throughout the webcast, you will hear us switch back to make sure, as Chris said before, that we're keeping all of the surfers up to date with what's happening in the water, so that they know what they've got to get. It's a far cry from the early days of surfing, where you never knew your score. You know, things were being written down on paper, and you had to come in, and you never knew who won until you were in on the beach, and people got the calculator out.
Back in the Stone Ages.
Yes, Stone Ages. It's funny, it doesn't feel that long ago. Of course, Southern California and this region of San Diego and Oceanside is part of the early days of competitive surfing, and this is where the world's best did come. There were early world championships here. Obviously, surfing had been around for a long time in places like Hawaii and Peru. The Peruvians had been around for thousands of years.
Yep.
So
always the debate as to where it started, but wherever it started, we're grateful for it today. That's all that matters. Yeah. This is, with 10 minutes left, we are welcoming anyone to the beach. Happy Saturday. We've got a live webcast going on as well, so we're doing double duty. If you want to let people know from around the world that you love surfing, tell them to go to supergirlpro.com. Go to the WSL site, go to surfline.com, pretty much just throw it into a search engine, it'll pop up. And for you folks live, we welcome you. For you folks at home, we welcome you as well. Mark Fuel alongside Uncle E here with Shannon Quirk in the mix, and we're talking all things surfing. This is our third heat of the day, better known as Heat 7 in the round of 64. Each one of the heats has 25 minutes. We are now down to under 10 minutes in this heat, where Caitlin Simmers, local girl, done good, looking to defend her title from last year. She has 2 waves ridden with a total of 13. The French-Polynesian surfer, Vihini Fierro, she's in second with a 10.06. Third is Costa Rica's own red jersey, Leilani McGonigal, needing a 5.4 to get into that second transfer spot. Green, Luana Silva, she has 2 waves ridden with a 6.33, needing a 6.73. The basics are the top 2 from each one of these heats moves on to the next round. We started with 88 yesterday. We're down to 64 today. We'll chop it to 32, then to 16, so on and so forth until tomorrow afternoon in the final heat. We'll have a super girl, and we'll do the awards on the stage. And right after that, the plain white tees will light up Oceanside to close out this 14th annual festival known as the Nissan Supergirl Pro.
And we've got a fantastic heat coming up next as well, and throughout the entire day. This is the round of 64. We started off with 88, and then half of that was eliminated, and then there were some seeds that come straight into the round of 64. And we're going to get all the way through. I think we're going to get all the way through the round of 32 today, and then we come back tomorrow for the final round and the finals. But throughout today, we've also got some adaptive surfing that is happening on the north side of the pier. We've also got, for the first time ever, longboarding. Some of the world's best female longboarders are going to be competing there as well. So there's just so much happening down here, and it's a perfect day. Yesterday it was a work day, and we still had a lot of people. So today we may well see thousands coming down and enjoying this festival atmosphere that is down here, as well as some of the most exciting and best surfers in the world today. We've also got coming up in a few days the first of what is now called the Challenger Series. There's a new qualifying system for the World Tour, and that's the US Open is the first of that. So that's happening about 30 miles, 40 miles from here, north, up at Huntington Beach. And so in some ways this is a great warm-up for that as well. So gets people who travel in, because people are traveling in from all around the world to compete in this and the US Open. So just get them used to the conditions here in Southern California, particularly those that haven't competed here before. And with 7 minutes remaining, Leilani McGonigal paddling for this ride, and she's up and riding on a forehand. Beautiful looking wave. Crisp turn off the top and another hit. 2 good turns in succession. It looks like she'll get the link up onto the inside as well. Keeping that board moving, and wave just dying out. But 2 solid turns there for Leilani, and she's looking for a 5.4.
Yeah, such good energy and poise. You know, if you want to get good at surfing, move to a place where there's waves. Just by happen chance in life, Mom and Dad moved to Costa Rica and built a business. And her you folks at home that are maybe watching Costa Rica, hello, in a home break of Pavones. This is Leilani on the screen right here showing her artistry. Beautiful.
Yeah, she got a little bit hung up on the first turn, but able to get the second one very, very clean, and then didn't get the link all the way through.
Back live, Mark White, Vahini Fierro, 2 really nice snaps off the top, keeping her fluidity moving in that, looking for the opportunity. Now she'll go southbound, and she's going to head up vert and throw heaps of water around. Give it up for Vahini Fierro. Yeah, French Polynesian ripper.
So that was really smart surfing there by Vahini, because one of the things that the judges are looking for is variety. So at the end section there, she could have kept going left or pick right. She chose the right, so she gave the judges something a little bit different, a backhand turn. And when we see that entire wave, again, it's a very strong start to finish ride, very smooth. You know, not much happening in the middle, but it was just kept smooth. And with that, she moves into the lead with a 6.87 on that ride. And so Katie Simmers now down in second, needing a 6.03. And here we can see on the replay, so she takes off, good takeoff here, perfect timing. This first turn, hard off the bottom. It all comes from the bottom turn. Beautiful arcing cutback. She's looking down the line, straight into another turn. So 2 in succession. And here she does another foam climb. So it counts as another turn. And it also allows her to maintain her speed. So the foam, for those who haven't surfed before and might happen to be watching, is the foamy part of the wave does have more power in it. And here she goes. She's looking. She decides to go left. So I'm going to give the judges something a little bit different. Lines it up. This is where she goes entirely vertical. Bang! Spray out the back. Fantastic ride, and is rewarded with a big score.
So we're in the critical crunch zone under 5 minutes. We're at 4:10. Waves are still producing. Our Hawaiian Luana Silva, the 17-year-old, charging down the line, going south, wraps a nice one around, gets back into the pocket, works the foam to her advantage. Another wrap around. She's maneuvering. She's got a lot of energy still together on this wave, and she rides it out. Put your hands together for the Hawaiian Luana Silva, needing a 9.67, so she needs everything she can right now to climb into that transfer spot, because Vahine and Caitlin are starting to pull away with a couple of 13 combined scores there. 3.5 left. Here's the situation. Actually, we'll wait for Luana's score to come in.
So this was really good surfing and very smart. So this first turn, look at that arcing cutback, beautiful style. Cuts back, lines it up, and this is an important wave for Luana because this wave should put her within striking distance of Caitlin Simmers. Worked it all the way through onto the inside. She knew she had to make it count. Now she's just looking down the line. What's ahead of me? I know I need to finish strongly. And here, look at this. Tricky finishing section, floats up and over the lip, comes out clean. It's going to be a good score, and it's going to give her a shot here with 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, but what she needs to advance is a 9.67. It's not going to be that much. Luana Silva score in 6.57, a 6.57. That puts you into third. Now you need a 6.44. And Leilani McGonigal sliding into fourth place now, needing an 8.33.
Yeah, so now getting a 9 point something really tough, but getting a 6.44, she just got a 6.57, so she just has to do that again.
Yeah.
That'll move her up into second spot. Vahini Fierro, though, is in a very strong situation. Now, Katie Simmers, she's got a 7.17 as her best score. If she can improve on a 5.83, then obviously that strengthens her. The time is 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes remaining.
Priority is blue, red, green. Blue, red, green.
And the field is furiously paddling. And this is a good size wave. Leilani McGonigal taking a look at this, but Caitlin Simmers has priority.
Caitlin,
she's going to take it. No, she doesn't.
She says, I'm going to stay put right there, knowing where she's at. She would be, if she was near where Luana and Leilani were, she'd be attempting. 1 minute, 15 seconds left. Vahini Fierro in the lead. Caitlin Simmers, you have priority. Luana Silva, you need a 6.44. Leilani McGonigal, you need an 8.33.
And Caitlin Simmers needs a 6.03 to move into the lead, a 6.03. 1 minute to go.
And she is clawing down the line there in the blue, looking for an opportunity.
Well, she's got priority, so she can both look for a better wave to improve her score and also protect
40 seconds.
Position.
And she does just that in that priority position, takes full advantage of it at the right time. Caitlin Simmers, local gal, playing strategic surfing right there.
Yeah. That is very, very smart surfing.
Yep.
So there's only 20 seconds remaining. How can she finish this? Bang! Wow.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I'm gonna take this wave just to block everybody, but you know what? I'm gonna do something big on the inside.
10 seconds left, and local girl totally using this home court advantage to her advantage. We're down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we'll go on just a slight hold, getting ready for the next heat. We'll get the scores going. The final scores from that round. Unofficially, Vahine and Caitlin, not in that order. We'll be moving on. Next up, and we're going. For you folks at home, we'll be back in about 10 minutes with our next heat. This is the 2021 Nissan Supergirl Pro. 3, 2.
I feel like I've always known what I wanted. I always knew I wanted to become. I've always wanted to be a pro surfer since I was in 4th grade. And I'm here now, and obviously you have goals within that goal of what you want to become, which for me is world champion, and to pave a stronger, more powerful path for the next generation.
Return to rugged. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
When we founded Paul Mitchell nearly 40 years ago, people would ask, John Paul, why do you want to make hair care products? I tell them, I don't. I want to make super hair care products, but it's more than that. It's hair color that makes you feel like $1,000,000 and passionate people doing what they love. It's giving back, treating the planet kindly, and supporting the professional hairdresser. To me, it's not just about hair care. It's creating something beautiful for all of us.
Folks out there in the World Wide Web, welcome back to Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro. It is brought to you by Jolin, for women who inspire us, the official swimwear sponsor of the Supergirl Surf Pro and the unofficial sponsor of Active Girls Everywhere. And by White Claw Hard Seltzer, your open invitation to escape, to pure enjoyment, whatever that means for you. Made simple, fun always is. And by Beach Break Cafe, great food, great friends, great service. So much thanks. All of our sponsors out here. Welcome back online. We're witnessing some great waves and some fine competition. Mark Fuel, Uncle E, and Shannon Quirk talking all things surfing. What do we got going on here, Fuely?
Yeah, so we've got in the lead, we've got Havana Cabrero from Puerto Rico is in the lead with a 2.97. That's two waves, a 2.17, so it's early days. And then Rosano, a 2.4. Carissa Moore, not in this heat this morning, but Malia Ward does have priority. Of course, Malia, San Clemente girl, the daughter of Chris Ward, charger and former World Tour warrior. And Malia Ward, one of the more popular surfers out there in the world of webland on Instagram. She's got nearly 94,000 followers. So if everybody follows her at Malia_Ward, maybe we can push her over that 100K, but we're also getting to see her performing on the Ultimate Surfer on ABC at the moment as well. But she's a great skater, a very competitive surfer, and also graduated from USC this year, so all-round talent. And we're looking forward to seeing her in action. She is in the white, she has priority. But on the inside, Candelaria Rosano from Puerto Rico. Nice looking right-hander here, if it can line up onto the inside, pushing hard, and that's just going to fade away. But it does give her second scoring ride. And sometimes it's just good to get some points on the board, because we're seeing at the end of these heats, sometimes it's a matter of fractions of a point. So if somebody gets a really strong wave, but they don't have a backup, we've seen some people fall out of the draw just by not having a second scoring ride. So two waves for Candelaria Rosano, who now is in the front, a 2.4 and a 1.57, and Havana Cabrero is in second and waiting for the first ride for Malia Ward.
This just in my earpiece, Fuely. Shannon Quirk did her best wrangling act with local girl heat winner from that last round, Caitlin Simmers. Take it away down on the beach.
So Katie Simmers is the 2020 champion of Supergirl Pro. You made it in second. You're going to pass through to the next round. But what are you going to do differently to get that first place?
I don't know. Probably just, do the same thing. Maybe get a couple good ones. But Vahina just rips, so it's kind of hard when you have a heat against someone like that. But, yeah.
Well, local knowledge always triumphs. So you're looking at the waves now with the tide changing a lot. Since you live here, you surf this wave almost every day. What are you thinking about the conditions?
It's actually really fun. The past couple days have been really walled, so it's kind of fun right now. It's not as walled, but I think it'll get really walled with the low tide, but hopefully there'll be some corners, and yeah.
Well, this must be a ton of experience for you. You're only 15 years old. What does it mean to you to be here and surf with some of your heroes?
Yeah, it's pretty cool because I've been watching this event for a long time, and then to do it is pretty sick. Hopefully I'll get a heat with some of them, but we'll see. I just might need to make a couple, but.
Awesome. Well, the 2020 champ is moving on to the next round. Check her out later.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that insight right there. Nice job by the youngster. We'll see if she can't reclaim that cape. Thanks, Shannon. And as you folks at home are seeing, there's 4 names on that. Unfortunately, Carissa Moore is not in the seat, so we have Havana Cabrero, Malia Ward, and Candelaria Rosano. Presently, the situation is this. First priority goes to Malia, then to Havana, then to Candelaria. And the score line is green, Candelaria in the lead with a 3.97, Havana Cabrero 2.97. Malia, San Clemente native, all of 22 years young, daughter of legendary Chris Wardo, CT surfer for many a moon. And Malia's yet to catch her first wave. She too is on the Ultimate Surfer show. Catch her on ABC. The finals is coming up this week. And look at this, Mark. Havana Cabrero, boom, lighting it up.
Yeah, so she's warmed up now, and now starting to pull out some big turns. And she's looking to get rid of a 0.8 in her low score, so pretty confident that she's going to do that. And with 17 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, Malia Ward's been very patient. She does have priority. She doesn't want to just throw it away. She is a smart competitor, so she knows she doesn't have to panic yet. It's not even 10 minutes gone in this heat, but she also knows that you got to get two scores on the board, and just take the pressure off yourself. But Havana Cabrero moves into the lead with that last turn, and it was this first turn where all the points came for. Around, big hard bottom turn, up off the lip, very, very smooth. And wasn't able to get the link up onto the inside, but that first turn gave her the 3.1 and put her into the lead. So Malia Ward now needs a 3.97 to move up into that second spot. And around about a 5, do a quick calculation here. If she gets a 6, that 5.5 puts her up into the lead. And 16 minutes and 15 seconds remaining here. Malia has priority, which means that she can take any wave that she likes. The priority system was brought in professional surfing. It's probably about 20 years ago now. Prior to that, it was you had to hassle for the inside position, and so a lot of energy and a lot of time was often taken up in the positioning and the hassling for the wave, as opposed to focusing on the surfing. So the priority system creates an open, kind of a fair playing field, but really takes out that hassling that used to happen. Now, when you're free surfing, when you're out there in normal days, then you got to put yourself in that position. So, especially at a place like Trestles up the road from here, which is one of the world's most high performance waves. So you still learn how to hassle. It's just you don't have to do it in competition.
Havana Cabrero, Puerto Rico, taking a dive there. So far, Havana Cabrero this season has done a couple of the other qualifying series events, not nearly as many just due to COVID, but 2 that did happen. One in Huntington Beach, the Jack Surfboard Pro, she took 17th there, and Outer Banks, North Carolina, Nags Head Beach, Janet's Pier, she took 13th there. So getting that valuable experience of the qualifying world. She is 31 in the qualifying ranks, and she's 21 years of age, born next month, 1999. We have Candelaria Rosario, Nicaragua's own 15-year-old, Playa Popollo, a pretty respectable wave with a bunch of offshore winds, always peeling. What a phenomenal place to grow up. Candy, second at the National Junior ISA Champs down there. We got Blue going at it. This is Havana Cabrero.
Well, Havana's been keeping very busy here, and it could be the colder water. She just wants to keep paddling from where she's from. Tends to be a lot warmer, and out the back, up and riding. That was Malia Ward, her first scoring ride. And that's probably not the wave that she ideally wanted, but at least she gets a score on the board. And for those of you who are here and maybe have to leave the beach at some point in time, you can watch the event live, and you can watch it live on YouTube, on Twitch, on, of course, the supergirlsurfpro.com, the Inertia surf line. We are going out to the world, and there on the replay, Malia Ward just deciding to eject out of that wave, but she gets a score on the board. It's less than a 1, it's a 0.73, and so she needs a 3.24 to move up into that second spot. But the ocean's been pretty quiet during this heat.
Yeah.
Chris.
Well, Malia's been coming here since 2014. She has never really done too much in the name of advancing on from this event. 2017 was her last voyage here, I think. Went to USC, got herself a degree in communications. Be able to communicate all things awesome in the name of surf, and what else down the line.
A fantastic view on the webcast here from the pier, giving you a sense of this incredible festival at the Nissan Supergirl Pro, and all of the activity. We've got the pro gaming tent there. We've got a lot of sponsor exhibits.
That's impressive.
Lot of fun
that gaming tent?
Yeah.
I checked it out yesterday. That's no joke. There's got to be 40 monitors in there. You know, you got sound, you got a DJ. There's it's impressive. The Lenovo.
Well, the Supergirl Gamer Pro was the first anywhere, the first all-women's pro gaming tournament.
That?
You know,
Great.
and so that's where ASA Entertainment, who has been behind this event for 14 years, and not just this event. Of course, there's the Supergirl Series app, because the Supergirl Series is surfing.
Yep.
It's gaming. It's snowboarding.
Yep.
You know, they really have been an incredible supporter and advocate for female empowerment across all areas of youth passion.
Yeah, go take a peek at ASA's site. ASA Entertainment produces this. The Kingpin CEO, Rick Bratman, has been doing it since the early 90s. We've been involved with this space for quite some time. He is. I don't know if there's anybody that's more dedicated to lifestyle action sports than Rick. And we'll talk more about them in a minute. But right now it's all about surfing. White getting going. And Green had priority on that situation right there. So Malia Ward, who was going, Green had first, White had second priority. So Malia, as you saw in the white, was going towards the pier. Green had priority. Candelaria saw something she liked, so that means Malia had to concede and bow out and let the priority of Candelaria take that wave.
It's always tricky in these type of beach break conditions where you've got these waves that peak up in all different spots, and that's where the surfers, it's important to be aware and that they be aware of who has priority, not just for themselves but for others, because that was a situation where we saw different takeoffs, slightly different peaks, but when they come together, then the person with priority does have the right of way. 10.5 minutes remaining, and priority now is with Havana Cabrero, and her low score is a 2.17, so it's still anybody's heat here. And there's one of our young fans on the pier on the webcast. Good morning. Give us a wave.
Yep.
So no, I'm going to run away. I don't want to be famous.
We just saw Jesus walking down the pier a moment ago as well. It's good to have a higher power looking out over us today. Okay, a little something for the green and all of us. Candelaria looking for her fourth wave. Something with a little more scoring potential, perhaps. And she's keeping it together. You see that hop that helps generate speed for you folks that have not been on the water before. And she says, I'm not going to keep going.
Yeah, pulls out of that one. And just an announcement to Sarah Baum, who's coming up in Heat 9. Sarah from representing South Africa, if you could please check in if you're at the beach. Sarah Baum to check in for Heat 9. Less than 10 minutes here, Chris, and in stark contrast to the heat before, there has not been as many waves in this heat, or at least the waves that have come through have not been linking all the way through. And so very, very close here. Malia Ward only needs a 1.95 to move up into that second spot. And Rosano only needs 2.88 to move up into the first spot, but the leader has that priority. She's holding it down. She's not going to be able to hold it for nearly 9 minutes, though, so she has to make the most of it.
There's a green object bobbing up and down in between the blue and the white surfer. You can see it out there for you folks at home and live. That is Kurt Steinmetz, our water cinematographer. He's done all sorts of action in the water for the surf world for years, especially for this event, and he captures right there in their face photos. He said he struggled yesterday greatly with the way that the let's just call it the undercurrent was working him, and he did a one and done. He's like, I'm out of here. Water's much cooler than it is in the middle of summer, he said also. And we thank him for his hard work. Kurt, you're a dedicated waterman in capturing great images for the various channels that they go out to.
Yeah, and in that green hooded wetsuit, he looks a bit like a turtle. So I'm not sure anybody would notice if he was just drifting up the coast, you know, with the current that we had yesterday.
Yeah. We've invited 3 pelicans for the show out the back as well. Mother Nature providing good stuff. Boy, it would be nice if they could just come up with something like a wave machine. Oh, wait, they already have one. Malia can certainly use that right about now as she's on the outside looking in. Malia Ward, San Clemente girl, on the Ultimate Surfer show. You can check that finals out coming up on the 22nd. I think it's Tuesday is the finals, the finale, see what happens. But Malia got to spend all that time at the ranch on a man-made wave that Slater, along with a lot of engineers, figured out that it's going to be cool. It's going to be 100 miles from the ocean. If you don't know about it, you're new to surfing, never even heard of it, go on to Surf Ranch, just Google man-made wave, you'll find it. It's one of the premier spots in the world, now made famous, really famous, thanks to Disney and ABC in a show called Ultimate Surfer. That Malia, who's in third right now, needing a 1.95, was on that show. That little Hollywood notoriety.
Just looking out into the lineup, there's a bit of motion here, and it is Malia up and riding and looking for under a 2. Couple of turns. Can she get a link up onto the inside? She isn't able to.
Green.
But further down the beach, that was Rosano, was able to get a little bit further in, but wouldn't have been any more of a score because wasn't able to get the link up onto the inside. So challenging conditions right now for these surfers.
Our tides today, the high was at 8:52, pushing out now, so the water is emptying the pool, so to speak. And 2:14 is our low tide today, and fills back up by 8 tonight.
And you mentioned the Kelly's wave pool, and there's so much amazing technology that is now coming to the fore, and we know that we're going to see some incredible surfers and some countries emerge as the wave pool technology gets adopted around the world. But there's been a world tour event at the Surf Ranch for the last 2 years. There was a specialty event before that, but they'll take a break from that this year. But up and riding, Malia Ward on the back end.
All right, Malia looking to get out of that third spot hole. She knows this wave. She's been here many a time, 5th Supergirl Pro, and she said that's not going to cut it. That's all that wave has, actually.
Yeah, and she needs a 3.17 now because Havana and Candelaria have also just chipped away at their scores and started to creep away as we see Havana up and riding now. Actually, 2 surfers, and Rosano on the left. Big turn, throwing some spray, and again.
Nice.
Okay, this is one of the, if not the biggest wave we've seen ridden in this heat. 2 good turns, not able to get through onto the inside, but that should be a well-scoring ride in the context of this heat.
Yeah,
where we haven't seen a lot of size on the waves.
Yeah, that was something to talk about right there. She had 2 back-to-back turns. She didn't get low down in the pocket, kept up high and made that wave count. So look for a good score for the Nicaraguan, and she's got the most waves ridden in this heat, equal to Havana actually. So first and second It's a numbers game. Top 2 waves for each surfer, combine those scores, and the top 2 highest scores move on to the next round.
And one of the things that the judges look for with 4 minutes to go is they're looking for the most, a turn in the most critical part of the wave, so a fully committed turn in the most critical part of the wave. And that's what we just saw on that left-hander. It was 2 high-risk maneuvers. It was a bigger wave, and so that's why Rosano is now in the lead, and Havana now has priority.
Priority is blue. 3:30 on the clock, 3 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. Next up, Tatiana Weston-Webb, champion of this event previously, Kiana Miller, Molly Tushin, and Sarah Baum. That horn you hear is the northbound horn, not to be regarded over here. In white, Malia Ward looking for any opportunity now to earn that 3.24.
Well, this one might give her the opportunity, Chris. It's linking up better. Now she's onto the inside. The wave will stand up steeper. How can she finish? Good finishing maneuver there. And her 2 scores are 2.03 and a 1.9. So whether she gets the 3.24 or not, it's going to help her because there's still 2 minutes 40 remaining, still time to get back out the back and get another scoring ride. And on the replay for the webcast at home, you can see she really had to work hard to get into this wave. And looking towards the pier, she's looking for the power source in this wave, and she had to bounce through a little bit of a check turn there. And then she redirects onto the right. Small foam climb. She's really looking for some clean face on this ride, weaving her way through onto the inside. And the steeper the wave, the more ability to do a decent turn on it. Not a lot you can do when it's flat like this, but she did well to stay with it. And this is where the wave starts to suck up. As it gets shallower, closer to the shore, and this is the finishing move. Nice re-entry, comes out clean.
Candelaria Rosario out the back. One nice turn. She's in that same foam situation we saw Malia. Malia, your score will be coming through in a minute, but right now eyes on the Nicaraguan. She got something to work with. Back and forth, looking behind her, looking in front of her, finds the face, drop, float, and does not ride it out.
But there was good smooth surfing up to that point. She was able to keep the board moving, keep it on rail even through some of those slightly flat sections. And so that may well have been a better ride. So we've got scores yet to drop. Good crowd here on hand.
Malia Ward, your last score was a 2.97. Until that score comes in, you are still in third place, needing a 2.31. 55 seconds on the clock. Blue going at it. Havana Cabrero, Puerto Rican. She's on one right now, and she too will come onto the inside. Looking to see what it'll develop in here. Malia Ward in the white out the back, going for it as well. But all eyes on the front section up. Keeping it clean. Great turn, and set our eyes on Malia on the white.
Yeah, strong finish there by Cabrero, and Malia Ward not able to get through. So with 20 seconds remaining, we just saw rides from everybody, but in particular strong rides by Rosano and Cabrero. The scores are in right now. The scores come in. Malia Ward still in third. Cabrero with 9 seconds remaining. It looks like it's going to stay in that position. 5,
4, 3, 2, 1. Two horns shuts down that heat, and that focuses our sights on the next one, unofficially Candelaria Rosano from Nicaragua and Havana Cabrero from Puerto Rico, advancing on to the next round. Little slight pause in the action before we light up the horn for the next heat, which will be Tatiana Weston-Webb, Kiana Miller, Molly Tushin, and Sarah Baum. And for you folks on the web at home, we'll be back with more action here in Oceanside at the 2021 Nissan Supergirl Pro.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Not very many Latina women go in the military as an officer, but I always had that desire to serve my country, and that is why I chose the Air Force. The advice I would give to somebody who doesn't think that they could be an aviator, you can't. You just have to decide to take another step forward, and then another one, and then another one, and then it gets easier. Don't underestimate yourself. You did this, and you could do more.
I wanna spread that good love, 'cause love, 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 love is all we need. Yeah.
And from around the world, welcome back in to Oceanside. This is the Nissan Supergirl Pro, and it's brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop nissanusa.com. Also by Mission Pacific, the official hotel partner of the Supergirl Surf Pro. Discover a sanctuary by the beach with impressive oceanside views. To the live action, first wave caught Molly Tushin from North County here.
Getting a score on the board, and obviously is either excited or not daunted by the fact that she is up against the world number 2, Tatiana Weston Webb. And what a year Tatiana Weston Webb has had. She's going to be in the red. Kiana Miller is in blue. Sarah Baum in green. But right now, Molly Tushin in white is in the lead with a 1.6. But an incredible year for Tatiana Weston Webb. Represented Brazil at the Olympic Games, second in the world, and it came down to a best of 3 match up against Carissa Moore. She actually won the first of the final. Let's take a look here at Molly. It's a smaller wave here, but it's got a clean face. Little cutback, throwing some spray on the face of the wave. Not a lot of steepness to the wave, but she kept the board moving through onto it and then started to look for the inside. So she did really well to keep the board moving through the flat part of that wave, and gets a score on the board, and it is a 1.6 ride. But Tatiana Weston Webb, our top seed in this competition, and
this just in, while we have a small brief action hold in the water, waiting for waves to come in. Candelaria Rosario is down below with Miss Shannon.
That's right. It was a really close heat, but Candelaria was the winner, coming all the way from Nicaragua, but you're actually local and living in Encinitas now.
Yeah, I actually started school at LCC now. It's interesting. It's different. I used to homeschool a lot, and now going to normal school. It definitely gets in the way of my surf trainings, but it's fun. It's different.
So growing up at a wave like Popoyo, you're doing some outer reef as well. Is this easy today for you?
It's not easy. It's definitely different. I think bigger waves are way easier. These waves are just they're so unpredictable and small, so you never know what you have to do on the waves and stuff. I was just catching waves nonstop. They were all vanishing in the middle of nowhere. I was getting so pissed, but it is what it is. Just try again and try again.
I've watched you grow up with all your sisters who all rip. How is that to have a family of women that surf?
It's fun, honestly. You get to surf together, win together, lose together, and always have more fun together, obviously. So yeah, it's cool having to grow up with girls that rip and love doing stuff like that.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Watch Candelaria in the next round.
You.
Beautiful interview. Thank you. And whilst we were away, you folks live got to see it. We'll replay that wave for you folks at home from Tatiana Weston Webb. Right now, live on screen, live on beach. Green. This is Sarah Baum from South Africa getting walloped over the falls there. But on screen there, you see paddling back out the Platinum Blonde. Here, have a look at home. Mark, run us through this beauty.
Yeah, so Tatiana Weston Webb, this is why she's number 2 in the world. Lines this up, eyes on the prize, big, powerful carving turn, back into the pocket, looking down the line again, and just keeping the board moving, using her rail. She's a very, very powerful surfer. And here is where, watch the bottom turn here. Hard off the bottom, bang, off the lip. And now she redirects. She's going, okay, what can I do up here? Let's backhand re-entry, do the climb, and now I'll be focused about, well, what left is left of this wave. So plenty of variety here. And then she finished up on the inside really powerfully. Wow, Molly Shushin, that was a fantastic backhand turn as well. So the youngster not scared to go up against Tatiana Weston Webb, but Tati's wave was a 7.5. A 7.5, and she finished that wave incredibly strongly. Molly, you are currently in second. Sarah Baum, we're waiting for a score to drop, but Tatiana with 18 minutes and 15 seconds is in the lead. Here we get to see Molly's wave again. Look at this turn, bang, into the lip. And then looking through to see if she can push through onto the inside part of this wave. Again, keeping the board moving, it is important to just look for every opportunity to get a turn in. And she gets a 3.17, mostly due to that backhand re-entry. And so just like that, she now needs a 4.34. And Sarah Baum got a 3 on her ride as well. Kiana Miller with priority, yet to get a scoring ride, but a 7.5 on Tati's opening ride is setting the bar.
Yep, that is our highest single wave score of the day, is 7.5, and it was really nice to not have to talk and just watch that wave unfold. Yeah. It progressively got better as she approached the beach. So yeah. Tatiana Weston Webb, what a delight to watch the Princeville Ripper doing the stunt surfing for Soul Surfer for Bethany Hamilton, who is here, and we'll see Bethany in a few heats as well. That's exciting.
Yes, one of the most famous surfers in the world. Yeah, Bethany Hamilton, over 2 million followers on Instagram.
You know, she's such a cool person, you know, with or without whatever happened, you know, to her. She would still be a very popular surfer. I'm convinced of that.
Yeah, she always was. I remember her as a junior. She was always super professional, obviously surfed really well. And then, at 13, I think she was, when the shark attack happened. But then she went on to incredible performances at places like over in Tahiti and Fiji. 16.5 minutes remaining as we're looking forward to seeing more big stars appear today. One of those stars, Tatiana Weston Webb, is out in front, and Tati, really known for a backhand and charges big waves. And yet in small waves, she can put up a 7.5 on her first ride, and she's got 16 minutes to back that up.
Fulie, I know you're very interested, and I know a lot of people on the beach are also, being Saturday. The beer garden opens in 5 minutes. The beer garden opens in 5 minutes. There you go. Dylan is in concert at 11:15. Olivia Lunny is in concert at the Nissan Superstage at 12. Layla Blue is in concert at 12:45. We got surfing all day long. Hot Chile Ray is in concert at 1:30. And Stephanie Poetry is up at 4:30. And Upsall rounds off the day at 5:15. Then Maggie Lindemann and Sophia Carson, special performance at 6:45. So much music, so much going on. Don't focus anywhere in particular. Just kind of walk around, ask questions, and take note. That's what this Nissan Supergirl Pro is all about.
Yeah, and download the Supergirl Series app because the schedule is on there and it'll tell you what's going on when and where. There's a map there so you can navigate around. And you can start to see the crowd building up here at Oceanside. Fantastic view from the pier there. And Tatiana Weston Webb not able to get into that, looking for her second ride. Priority with Kiana Miller in the blue.
Yeah, what a year for Tatiana also, getting to go to the Olympics and represent Brazil. And second place at Trestle. See if she can't get another cape here. And Green trying to get ahead of all that foam, finding that open face, or looking for it anyway. Sarah Baum, good tenacity there. She's on her backhand, gets a couple. Oh, I thought she was going to get that second one there, but not able to pull through.
Sarah has got plenty of experience. From South Africa, has competed all around the world. Knows how to ride right-handers, that's for sure. But with 14 minutes to go, all of the surfers are kind of scrambling, looking for either their second scoring ride or just to improve. So priority now is with White, with Molly, but she's got a 1.6 in a scoreline, needs 2.23 to advance into that next spot.
For you folks at home on the webcast, Celsius Fit, the official energy drink of the Supergirl Surf Pro, had one yesterday. Excellent energy, not too jittery, not too much sugar, all right. Jolyn is our bathing suit sponsor. They got a heck of a setup over there by the E-Game booth. I went and checked it out. I did not try one single bikini on, but don't think for a minute I didn't want to, Mark. So Jolyn, thanks for your support and your love to this Nissan Supergirl Pro.
And just taking a look through at our heat leader, Tatiana Weston Webb, her year second in the world in the finals, in a very, very close final, came down to the third one. Third place at the Jeep Surf Ranch, third place at the opening event, the Roxy Pipeline, first place at the Boost Mobile Pro in Margaret River. And so that put her into second place overall, and that's where she ended up in a hard-fought battle with Carissa Moore, who becomes the first, maybe the only surfer ever to have a gold medal, Olympic gold medal, and a world title in the same year. Wow, solid wave here. Woo. And in and out for Molly. Wasn't able to do a lot with that wave, but good size wave.
Red, green, blue. Red, green, blue, priority. And blue is way south, while red is having a peak way north, and both out.
A bit of a swell push happening here, but it's coming in fairly straight. The tide, we've still got some good height to the tide, and so not totally closing out, but as the day progresses, we'll start to see that tide decreasing and it'll get more challenging. Tatiana Weston Webb, though, just adds a 0.53 to a scoreline. Sarah Baum has moved into second place and has priority and needs a 5.04 to move up into the lead. And Molly now needs a 2.23 to advance. Kiana in blue needs a 4.7. Plenty of time.
Up, Chelsea Tuak, Ella McCaffrey, Nora Leota, Marley Lavelle. If you've not checked in, please do such. We anticipate awesomeness. Heat number 10, round of 64. Again, if you're just showing up here in Oceanside, this is the Nissan Supergirl Pro. This is the best ladies in the world. This is an all Supergirl surf event. And we got surfing, we have activity galore, we have specialty events, lots of music, women empowerment, exercise like Zumba, yoga, Pilates, and the like. A specialty event for longboards going on. 4 of the previous longboard world champions. For you folks at home watching on the web, we got little ones, we got surfers in the water, and we have just over 10.5 minutes left. Scores look like this. Tatiana Weston Webb in the red. You are in the lead with an 8.03. Sarah Baum in the green. You have priority. You're in second place. You need a 5.04 in order to take the lead. Third place, White, Molly Tushin with a 4.77. You need a 2.23. And Kiana Miller rounding out the field in fourth in the blue, needing a 4.7 with only one wave caught.
And you can follow the event at Supergirl Pro on Instagram and hashtag Nissan Supergirl Pro, and download the series app. And if you've got to leave the beach, then you can watch it at home or on your phone, on YouTube, Twitch, the Inertia Surfline. And so there's no reason to miss any of the action today. And some exciting surfers coming up in these future rounds. Brianna Hennessy of Costa Rica will be making an appearance. Alyssa Spencer, longtime competitor here. Caroline Marks, of course, finished 6th in the world and won the World Tour side of the specialty event here last year. And the youngest ever competitor, male or female, to qualify for the World Tour. Tia Blanco and Bethany Hamilton, that's going to be a great heat, strong heat, heat 15. And Molly Picklum is part of that one. Mia Collins, we will get to see surfing. And so a lot of great surfing here today with 9 minutes remaining. Tatiana Weston-Webb, number 2 in the world, Olympian, out in front, despite having a .53 in her scoreline. But Sarah Baum has priority, looking to drop a 2.4. Or if she can get over 5.04, she can move up into the lead. The swell, Surfline predicted it. It has been slowing down. It's down a tad from yesterday. A little bit less wind though. So yesterday afternoon we saw with a bit more swell with the low tide, very, very challenging. So low tide today might actually present more opportunity. Here's Tati taking a look at this very strong paddler.
Webb, look at that, just paddling into that, giving it all she had. And now we'll get to witness her showcase of skills. Solo wave here in Oceanside. Walked away with the Supergirl Cape in 2015. She's taken a 2nd and a 3rd, and these are her skills. Oh, and just gets unstuck right there. Nonetheless, give it up for Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Yeah, it's still going to be a good score down the beach. Miller in and out. But yeah, the board just kind of rolled underneath her on that end section as the wave sucked up underneath her. It's always one of those turns that what goes through your head when that happens is, the fin's going to end up in my back. So, especially on a bigger wave, but came out unscathed on that one, Tatiana Weston-Webb. So she will extend her lead with a 4.33, and now Sarah Baum with priority needs an 8.83. Molly with 2nd priority needs a 2.23 to move up into that 2nd spot, and Kiana Miller still needs a 4.7. So Tatiana extending her lead, looking very strong here. She clearly wants her 2nd Supergirl Cape, and she's well on the path to it, coming in with red hot form from the World Championships. The first time ever that we've seen since it's been the World Professional Tour. Back in the day, the world title was decided in a single day, like 1964 World Championships won by Midget Farrelly in Manly. But that was a single day event. But for over 2 decades, it's come about as a result of points accumulated over the course of the year, and so a brand new format now, and fantastic format that it was. And in fact, I've heard a rumor that Jessie Miley Dyer is floating around this weekend, so we'd love to have a chat with her some time about the historic week that we've had here, and how do these young surfers now qualify for a place on the World Tour.
Yeah, I saw Jessie yesterday frantically working her way here with a group of people following her. She is very...
Well, she has an entourage now as the grand poobah of the WSL.
Yep, what a job. A lot of
she's
details.
Doing a great job.
Yep, let's have a peek at some of the surfing going on. 5:18 left. This is the green of Sarah Baum, the South African. Over the red, you see Jumping off is Tatiana Weston-Webb as Green had priority, so very astute by Tatiana, saying, I'm out of here. I'll let the South African, who's in second, take the rest of this wave. And coming in at us right now, right here, he's here patiently waiting. One final spot, not at the right place at the right time, but Sarah Baum, excellent out the back, and that should help her ditch one of her lower scores.
Yeah,
and Tatiana Weston-Webb, Mark, is going for it right now.
Big backhand re-entry there for Tati, but that was a very important ride for Sarah, and she absolutely made the most of it. And also that also showed the awareness. Tati knew that Sarah had priority, so didn't want to go anywhere near it, so just decided to leave that to Sarah, and Sarah absolutely shredded it all the way through onto the inside. And that'll give her a strong extension of that second position. She needs an 8.83 to move up into the lead prior to the wave before of Tatiana Weston-Webb. So we've got a lot of scores coming in now. And it's a 6.17, Chris. Fantastic wave there for Sarah Baum. So now Molly needs a 6.01 and Kiana needs a 7.54.
Yeah, so it didn't put her above Tatiana, but what it did was distance her between third and fourth. Again, if you're new to surfing here on the beach, 4 out in the water for these heats. We'll get it down to 2s a little later. We take the top 2, move on to the next round. In the blue, that's Kiana Miller getting up, then down. In the white, you're seeing Molly Tushin. North County here, she's putting together a fine ride right here, and she needs to improve upon some lower scores. So coming right at you up on the pier, and then she'll redirect it, showing her diversity, and she bows out, but that's going to do well for the local girl.
And just a note on Sarah Baum, a lot of experience. She's been competing on the QS series since 2010. Let's take a look at this last wave of Molly's up and riding. Trying to get round this section, just the lip of the wave just in front of her, and then it crumbles again. So she had to wait for so long to make this turn, gets up into the lip. Now she's got some open face, cutting back close to where the power is on the wave. And then another turn, and this is the replay that we're looking at live on the webcast. Then she redirects, looking for the right in on the shore. So she's looking for a 6.01. And then the wave fades out. But Sarah Baum's wave, that 6.17, has made it a lot harder. So now she needs a 5.71 to move up into the lead with just 2 minutes remaining.
A few drones overhead capturing some remarkable images. Wow, how that has changed the world of cinematography. Man, those what once were cable cams and jib cams are now flying overhead. Minute 40 left. Again, Tatiana with priority. Second, Sarah in green. Blue, Kiana, you have third. Red, green, blue. And we'll get going with Chelsea Tuak, Ella McCaffrey, Nora Leota, and Marley Lovell. Local girl. And here is number 2 in the world. Number 1 on this heat right now, the Hawaiian, Tatiana Weston-Webb. Oh, got a little over her toes right there.
Yeah, great first turn, and then hit a bauble in the wave. This is Sarah Baum. She has an opportunity. Bang, off the top.
Yeah.
Looking for another one, and again. Oh, and the wave getting the better of her there, but she was on her way towards that 5.71. 45 seconds to go here.
There's that third wave of that set right there, quite powerful. I'm looking at Kiana Miller out back, taking a peek at it with 35 seconds left. What do you see on your screen, Mike?
Yeah, so this is Sarah, hard off the bottom, fantastic bottom turn. Critical turn in that wave, really, and then sets up the second one. She's got to just get round as I see the lip came down and the board just tipped on its edge. 15 seconds. 10 seconds remaining.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're winding things down from that heat. That's wrapped up. We're going to pause it real quick. And for you folks at home, we'll be back momentarily with heat number 10 of the Nissan Supergirl Pro.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Web and do some housekeeping. Welcome back in on the World Wide Web. We're in Oceanside. Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro, brought to you by Paul Mitchell. Professional salon products, cruelty-free since 1980. And by Adobe. Join us in the Create Waves Challenge to help protect our ocean. For more information, visit adobe.ly/createwaves. And while we have this opportunity, we'll let you folks all know there's our 4-pack, Chelsea, Ella, Nora, and Marley. But I do want to highlight, we just talked about Paul Mitchell. They have been on board, I say it time and time again, because they've spent millions in supporting action sports. Started in the volleyball space, jumped into the snow space. I did my first event with them in 1995, met John Paul DeJorio, and you can just tell he had the energy combined with the dollars to put a lot of focus into action sports. They've been all over the map, helped a lot of athletes. Lindsay Jacobellis, who is a Supergirl herself, endorsed by her and really speaks volumes for that great brand. They are here today on site. You can get braids donated to charity. They also have schools where you can learn to become a hair technician. And we thank them so much for their support and love. Fuely, let's get going with the surfing.
And up and riding, this is Ella McCaffrey. Great first turn, lines it up off the foam. Couple of setup turns. Now looking for the link on the inside. It looks like she's going to get it on this one. The wave will get steeper, close to the shore. Here she goes, bang! Nice turn there for Ella, getting a score on the board. And this is Chelsea Tuach. She's already had one scoring ride. One of our seated surfers, very experienced, wearing the red. Good, strong finish there. And on the webcast, we see world number 2 Olympian Tatiana Weston Webb, 2015 Supergirl Pro Champion. She's worn the cape before. She was here in the specialty event 10 times. She has been here in Oceanside competing in the Nissan Supergirl Pro. And we'll take a look here at Chelsea's ride. Starts on the left. So good first turn. Setting up the second. It's all in the bottom turn, carving off the lip and then redirecting to the right. Looking for a strong finish. Really had to push through here and not able to get the linkage, but she is in the lead with a 1.23 and 2 more scores yet to come in. Actually, that was her second scoring ride. We'll wait to see. On screen, Tatiana Weston-Webb. One of the great things about this event is that it's an incredible atmosphere, and who knows, that young lady there getting the autograph could well be a world champion in the future. And all of the surfers very gracious to interact with the fans, and hopefully Shannon will be able to get a quick interview with our winner of that last heat, Tatiana Weston-Webb. Some of the other winners that we've seen progress through this morning, local girl from up the road, Kira Pinkerton and Brianna Cope, Coco Ho and Vahiti Inso through to the next round. Oceanside local Katie Simmers was on fire, as was Vahine Fierro of France, Havana Cabrero and Canda Laria Rosano of Nicaragua also moving through in. And yesterday we had Keely Andrew and Rubiana Brownell go through. Sawyer Lindblad put on an incredible performance to take out her heat just ahead of McKenna Burke. And then we had Betty Lou Johnson of Hawaii take out hers with Malia Osterkamp, and Macy Callahan finished off the day with the highest scoring single wave of an 8.33, and Eva Woodland from Costa Rica progressing into this next round. So a lot of surfing through here today. We're going to get through the round of 32. And if you have just joined us, this is the Nissan Supergirl Pro for 2021, the 14th edition of the Supergirl Pro. And fantastic conditions here. We have Olympians, we have world champions, we have multiple Supergirl Pro Cape winners, and we have some of the up-and-comers. Very well, future world champion is here in this group. This is Lavelle. There's a wall in front of her. If she not able to get across to the right. And now Nora Liotta using her priority. Nice sweeping cut back. Just a little bit of a bobble there, recovers. Pushing through to the inside, she will make it. Has done some good work on this. Slashing re-entry, and again, strong finish there.
Beautiful.
For Nora.
Beautiful work, Nora. Noodle, as the young teen is called, hailing from Maui, up and over there, so good work. I had to go do some side work, Mark, make sure the honey bucket was working and make sure the music and the sound stage is working. They're going out there, and a lot of activity, a lot of people down here. For you folks that are watching online, if you're able to make it down here, this is the early part of day 2 of 3. We got things going 9 o'clock yesterday morning here at the Nissan Supergirl Pro, and you're taking a peek back live, or a little replay online.
This was Marley Lavelle, and she got that first turn in, and then she just had to keep sweeping back, and there just wasn't much for her to work with, so it was a 1.7. So it puts her out, but Ellie McCaffrey is now in the front, a 5.33 for her highest scoring ride, and then a 1.1. Chelsea Tuach has priority, a 5.17 and a 1.23. She only needs 1.27 to move up into that first spot, and Nora gets a 4.83 on that ride. Marley a 1.7. So still early days, 16 minutes and 16 seconds remaining. Good solid wave here.
Ooh, look at that. Chelsea with the board, sending it off the kicker there. Excuse me, Coach.
Back in the day, that was called a flick out. For a really good flick, you got to score.
A flick out.
That was pre-leg ropes, you know, if you get flick your board out and it'd go flying into the air and a bit of wind. It was almost like a maneuver. Unfortunately, half the time the board would land on your head.
We're going to have a little opportunity to hear from Tatiana Weston-Webb is with Shannon down on the beach.
Thank you. I'm here with Tati, the heat winner. What was the strategy out there today, Oceanside, and the conditions as they are?
I didn't really have much of a strategy, to be honest. I just wanted to, like, I don't know, surf some fun waves. And yeah, that was my first surf of the day. I was pretty tired from this past week. So yeah, just trying to have fun. And then the conditions are fun.
Well, you've been competing more than most. I mean, from the Olympics and then trestles. It's been super busy for you. What's been the highlight?
Yeah, the highlight was definitely the WSL finals. We had incredible waves, and I felt like I performed really well. So for me, that was my highlight, as well as just being able to do what we did this year during the pandemic. It's been really special, and WSL has done such a good job to, you know, put on these events, and they worked so hard behind the scenes. So without them, that wouldn't have been possible. So yeah, I just feel really blessed to be doing what we get to do.
Definitely. And it means so much for all the young girls and locals to see you here on the beach. Any words to the little girls that are looking up to you?
Yeah, I guess I'd like to say believe in your dreams and work hard and be kind and loving.
Awesome. Well, congrats to Tatiana. Moving on to the next round. Back to you guys.
And if I'm a lip reader from what we just saw in the interview, she said, "Follow your dreams and work hard." That's what I saw the interview. All right, here comes the update for the ladies in the water. Thank you. Priority is blue. Ella McCaffrey, you're in the lead. Chelsea Tuak in the red. You have a 6'4". You need a 1.27 to get on top. In white, Nora Leota, you need a 1.58, a 1.58, and Marley Lovell, you need a 4.71. Chelsea, let's see. So Ella, your two waves are a 5.33 and a 1.10. Let's talk about blue. Ella, who is surfing right now, will definitely improve upon that 1.1.
Well, she's probably already done that.
Yep.
With a committed backhand re-entry. And looking to solidify her first spot because it's still very, very open here. Nora in white only needs a 1.58 to move up into second, and Marley a 4.71. And Chelsea now has priority. She only needs a 2.84. There we can see our title sponsor, Nissan. Plenty of great vehicles here and a good crowd on the beach. It's gone 10. Here we get to see Ella McCaffrey. And big backhand re-entry. So that will give her a score. Live action right now. This is Chelsea Tuach, professional surfer and Pilates instructor. And using her strength and fitness all the way through. There we can see. So you can't pull off a turn like that without very strong core. And Chelsea Tuach finishing off strongly. She's looking for a 2.84 in order to take the lead. And looking out at the lineup, Marley Lavelle now up on her backhand, needs a 4.71 to advance. Pushing through onto the inside, couple of turns, weaving backwards and forwards. And she should get a link up. She does on the inside. What can she do here? Big backhand turn if she can pull this off, and she doesn't. So an incomplete turn. A lot of setup work. And had she ridden out of that, it was definitely in the most critical part of the wave. Still waiting for scores for Chelsea and for Marley. And just going back to Chelsea Tuach, you got a 6.33. So that committed turn at the end puts her into the lead. And let's take another look here at Marley's finish. Looking for a 6.30 to advance at the moment.
And as we're looking online at Marley's wave, big sets coming out the back live. There's Marley with a one snap on the inside, as you mentioned, Mark, and just not able to hold on.
Yeah, just
an incomplete wave right at the end.
The wave just is very, very steep, and the nose of the board just going underneath the water. Very hard to complete that. And so our leader now with just under 11 minutes to go is Chelsea And she was at 10 years old, was the youngest surfer ever to be selected for the Barbados surf team. Let's take a look at how she did it, how she got that score. As you can see, really smooth surfing, good carving turn, strong. So you can tell as a Pilates instructor, strong core, strong legs. And also some of the waves over there in Barbados, very powerful as well. And this is where the points really came up. Committed turn here at the end, lines it up, bang, and just navigates that foam. And that gives her the high score of a 6.33. And so now 25 years of age, and she has won more international awards than any other Barbadian surfer in the history of the sport. She's competed all around the world.
Yeah, how's
this
that?
is Nora Liotta, currently sitting in second position. This is the replay. This is how she got the 4.83. Actually, that was the 3.43. Her first ride was the 4.83.
Situation update. Excuse me, 9:30. Chelsea Tuwak in the lead with a 6.33 and a 5.17. White Nora Liotta with a 4.83 and a 3.43. You have an 8.26. Priority goes to Ella McCaffrey in blue in third. You have a 5.33 and a 2.67. You need a 2.93. Marty Lavelle, local girl in green with second priority. You have a 4.33, needing a 5.63. So if you just happen to be showing up here on this Saturday, we're midway through the round of 64 that started yesterday with a round of 88, and we've got a full day of activity continuing until around 4 today, and then we have tomorrow's antics and activity. We'll wrap it up and give out a red Supergirl cape along with some other great prizes like $8,000 for first place and 3,000 qualifying series points for these ladies that are very valuable, and that's what this Nissan Supergirl Pro is all about. It is an open, somewhat open competition. The registration opens and then you jump on it and you get to register. And then there's certain people that are automatically put back in, like the previous year's champions, some select CT surfers, and it's all logistics that we don't need to be bothered with. But we start with 88. We'll get down to 1. And right now we are on heat number 10 of the round of 64. These heats have 25 minutes in length. Each surfer out there can catch as many waves as they want. Up to 15 are scored. They take the top 2 of each person, combine those together. When it's said and done, after the 25 minutes, the top 2 advance on to the next round, hopefully inching closer towards the finals. Right now in this heat, in the red, we'll talk about her in a minute. This is Ella McCaffrey with priority, and she is on the wave now, Mark.
Yeah, she needs a 2.93, good first turn. Just so smooth in her surfing. And pumping through onto the inside. She's already got a couple of good turns under her belt, but if she can make it through onto the inside. Here we go. Good, strong finishing maneuver is important and not able to come out. A little bit of an explosion there in the whitewater, but she did have some good turns. So the 2.93 is what she was looking for to move back up into that qualifying spot. We got just over 7 minutes to go. Chelsea, our heat leader, now has the priority. And if we take a look here at Ella's wave, she's looking for a 2.93 this turn. Really great. Puts it up on rail, and again, carving back to the whitewater. So you just see economy of movement. She's a very smooth surfer, and she knows that last maneuver on the closeout at the end is a scoring maneuver, and works all the way through. And again, just the explosion of in the shallow water there, and the foam bounces off the sand and gets in underneath the board, and the wave doesn't have a huge amount of power at that point either, and so sometimes that explosion of foam coming up underneath the board is more powerful than the momentum of the wave to carry you forward. That's what happened there. So Ella McCaffrey, though, did get a 3.33, so moved back into second position.
There you go, a changing of the guards with 6 minutes left. Here's your situation. Chelsea with priority. Second is Nora White. green, Marley. That's the priority situation, red, white, green. So Chelsea and Lieb, Ella, you are in the second spot. Nora in white, you have a 4.83 and a 3.43. You need a 3.84. Nora, you need a 3.84 to get in that transfer spot. And Marley in green, you need a 6.03. 5.5 minutes left. So for the folks on the beach, we have a webcast. If you want to send people the link, Supergirl Pro, it can be found on Surfline, WSL, just Google it, but supergirlpro.com will get you there. That is a live webcast, so you can tell people from around the world on your social feed that you're here live at this event, and they can tune in and check it out. Maybe you'll end up on the camera on the pier. We got cameras all over the place. And if you're watching live, like watching kids build sandcastles here, nice to have you here from around the world. Mark Fuel, Uncle E, and Shannon Quirk is down on the beach getting to talk to all the athletes. Our production crew, Echo Entertainment, along with ASA Entertainment, being directed by WSL, a lot of organizing bodies and officiants and technical people making this come together. We have really the easy job, Mark, just getting to talk about fun stuff called surfing.
Yeah, certainly feel very fortunate to be here, and also to be here in Oceanside is always beautiful. It's such a beautiful spot, and this year there's a brand new hotel. The official hotel is Mission Pacific. This is the next heat, getting ready, lining up here, and Shino Matsuda is in green, Zoe McDougall in white, Shelby Detmers in blue, and Barisa Hennessy, World Tour competitor, is in, and Olympian, is in the red. Just under 4 minutes remaining though, and Nora, if she gets a 3.84, she moves up into that second spot. Marlee, if she gets a 6.03. Ella McCaffrey, her low scores are 3.33, and a 6.18 will put her into the lead. And Chelsea Tuach, the most decorated of all the surfers in this heat, her low score is a 5.17. So if she can improve on that, she can drop it. And if you're interested, Chelsea's got herself a great website, her own website, chelseatuach.com, and you can read all about her her accolades, and she's competed in a bunch of ISA World Championships. So
she can help you out also with her Pilates. Also, she's a Pilates instructor.
And my Aussie pronunciation as well. Tuach. Chelsea Tuach. Got to take the C out.
I think our coach Jimmy corrected me a few years as well, yelling up from the beach, "It's Tuach!" Yes, Jimmy. We do our best. There's a lot of names, and we do the best we can with what we have to work with. All right, speaking of such, the Barbadian. Yeah, she's been here since 2000, I want to say 13, if I'm not mistaken, and she's been coming here, doing her thing. You on the beach, make her feel warm and welcome. Chelsea Tuach from Barbados. Well done. It's just knowing this wave, knowing the zone, being here, being comfortable, like we saw with Simmers. You know, it's just one of those things. If you spend time in the water, you come to a local area, you know what happens on the inside based on tides and conditions. In the green, Marley Lovell, she is a local. She's been around these parts. That wave not really working out well for her.
Well, still 2 minutes though here, and Nora has priority, and she's within striking distance of that second spot, needing a 3.84 up and riding.
Nora looking to improve. Nora needs a 3.84, so it started off well. She's seen what the rest of the pack has done on the inside. She's generating board speed. You can see from that hopping, and see if this thing can present a face.
Wow.
Doesn't look like it. That's going to do it.
Well, she was able to get a completing maneuver there in on the end. It didn't clean up on the face, but she was able to keep doing maneuvers on that wave and took it all the way through. And now McCaffrey, big turn. So stylish. Will she get a link on the inside? She's looking to replace a 3.33 to make it harder for the other competitors to supplant her Nice finishing turn there. Safe, made sure she completed it, but it was a scoring maneuver. So
that was good timing by Ella as well. Just and obviously the wave presenting itself because everyone else had a opportunity to change that scoreline, both Nora and Marley. So the judges right now doing their due diligence. Chelsea's last wave score was a 5.9. Ella, yours was a 4.8.
So very smart surfing with 30 seconds because Ella did increase. And now on the inside, Chelsea Tuak. Nice backhand re-entry.
Yeah, if you're going to do one thing, do it right. And Chelsea, current heat leader with a 6.33 and a 5.9, says that's about it for me. We're down to the 10-second mark. White on the inside, knowing she needs to do a little something. Green, that's Marley Lavelle, local girl with 5 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now put your hands together for Chelsea Tuak right in front of us from Barbados, just handling Oceanside in that heat from start to finish. Well played all the way around. Nice job, ladies. Unofficially moving on, Chelsea and Ella, Tuak and McCaffrey. So for you folks at home, as you're watching some autograph signing going on by Chelsea, we'll have more surf action from Oceanside for the Nissan Supergirl Pro when we come back.
Break me down, but I know I am Supergirl.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
I feel like I've always known what I wanted. I always knew I wanted to become. I've always wanted to be a pro surfer since I was in 4th grade. And I'm here now, and obviously you have goals within that goal of what you want to become, which for me is world champion, and to pave a stronger, more powerful path for the next generation.
At Paul Mitchell, we believe in the beauty of giving back, protecting our forest and waterways, feeding families in need through sustainable community gardens, and ensuring that our products are always cruelty-free. Big or small, there's beauty in making a difference every single day. That's what connects all of us together in a deep, meaningful way. Join us. Live beautifully.
And so it started with a very small artisan program of 2 guys, and then it got to be 10, and then it got to be 20. And then we're like, why don't we take the same model of giving back and apply it to more countries? So now we're in 4 countries, and we have almost 650 artisans.
It's more than just a bracelet that you're wearing. It's a job for someone in a 3rd world country.
Our retailers feel good about bringing the product in because they know that what they're doing is going back and helping people.
Welcome back into Oceanside for you web viewers. The Nissan Supergirl Pro is brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop NissanUSA.com. And by Locals Only Vodka, the official vodka of Supergirl Surf Pro, handcrafted right here in San Diego. Oh, what a nice day on tap here. Great conditions to southwest swells, slowly fading, but providing great scoring opportunities throughout the course of this 3-day event. Mark Fuel, Costa Rica, just put down a 4.33. Zoe McDougall, a 3.67. And Shino Matsuda from Japan, 3rd wave ridden, a 2.33. So as it stands now, Brissa, Zoe, Shino, and Shelby, there you have it.
Yeah, that's a strong start there by Brisa Hennessy, of course, been competing on the World Tour. Her best result this year on the World Tour, a 9th. And looking out to the ocean. Up and riding, Shelby Detmers. And she had priority, and she used her priority on that wave.
And green, Shino Matsuda from Japan, racing down the line, realizing that thing was not going to offer any more scoring potential. So if you see that from the pier and you're watching, as they're coming down the line towards you, if the wave starts to crumble and you have all the whitewash in front of you, a lot of the athletes will just say, I'm out, and they're going to save their energy and focus on getting back out there for a better scoring opportunity. So these are just some of the little nuances that happen with the competitive surfers. And as we look out to the water, we have an opportunity now with our Barbadian goddess, Chelsea Tuak, who's down below with Miss Shannon. Take it away.
Guys, yes, Chelsea, I mean, you have a big smile on your face. Excited to get the jersey back on?
Absolutely. This has got to be one of my most favorite events, the Supergirl. This is actually the first WSL QS event that I ever did when I was 17, and it's so nice to come back here and nice to get a win, and seeing all the young girls on the beach too. I just did some autographs and took some photos, and you can really tell how much they love surfing, and it's been really great to see the new generations, and I saw all the surfers I've ever seen, and I kind of wanted to grow up and be just like them, and here I am. So it's cool if I can keep competing and inspire some of the younger girls as well, and this is a great event to do it at.
Definitely. What would it mean to you to have that Supergirl cape around your neck?
Oh, it would mean a lot. I think I've got to the quarters here before. I've never really got into the final, so it's definitely an event that I want to do well in and kind of start the new QS.
Right there.
Yeah, fantastic representative for the sport of surfing, and incredible performance that she put into that heat as well. Brianna Hennessy right now 4.33 is holding it down, but Zoe McDougall is in second position and has that priority. Zoe's been competing here since 2014. Including last year at the Invitational event. Up and riding. This looks like Shelby, in and out, and the board just rolling under her feet there. But here's Brianna. But she'll get a second score on the board anyway. We didn't. We'll see if we see a replay of the start of that ride for Brianna Hennessy. And Zoe McDougall holds that priority.
Yeah, Brianna.
So there was a turn out the back by Brianna. A 4.17 is what that wave came in at.
So Brianna Hennessy representing Costa Rica. Been doing this quite some time as well. Big win back in 2018, the Volkswagen South African Open. So she's been around the globe doing what she loves. Take a break from the surfing. Thank them for being an integral piece of this puzzle for many years. Thanks, Nissan. Yeah. So Shelby Detmers, blue from Mexico. She's currently in that third position, needing a 2.75. Nice to have her out here. Zoe McDougall in her 8th appearance here. Winner of the 2018 Vans U.S. Open Junior, all of 21 years of age, out of Sunset Beach. Zoe's rocking the white out there. And then the Japanese goofy footer at 19, Shino Matsuda. Shino Matsuda in her 4th appearance at Supergirl Pro. Her goal is to be the first female surfer on the championship tour. Was a runner-up of the World Junior Championship for the World Junior Asia Championship, I should say, and has had a whole bunch of podiums. And her busiest year was 2018 and 2019, just doing a bunch of QSs and getting comfortable with how surf operations, surf competitions, and the logistics work. So if you're, whatever sport you're into, if you're a young soccer player, if you've done gymnastics, if you're a DJ, if you're a gamer, that experience speaks volumes, and that's what's happening out here. Here's Shelby Detmers, a 27-year-old from Mexico, looking for her third wave.
Yep, Shelbs working through on the inside. Her favourite break is actually 56th Street up in Newport, where she resides now. So very used to this type of conditions. Needing a 2.75 to advance. Shido Matsuda needs a 1.35. But Zoe is holding that priority, needing a 4.83 to move up into the first spot. So it's still anybody's heat here. And, of course, with the first two progressing through into the next round. That's all you need to do. You don't need to win the heat. You need to get up into the top two. Priority is with Zoe And splitting the peak here. That was Carissa Hennessy going left. Shino Matsuda going right. Now Carissa Hennessy going right. They look closer on the screen than they actually are.
Well, green had priority on that, so any area where they're coming together, red had to concede, so Carissa stepped away from there. Now priority goes to white, and that would be Zoe McDougall having a peek out there all by herself.
And here she goes. Zoe McDougall, long time competitor. Great first turn. Throwing some spray to the sky. Getting some good rail in the water on that wrapping cutback. Now onto the inside.
Here you go, McDougall.
Here we go.
There you
Bang.
go.
Good finish. Okay, so strongest finish of a wave we've seen in this heat. And she won the Durban Surf Pro QS back in 2017, as well as a couple of other events in South Africa and 2018 from Sunset Beach Hawaii. So she knows how to compete.
Won the Jordy Smith Cape Town Pro, so that's pretty darn impressive. Good old boy Jordy, South Africa's pride and joy, right behind Sean Thompson. Seen Thompson lately?
Yeah, Sean, I saw he's actually in Australia right now. He gave, Sean is just a fantastic person to follow, not just for his surfing inspiration, but business and life. And he travels all over the world, particularly speaking with young people. And he did a presentation in Newport Beach, not California, Newport Beach, Northern Beaches. So situation, 11 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
And situation is this. Zoe McDougall in the lead in the white with a 9.84. Carissa Hennessy in red needing a 5.52. Your low scores are 4.17. Shino Matsuda in green needs a 5. Your low scores are 2.33. Shelby Detmers in blue with priority. You need a 6.57. in order to get to the transfer spot. Paddling in green, that is Shino Matsuda. Looking to get onto that open face, does just that, wrapping it around. And finding opportunity. She too will set her sights on another wave.
Yeah, in and out. So that wave by Zoe, a 6.17. And a lot of that came from that strong finishing maneuver. Started strong, finished strong. This is Shino Matsuda. Is able to get round the section. Gets some rail. Cutting back. Now looking for the next section on this wave. Just really working the board through onto the inside. And that fading out. So she needs a 5 to move up into that second spot. Carissa Hennessy now needs a 5.52 to move up into the lead. And Shelby has priority, needing a 6.57. So Zoe McDougall, that 6.17 really changed the scoreline. And now her low score is a 3.67. And if she can replace that, it'll just extend her lead. 9 minutes and 40 seconds remaining here. A little bit of a slight wind on the surface of the water. It's not too bad for this time of year here in Southern California. So we're predicting it'll stay reasonably light throughout the entire day. Plenty more action coming up through the round of 32. We've got 5 more heats in this round of 64.
All sorts of talent coming up here. Alexa Muss, Bella Kenworthy, Stacy Taylor, Nakia Florin. Next one coming up, though, is Alyssa Spencer, Noah Clapp, Sarah Frere, and Olivia Pisana. Towards the tail end, we have Tia Blanco, Bethany Hamilton, Sophia Medina, and Molly Picklum, and then Carolyn Marks, Brooke Young, Leah Bakpour, and Hanako Kurakawa. So a lot of surfing yet today. We see a little bit of a wind chop on it right now. 5 to 7 knots they're calling for on Surfline today. Nothing to shake, nothing to be really concerned about. Just adds a little texture to the wave. And priority is Blue. And Blue, Shelby Detmers, needs a 6.57, needs a little help from this wave. Put her skills to the test. See her working back and forth, knows that's about all that wave has. Priority changing to red, and white is going at it now. Zoe McDougall, current heat leader. Green, northbound, headed southbound, actually, is Shino Matsuda. She wraps a nice turnaround, see if she can keep that speed going right behind her as she falls off this red. So all four of them in less than 30 seconds getting on the wave. That's Carissa Hennessy. Jump to Hawaii, to everywhere in between here. Now in Oceanside. Look at that energy. Look at that energy expended and no reward at the end. So not for a lack of effort. Carissa, who is currently in second, trying to make it into that transfer spot. So judges now will lay those down, and we'll have an update in just a minute. Stand by, ladies out in the water.
Great crowd here on hand. Thank you everybody to coming down to the 14th edition of the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro. Great to have everybody here. We have the world's best and the world's best up-and-comers. No doubt that you are seeing the future of the sport here. Some of these young ladies who may even just be sitting on the beach being inspired may well become world champions in the future. They've got plenty of examples of where that's happened.
Yeah, when this event started as a junior event, Coco Ho won it. Nikita Robb, Sage Erickson, and Courtney Conalog back in 2008. They were all teenagers back in that day. And fast forward now, Coco Ho is in this competition. She's inching towards her fourth possible Supergirl cape. She took her heat victory earlier today. We'll see her. Well, chances are we will see her again today, as we're going to go to the round of 32. And we have a lot of legends that have worked their way through this. And take a peek out in the water now live and on the webcast.
So Zoe has a 3.67 as your low score. You have priority. And she's taking a look at this. Up and riding. Gets the re-entry in. So gets a maneuver in a very short area on the wave. And if she can work this through onto the inside, more scores, and she's doing it, pushing through. Can she get over the lip here? Just not able to. But it was a good, strong first turn. Looking to drop a 3.67. There's,
right behind her was Detmers. She put up a depth charge of a turn, and unfortunately couldn't swing it towards the shore in time, and off she went. So this, at 5-minute mark, here's what we know. Zoe McDougall with a 9.84, you're in the lead. Carissa Hennessy in red, you need a 5.52 to overtake the lead. In second position with priority is Shino Matsuda. You need a 5.0, and right now, red and riding Carissa Hennessy. Oh, putting it straight up and just whipping it back towards the shore. She's generating that board speed, hopping along, doing what she can do. Look at this, she's got a nice clear wall to work with. She gets one turn and steps off. So solid effort there. Give it up for Carissa Hennessy. Needs a 5.52. That one hit there could indeed do it. Green, Shino Matsuda, you need a 5. You're in third place. You have priority. We have 4 minutes and 15 seconds left. Shelby Detmers in blue, you need a 7.87. Looking to improve upon 2 scores less than 1.
just over 4 minutes remaining here. And just having a look at Carissa Hennessy. Good first turn. Throwing a lot of spray on her backhand. Is able to climb up into the lip there. And then set her sights down the line. See what she could do on the inside. So 2 turns on the outside. And this wave here that you're seeing, 5.77, has given her the lead. Moved Zoe McDougall into second, and she was able to get the score because she went all the way through onto the inside and then finished off strongly. So that put her into the lead. And now Zoe McDougall needs a 3.93.
As we saw yesterday and we've seen through the years, it's a game of seconds, and it can come down to the last second to catch a wave. Before the horn sounds, before the last second, your feet have to be up on the board, hands off the rail. We explain that because almost every year we have a couple of those scenarios where you have to almost go back in video and say, were the hands off the rail? Were they up? But we're not going to talk about that now because it's not happening. But blue is paddling in cutaway. That's Detmers looking to improve upon some lower scores. And just that one single turn might have done it. However, not completing the wave might discount that a bit. Remember, completion of wave, variety of maneuvers, fluidity, and executing maneuvers in the critical part of the wave. Those are some of the criteria that our esteemed panel of WSL officials are looking for. 2.13, so Shelby, that does help you out just a skosh. Brisa, the last score is a 5.77. With 2 minutes left, Brisa still in the lead. Zoe, then Sheena, then Shelby. Here is Zoe McDougall on her forehand.
Oh, wow.
Headed down the line. A couple nice wraparounds, and she's seeing how she can keep that going. Is red out back, and that's it for Zoe, looking to improve upon a 3.67. Again, only the top two will advance from this round of 64 into the round of 32.
Yeah,
you folks just waking up and walking by, welcome in. Nissan Supergirl Pro, a 14th annual event. Started in 08 with Coco Ho winning it. And right now we have a lot of competitors in the field that were still in diapers when this event was kicked off on its maiden voyage.
So
and Zoe McDougall, how about that? 5.1.
Yeah, 5.1. She moved back into the lead. Brisa Hennessy now in second, needing a 5.51 with 1 minute 10 seconds remaining. So Shino Matsuda needs a 6.6, and Shelbs, you need a 7.97, and she is up and riding on her back end now. Gets the float, looking for this wave to line up, push through into the inside section. Decides to go left. Stay with as much power as she can, and not able to get through. So 45 seconds. She may not get another shot at that 7.97. Zoe McDougall, that 5.1 courtesy of a really nice wrapping cutback at the start of that wave. 30 seconds.
Brisa Hennessy with 30 seconds left. This will be her last effort. Currently in second, looking to improve upon a 4.33. She'll most likely use everything in her power to take this thing all the way to the shore. Hopping along through the sandbar, and rides that thing out consistently. Give it up for Brisa Hennessy. And White is doing the hop as well. Let's count this down. 3, 2, 1. Well, for you folks online, you're taking a peek at what was happening with a lot more yet to come. Stand by, as we will have more action when we return to Oceanside for the Nissan Supergirl Pro.
Some give their weekends. Some devote their entire lives. All we need are the moments of courage, of resilience and ingenuity, devotion, integrity, selflessness and excellence. Full-time, part-time, in or out of uniform. All we need is the best of you. How many moments can you give?
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Welcome back into Oceanside for you folks that are watching online. This is the Nissan Supergirl Pro, and it's brought to you by the U.S. Air Force. Full-time, part-time, in or out of uniform, join us. And by Craft Coast. Inspired by the coast, craft for enjoyment. Locally brewed here in Oceanside, California. Oh, it's happy hour somewhere right here in Oceanside. Nice to have you lovely people from around the world on the web. Welcome in. You're looking at Alyssa Spencer, Noah Clapp, Sarah Frere, and Olivia Pesana. As you can see, it's around a 64, heat 12, 25-minute heats, and all sorts of autograph signing going on the beach with Zoe McDougal. Maybe some young Supergirls in the making. You never know what one autograph or one conversation will do for a young athlete. Let's take a peek out in the water, though. Noah Clapp, our only Dutch competitor. That's right, 19 years young. She's getting after it at the same time. Sarah Frere, thank you for the pronunciation, out of Huntington Beach, near Costa Mesa, but she's an HB girl. And here's the reality of a lot of this for folks at home, also for beach, for announcing. We do the best we can. We don't get all the information, so we do the best research we can from all of the information that's out there. And if we announce something that is incorrect, we love being corrected because we want to be able to give out the proper information, but different media sources provide us different information. So thank you very much for the pronunciation. Sarah Frere with a 2.83 in the white from Huntington Beach. And 9 times out of 10, it's usually the parents that pass that note on, so thank you. Nissan Supergirl Pro brought to you by Paul Mitchell, Marines and Air Force. They've got a great booth. My eye in the sky, Jazzy, just went down to the Air Force booth and said one of the greatest interactive experiences that she's ever had. So if you want something to do on the beach, off the beach, on the boardwalk, go check that out. All right, let's talk some surfing. Olivia Pesana, you have a 3.83, you're in the lead. Noah Clapp, 3.2 in the blue, you're in second. And Sarah Frere with a 2.83. Alyssa Spencer, our goofy footer out of Carlsbad, relatively local girl, knows a lot about this wave in this area. Back in 2016, she was number 2 in the junior rankings, won the Junior Pro, the Ron John back in the day, and has a lot of props and accolades and a lot of competition experience. She is rocking the red. And Noah Clapp, again, Deutschland, representing Deutschland, is took third place at the ISA Junior World Championships in 2019. 5th place at the Mother Nest Great Lakes Pro in Australia back in 2020, right before COVID. And Olivia Pesana, local gal, competed in the Outer Banks event a few years back, took a 4th place. So good to have each of these ladies in the mix. 3 waves caught, just under 20 minutes remaining.
There's fantastic energy out there, Chris, in the festival behind us. The music is playing. There's a lot of activity. There's free classes, of course. There's yoga, your favorite Zumba, Pilates, and just a lot of great energy down on the beach, including all of the surfers are on hand and meeting and greeting their fans. And just saw Caroline Marks arrive, number 6 in the world this year, and fantastic competitor, and she will be looking to put herself in a position to take home a Supergirl cape. So great to see the world's best on hand here today. Alyssa Spencer, who is with priority sitting at the moment, has competed here a number of times. Last year was in the specialty event, and is the 2018 ISA under 16 world champion.
All right, now Zoe McDougall, previous heat winner, is down with Shannon.
Guys, all the way from the North Shore of Oahu, you're here in San Diego. How does it feel to put the jersey back on?
Oh my gosh, it's amazing to be here. It's been a full year since I've competed. My last event was the Supergirl last year, so I'm just really happy to be back and stoked to have such good waves.
Yeah, all the girls are here. We also did a Triple Crown, digital version of the Vans Triple Crown this year. You were in the lead for a long time. What was it like competing in the Triple Crown surfing?
It was amazing for me just to have events around home, and the waiting period for that event was actually firing the whole time. So I was pretty much surfing myself to death. I don't think I've ever been that beat up after an event because it was a month long. But it was probably one of my favorite events I've ever competed in, and it was such an amazing experience, and I can't wait to do it again this year.
I'd love to know, what do you think when people say pipeline's too dangerous for the women?
I think pipeline's dangerous for anyone, and I think everybody just has to respect the wave and know what they're doing, respect everyone out there, and really it's not a matter of gender, it's just a matter of ability.
Awesome, great answers. Zoe McDougall is moving on to the next round.
You can't get a better answer than that right there.
Yeah.
It is a matter of ability. You just don't go out there if you don't know what you're doing, if you don't have the skills. And Red up and riding Alyssa Spencer, all about it. Oh, just making it look smooth. See that consistent flow on that second turn right there? She's just slayed it and kept her momentum moving right down, and she's doing that as well, and she's holding on, and not for a lack of effort. Alyssa getting her first wave, but that was well ridden and well maneuvered.
Yeah, but two really good turns out the back, and she's from Encinitas, so lives just south of here. Not far, so surfed here plenty of time. This is Noah Clapp of Germany.
Ooh, yeah.
Nice turn in the pocket there, and ejects, but completed the turn. And opting to just get straight out the back, but that was a turn in the critical part of the wave for Noah Clapp. And Olivia Pisana, our leader in the heat right now, foam climb, looking to get rid of a 2.8. But Alyssa Spencer, her score comes in at a 6.33. Really strong surfing.
Yeah, back to Zoe's interview. Almost anyone could go out in this wave right here, and you're going to be okay. You just don't go throw yourself out into pipeline. Even when you look at it, you go as a tourist. I wouldn't go out there. Period.
Yeah.
You have to have that common sense, and if you spend time on the North Shore and you get respect from others from smaller areas, they'll say, hey, maybe today's the day we want to go out there and try it on a smaller day. That's like getting your driver's license and going into the Indy 500.
Yeah.
More or less, that's what it's like. You're not going to do that.
Yeah.
Or going to the honeycomb as a skier after your first lesson. It just doesn't make sense. Yeah. So I think that was very well stated.
And her line is something that should be carried into so many things.
Yes.
Is that it's not about gender. That was just a classic line, and it's not.
Yeah, that could be the best quote we've heard.
Yeah.
So that's what Supergirl's all about. Again, if you're just walking up on the beach, you're just showing up here, visiting. This is Oceanside, California, a surf mecca. This is an event known as the Nissan Supergirl Pro. And online, we're having a look back right now. We're doing a webcast. This is Alyssa Spencer's first wave, which scored a 6.33. Mark?
Yeah, and two very crisp turns. You can see her really putting the weight on a back foot and throwing plenty of spray. And even though she didn't get through onto the inside, those two turns in succession gave her the 6.33. So now the scores are coming in. So Noah Clapp has moved up into second with a 3.17 and a 3.2. Olivia is in the lead, a 3.83 and a 2.8. Alyssa Spencer now needs a 0.04. And Sarah Freya has priority, needing a 3.51.
Yeah, to continue just the information basics. We are now in heat 12 of the round of 64. Yeah, our videographer, we're heat number 12. And we have a videographer. For you folks that are watching on the web, the dude behind the lens is Mr. Paul Baker from Australia. So Paul making these images happen from here to send them all over the world. So thanks to Echo Entertainment. Hugh Arian, Phil Smith started the company, and our boy Spence Vola is making it happen with the rest of the crew today. Thank you.
Yeah, it takes hundreds of people to put these events together, and as soon as one finishes, the planning starts for the next year. So they are definitely year-round endeavours. 12 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Priorities with Sarah Freya. She's a member of the USA Junior Surf Team, and surf, skate and jiu-jitsu are her passions.
Surf, skate, jiu-jitsu,
Yeah.
I like it.
Do not mess with this young lady.
A shout out to all the volunteers, all the people that make this event come together, especially the parking lot attendant way up there that's not getting to see any of the surfing. She's been there all day. Thank you for your support and love. There's some great shots online of the youngsters peeking through the pier, looking down at the surf. Again, this is our 12th heat of the round of 64. When we're done with this one, we'll start with our first heat of the round of 32. That will feature Andrew Keeley, Andrew, Sawyer Lindblad, Malia Osterkamp. Correction, I'm sorry. We're going to be going into heat number 13. I'm off by a whole line. So we have heat number 13 of the round of 64. Alexa Muss, Bella Kenworthy, Taylor Stacy, and Nakia Floren. Getting ahead of myself. And here's the situation with 11.5 minutes left out in the water. Olivia Pinsanha with 2 waves of 6.63. Noah Clapp with in the blue in second. You have a 6.37. Alyssa Spencer, you need a mere 0.04. You have a 6.33, so really tight there. And in priority in white, Sarah Freyer with a 2.83, needing a 3.54. Hi, buddy.
And just over 11 minutes to go here, and some of the heats that are coming up ahead of us. We still have the likes of, we're going to see Sophia Medina again up against Bethany Hamilton, Tia Blanco and Molly Picklum. That's coming up in heat 15. Heat 14, Mia Collins and Talia Swindle. And then the last heat of this round will be Caroline Marks, making her first appearance here at the Supergirl Pro for 2021. 10.5 minutes remaining. And Olivia out in front with a total of 6.63. Her low score of 2.8. Noah Clapp, you need a 3.44 to move up into second spot. Alyssa Spencer has the big score from this heat, a 6.33. She needs a 0.04 to move up into second. And Sarah Freya with priority, being very patient, needing a 3.54 to move up into that second spot. Beautiful conditions. Fantastic day here at Oceanside for the 14th Nissan Supergirl Pro of Surf. And the Supergirl Series is a celebration of female empowerment, including surfing, snowboarding, gaming, and also has arguably the best vibe of any surf contest anywhere in the world.
Yeah, that's a Big 10-4. Yeah, just go take a walk around, and you know, if you're within an earshot or a few miles away, if you're watching this online, get on over here. It's here happening all day. Music's going until like 7:30 tonight. Beer garden's open if you're in the adult beverage scene, and then we're here all day tomorrow. And the plain white tees will wrap this thing up after the awards ceremony. We'll give a red cape. We'll hand out an $8,000 first place check. And then the plain white tees, a band that's globally famous, will ignite Oceanside and the Nissan Supergirl stage. So a lot going on here. This is a peer crowd check. Peer crowd check. Both hands up in the air. If you can hear us on the pier, now wave them like you just don't care. There you go. That's our version of the wave in a stadium. Good job. Half of you paid attention. Good job. There's Paul Baker getting images of people enjoying their slushies up on the pier.
Great to see so many people here. And Olivia, who is holding down the lead right now. Her best qualifying series event is back in 2018. A fifth position, a fifth spot there. And then in 2019 competed in one QS event for a 25th. So this is her first QS series event for 2021. It's for many of the surfers, it's been a bit of a break between drinks. There's a future world champion on the screen there for the people at home. And a bunch of groms. Great to see. Great to see everybody down enjoying the action, getting inspired by these incredible young surfers, as well as by everything else that is happening at the festival here behind us. Musicians, DJ competition, activities.
Yeah,
we have business, business-oriented panels. And this afternoon, we're going to have a panel featuring Carissa Moore.
Yeah, the Gillette Venus Presents. We'll get to that in a minute. Right now, we have surfing after a lull. Oof! Alyssa Spencer waiting for the opportunity and does back-to-back snaps off the top. There's a third. She's got a 6.33. This is going to definitely help her cause because she's so familiar with this wave, been here many times. Right now, she's generating that board speed, throwing it around. Give it up for Alyssa Spencer. That's going to help the cause.
Yeah, that was fantastic surfing, and this is why she's got an ISA under 16 world title, and then at the Taiwan World Juniors, the last time there was a World Juniors in 2019, she was second there.
Ooh, yeah.
So very mature surfing, and that puts her straight up into the lead. Look at that, an 8.17. An 8.17 for Alyssa Spencer, and she now has every other surfer in a combination situation, which means that every surfer has to replace both their rides in order to match her. Let's take a look on the replay here. The first turn, really critical. Beautiful bottom turn, and again, really leaning into that bottom turn to project herself up into the lip. So two good turns on a backhand, and then she got the line up on the inside, waited patiently, was able to push her way through. And looking for the finishing maneuver. We've seen this throughout the entire day. If you can start strongly and then finishing strongly, bang. Nice vertical backhand re-entry. An 8.17. Oh,
man,
Sarah Freya
Woo.
just did an enormous backhand re-entry and a free fall drop and made it. That's why she is on the US surf team, and she's looking for a 3.81 to move up into that second spot. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining, surfers. And we have scores to come in for Noah and Sarah. Olivia has priority. Surfer in green with priority. Alyssa Spencer in the lead. We'll give you the scores as soon as we can. Let's take another look at this on the replay. Just one big turn up into the lip.
Oh, man,
coming
that
down
was
with the lip.
Solid.
Critical surfing. We'll see if she gets the 3.81. She needs to move herself up into that second spot. And she does. She gets a 5.67. A 5.67, Sarah. Now, situation changes.
Yeah, Sarah, one hit solid, just full-on committal right where it counted, the critical zone. So that was solid. Not a lot of waves in this heat thus far, but delivering where they needed to. And Alyssa, with our first 8 of the day, highest scored wave thus far, and showing you what she's made of.
Yeah, so Olivia now needs a 4.68. Surfer in green, you have priority, you need a 4.68. And Noah Clapp, now in fourth, needs a 5.31. Also, Sarah is holding a 2.83 in her scoreline. So if she can drop that, that'll improve. And Alyssa Spencer, she has to improve on a 6.33. 3.5 minutes remaining. Great flurry of activity there. Two big scores, an 8.17 and a 5.67, coming within a minute of each other.
Yeah, it doesn't happen frequently, but all at once it just happened. You can see a little flat out there. We experienced this about the same time yesterday. A little bit of a lull. Wind then settled down as the skies cleared, but this is today, a new day. And remember, top 2 waves combined count. And so far, only 10 waves ridden in 22 minutes. Under 3 minutes left. Next up, Alexa Muss, Bella Kenworthy, Taylor Stacy, Nakia Fluren. A lot more surfing throughout the course of the day. Tons of music, tons of activity. Cruise up and down the boardwalk, find something that's cool for you. Get yourself a slushie, an ice cream cone, some food. And let's keep the beach clean as well. Thanks to the Marines. Thank you to the Air Force. We're right south of Camp Pendleton. This is a mecca of military activity. Thank you to all of our armed forces for all that they do, both past, present, and future coming up. All right, just over 2 minutes left. This feels like one of those heats where something's gonna happen right at the tail end because everything is close. Green going north, blue going south. They get snaps right about the same time. Blue is Noah Clapp, green is Olivia Pisana. And they're both gonna try to get it the inside, knowing there's not a lot of time left on the clock. You can see continuous hopping from blue, stopping. Green, Olivia gets one more, and she's able to ride that thing throughout. Give her a little love, would you?
Yeah, that was, so she's looking for a 4.68. 1 minute 30 remaining.
Yeah, 4.68 is what she needs to overtake Sarah in white, who has priority out there. 1:20 on the clock.
And Sarah has that 2.83 in her scoreline right now. So that's the danger, is that you know, that is a low score to have in your top 2. But Olivia did not get the 4.58 she needed on that ride, but there's still a minute to go.
Yeah, again, Olivia, you did not get what you needed there. Now you need a 4.58 still. And here we go, white, Sarah Freyer in that second spot, looking to improve upon that 2.83, as was just stated. And she's gonna wrap that around. 40 seconds left. Great view for you folks at home overhead. And for you folks live and up on the pier, you're seeing her hop along, and you'll see the waves start to reshape right here. Open face, and she executes it throughout. That is going to be helpful for her scoreline, I have a feeling.
So that was very mature surfing. Very important that she make that final maneuver, which she did. 20 seconds to go. 20 seconds. There's still time for Noah and Olivia. 10 seconds. Up and riding. This is Alyssa Spencer, the heat leader. This will be the last wave of this heat.
3,
bang!
2, 1.
Big turn now. Back on the right-hander, sweeping back. Nice cutback. Alyssa Spencer, her low score is 6.33.
Yeah, and then out the back, blue, that will not count. The heat is in fact over, so except the scoring will continue on red because she got the wave beforehand. Yep. And the surfers in the on the inside to the south, please keep paddling. Thank you. That's a closed section of our competition zone. Thank you. We're on a slight hold for our next heat for you folks online. Here we go. We're going to count this down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, for you folks at home, we're taking a small break. Alyssa Spencer just put on a fine show there with Sarah Freyer. We'll be back with more action online when we return to Oceanside.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Cause love, 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 love is all we need. Yeah.
The Finn Hotel, a tapestry collection by Hilton.
All right, for you folks online, welcome back to Oceanside. This is the Nissan Supergirl Pro. It's brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop NissanUSA.com. And by Adobe. Join us in the Create Waves Challenge to help protect our ocean. For more information, visit adobe.ly/creative waves. Again, for you folks at home and the people on the beach, it's sponsors like Nissan and Adobe that help not only pay the bills and fund the big checks, but make this event happen. Big props, big thanks goes out to the WSL, as well as ASA Entertainment. Rick Bratman and his crew have been doing this event for 14 consecutive years. Started in Huntington Beach, worked its way south, and it's been a staple of Oceanside activity every fall, every summer, and right now we're talking surfing. This is Taylor Stacy. White had priority, so she took advantage of it right there. Out of San Clemente, the youngster has done 2 QS events so far this year, and she just puts her first wave to the test. And those 2 previous events this year was the Jack's Surfboard Pro up in Huntington Beach and OBX out at Outer Banks at Janet's Pier. And for you folks at home right now, you're looking at the red of Alyssa Spencer signing autographs on the beach. We'll hear from her in just a minute down with Shannon. But with a couple waves caught, Taylor Stacy, you have a replay, getting them fins undone, and she decides that I got priority, I'm gonna take that. And she puts together a nice looking ride and earns a 3.0. Not quite as good as her grade point average. Taylor, I have a fin snowboard and get dangerously close to the pier. Ooh, wow, Taylor Stacy on a date with Destiny over there, but able to get back onto her board. The barnacles are like razors on that. It's not a place you want to get caught. Fortunately, they have wetsuits on, but those pylons there, barnacles stick to them. If you've ever been around a barnacle, you know it's no fun to put a piece of flesh up against. So get out of there, would you? Taylor, that was a .97, so with the 2 waves caught, you're currently in the lead. Surfer in white, Taylor Stacy in the lead with a 3.97. Alexa in red with a 1.13. You're in second. Nikia Fleuren, you are in second. Excuse me, third. You need a .21, and Bella Kenworthy still looking to catch a wave. Little foreshadow of Mia Collins, who's coming up next with Chiasa Mariuma and Talia Swindoll, Sol Aguirre. We'll see them in the next heat, but right now with just under 19 minutes left, Musk, Kenworthy, Stacy, and Fleuren. And Bella looking for her first wave, has it. Gets nice and floaty on top of that wave. And she is generating continued board speed on the inside, while out the back, Green is up and down, but let's keep our sights set on Bella Kenworthy. Give it up for Bella. All of 14 out of San Clemente, has a birthday somewhere around Thanksgiving this year, it looks like. Loves the air game. And her dad, by the way, of the legendary filmmaking fame, good old Jason Kenworthy. He's documented a lot of solid waves from around the world. Thank you for your dedication to giving us great images, Mr. Kenworthy, through the years. And Bella taking a page from the surf world. Red taking a gander. That's Alexa. And she's got the red jersey. It's the highest seed right here. You can see her racing towards an opportunity to throw her board. So that's just a whole bunch of setup. She's moving it back and forth, looking for a place to throw the board, wrap it around, and do it on her backhand. So a lot of energy, but a completed wave. And we're going to take a peek back for you folks online, seeing the beginning part of this wave, a nice wrap around, turn into the pocket. And you can see here, this is where she starts looking down the line saying there's something brewing. And she spends the majority of that ride pumping back and forth. If you folks on the beach were talking about the replay online. And it looks like a little break in the action. I hear in my ear we have possibly an interview with Alyssa Spencer. We'll get to that in a minute. Okay, indeed, Shannon, you're with Alyssa.
Thank you. Yes, San Diego local, here in your hometown. How does it feel to compete in the Super Gold Pro?
Yeah, this is like one of my favorite events of the year. I love that it's a women's event, and just the atmosphere around it is so positive, and it's just a super fun event overall, so I'm excited to be here.
Well, I think you're about 9 years old when you first started coming down here. How did the women inspire you to compete and be a professional surfer?
Yeah, I used to come down here and watch this event every year when I was just a little girl learning how to surf, and it was just so inspiring seeing the girls, surfing so well, and it definitely sparked a little dream in me to want to be here one day. So yeah, it's pretty cool to kind of look back and be like, wow, like you actually made it. You're surfing against these girls now, which is just crazy.
And you're fresh off a win in the Outer Banks, your first QS win. How did that feel, and how does that launch you forward into this one?
Yeah, the Outer Banks, that was such a fun event, and I'm so grateful that I was able to take the win there. It was definitely a special one because it was my first ever QS win, but yeah, I think I definitely have a lot of positive momentum moving forward, and hopefully I can just keep it rolling.
All right, it's going to be hard to beat her. Watch her in the next round, Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, Alyssa Spencer getting a little TV time or webcast time. Awesome. Good stuff. Won the QS in Outer Banks earlier this year, so passing on some information about, when she was young. She came down here as a little girl, like a lot of you little girls that are out there right now. Take note, that could be you on the computer screen or out in this competition someday. And right now, let's just do a quick recap. Back to reality. Bella Kenworthy with a couple waves caught. You are in the lead. Surfer in blue in the lead with an 8.9. In the white, Taylor Stacy. You need a 5.9 in order to take the lead. You will most likely ditch those two small wave scores if we have the time. Let's go to green right now. Live up and riding, up and down. That was Nikia Floren with priority. In third place, Alexa Muss, needing a 1.88 to get into that second place transfer spot to advance. And then red, here we go. Alexa, as we're talking about her, she needs just something more than nothing. And that will do it there. Wait for those scores to drop in. While I have this opportunity, Jazzy, our eyes out in the field, you just had an opportunity to go check out the Air Force booth. Talk to us about it.
Yeah, so I was over by the Echo booth. It is a free virtual reality experience. It was so cool. I wouldn't have known what I was missing if I hadn't gone in and tested it. I went in, they suit you up with headphones, goggles, a receptive head pack, and they tested me your skills on speed, hearing, and see how well you do against things like physical attacks, cyber attacks, and stealth attacks. It made me appreciate the soldiers that we have because I probably would have died like 50 times over. So I suggest you guys all on the beach head over to Echo and test that out. It's completely free, and you could probably win a chance to get up on that leaderboard. Really cool.
Wow, fantastic. So Jazzy's had a chance to go check it out. For you folks that are at home, we were just witnessing Bella Kenworthy's 4.23 ride, which puts her into first place. Congratulations thus far on that great wave. Thanks, Jazz. Go back out there and find some more great stuff. That's in our Fan Experience Expo area. And Bella, you now have taken charge. 4.23. Priority is white, green, red. And green up and down. All right, situation looks like this. Bella Kenworthy in the lead, Taylor Stacy in the white. You need a 5.9 in order to take over the lead. Alexa Muss, you need a 1.88. You need a 1.88 to transfer over. Nakia Floren, you need a 2.85. Plenty of time on the clock, 12 left. Priority, white, red, blue. White, red, blue. And all but those colors, green going for it right now. This is Nakia. And hopping along all the way to the inside. You just feel the energy, feel the activity going on. Don't forget to post on social media at Supergirl Pro or hashtag Nissan at Supergirl Pro, any of the photos, anything else you're doing out there. I want to thank White Claw Hard Seltzer Surge, a stronger wave of refreshment with 8% alcohol. And also stay informed with everything that's going on. Our app for today is available from the App Store for free. Supergirl Series, again, just all put together. That's a free app that has all the information. And as well, Nissan. Shop your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com. Jolin, the official sponsor of the Supergirl Surf Pro and active surf girls everywhere. They got a great booth set up over there by our esports village. So we try to make sure we thank everybody, including you folks, for being down here, as well as the folks that are watching the webcast from around the globe. Welcome on in. This is Oceanside. We're at heat number 13 of 16 in our round of 64. Local time here in Oceanside is 11:43. We'll go till right around the 4 o'clock hour today, get down to probably around the round of 16, and reconvene back here at 8 o'clock for Super Sunday Finals, Super Girl Sunday, and crown ourselves a queen or a Super Girl. 10 minutes on the clock, no situation change. So for Alexa Muss in the red, who's in that fourth position, needing a 1.88. Her and her brother love to snowboard and as well do a whole bunch of surfing. So far for Alexa this season, took 17th at the Outer Banks. Her goal is to charge big waves around the world, and she's already been towed into Phantoms already out in Hawaii. That's pretty darn respectable. We're going on blue now, though. This is Bella Kenworthy. Bella out of San Clemente, just north of here by a few miles. All of 14, and she's hopping along on the inside, knowing what it takes to put a good score on the score line. Here she is. It's mas beautiful, Bella, mas beautiful. Well done. Heck of a skateboarder, too. The Vans Ladybird, part of the pink helmet posse. Love that. Bella, solid on the skate side of things. We talked about this yesterday. You get better doing more airs, whether it's in the water or on the coping in a skate park or a skate pipe. You're having a look back right now online. Bella Kenworthy with a nice vert snap on that last wave. That's going to score well for her. Bella, you'll be happy to know that that is your highest score of your three, a Extends your lead to a 10.17. Taylor Stacy, you now need a 7.17 to take the lead. Nikia Floren, you still need a 1.85, and Alexa Muss, you need a 1.88. Under 8 minutes left. Next heat, Mia Collins, Shiasa Marayuma, Talia Swindoll, Sol Aguirre. Feel free to go check out the Paul Mitchell booth if you're here locally. They are right behind the big tower scaffolding next to Nissan. They're doing braids for charity and learn a lot about quality hair care products. Go visit the folks that are there, the stylists from the Paul Mitchell School of Style. And right now, let's talk a little style and surfing. Red going south, jumping off. That was Muss saying there's nothing doing. Green, Floren on her 7th wave, trying to find the right recipe. See white near the pier, the north end of this field, taking a gander. I'm smelling pizza, craving pizza, and the original barbecue chicken pizza from California Pizza Kitchen. Visit California Pizza Kitchen's mobile kitchen in front of the main stage. Get yourself a pizza pie. A pizza pie. Front Wave Credit Union, proud to sponsor the 2021 Supergirl Surf Pro. For nearly 70 years, Front Wave Credit Union has been making local financial dreams come true. Banking, lending, saving, and planning. Dream big, they got you. We keep talking about Nissan. If you need a new car, go check out the Nissans here. They've got educated people that will talk to you about it. They're all about the surf. They've helped the Supergirl Pro for many, many a moon, and we thank them for their support. They're on site, and if you're considering a new vehicle, consider a Nissan. Go to their Nissan store today, test drive one, or go to nissanusa.com. All right, no change in the action as we approach the 5-minute mark. Pepperoni, baby. Nice to have the big cameras out and all the visitors along Oceanside taking a peek down the beach and on the pier as we approach noon, and we're at the 5-minute mark. This is our 13th heat of 16 in a round of 64. Nissan Supergirl Pro, a 14th annual event, started in 2008 back in Huntington Beach as a junior event under the ASP, which is the Association of Surfing Professionals. Around a few years back, ASP changed to WSL, the World Surf League, one of the leading authorities in the organizational and the technical part of making sure the events are put in order, put at the right qualifying level, and how they all come together. So thank you, WSL, for making this happen. The 4 ladies in the water are fighting for 2 positions to move from the round of 64 into the round of 32. The red is looking for, the red of Alexa Muss is in 4th position, looking to score a 1.88. The scoring system is from 0 to 10, so Alexa's looking for a minor scoring wave in order to get into either the 2nd or the 1st place spot. Same with the green competitor, Nikia Floren. She has 2 minor league scores, looking to get a 1.85 to move into that transfer position. In 2nd place with priority, meaning if any wave comes in, she has the priority to take that over the rest of the competitors. She's in the white. Taylor Stacy resides in San Clemente, and she is the 2nd with a 3.97. Way above the field with 2 of her 3 waves, combining for a 10.17 is Miss Bella Kenworthy. And she spends her time coming out of New Jersey. Jersey, baby. Just over 3 minutes left in this heat. Bella had the opportunity so far this year to log a couple of qualifying series events, took 5th place at both of them. One was in Huntington Beach, one was in North Carolina. You'll see that Taylor Stacy is looking for a wave, since I'm not going for that one. Alexa's looking for anything right now because she's in that Dire Straits 4th place spot. Energy is a little lower than it was about an hour ago on these sets. This is a dying end, the tail end of a south-southwest swell. 2 to 3 foot waves today, intermittently coming as we've seen. And the swell was just something spectacular rolling in mid-Sunday. It made for phenomenal competition all week long, or conditions all week long. And you see red and white right next to each other. Red really wanting it, but white saying, I got priority. I get this wave due to the rules and regulations of this event. So Taylor Stacy, we'll talk more about that in a minute, but right now she's going to set her sights on coming inside on possibly her last ride. San Clemente native puts one vert, holds on to it, and rides it out. All right, give her a little love, and she's uncomfortably in that second place spot. So you saw on that takeoff, right next to her clawing was Alexa Muss on her left, on Taylor Stacy's left. With priority, that means she can take that wave over any of the other competitors, as we've mentioned, and she did just that to fend off Alexa, who's in 4th, who only needs a 1.88. So by doing that, she thwarted the effort on that wave for Alexa to get any opportunity to score better. For you folks at home having a look, there is the last part of this wave from Taylor Stacy. And we go back live. Green, blue, up and at it. More important for green than blue, as Bella had priority. Priority now goes to red, then green. But let's focus on the inside of Bella, our current heat leader, who will advance out of this heat with the way it's going. Look at her on the inside. Beautiful work, Bella. Yeah, on the beach, give that young lady some love. Only 14 out of San Clemente. We're down to 25 seconds. Anything on the horizon for green and red? Doesn't look like it. Down to the last few seconds. And we're going to count this down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. For you folks online, we'll be back with more from Oceanside, this Nissan Supergirl Pro 2021.
I feel like I've always known what I wanted. I always knew I wanted to become. I've always wanted to be a pro surfer since I was in 4th grade. And I'm here now, and obviously you have goals within that goal of what you want to become, which for me is world champion, and to pave a stronger, more powerful path for the next generation.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
We're for the trailblazers and the thrill seekers, the craftsmen and the tastemakers, those dedicated to country and community, family and friends, working to carve out a better life for themselves in a patch of California that's more focused on authenticity than image, more substance than show. We're Front Wave Credit Union. For banking, lending, saving, planning. We're the place to get started and the place to kick it into high gear. So dream big. We got you.
And back to Oceanside for the webcast. Welcome in, World Wide Web, Nissan Supergirl Pro, brought to you by Jolene. For women who inspire us, the official swimwear sponsor of the Supergirl Surf Pro and the unofficial sponsor of Active Girls Everywhere. And by Blenders Eyewear, fresh from San Diego, rocked with pride worldwide. Visit blenderseyewear.com. Use the coupon code Supergirl20 and save 20% now. That's good for you people here on the beach and for our viewers on the World Wide Web. And we want to remind Tia Blanco from the Ultimate Surfer to check in. Tia Blanco, please check in. You're in the next heat. But let's get it on now with a surfer in red, Mia Collins, who sees something all spry and nice. She gets one vert smack and then gets gobbled up by the foam. But each one of our heats features 25 minutes. If you've been here a minute, you know that there's some pause in between. A little lull. You take advantage of what you can. Talia Swindoll in her second wave. Had a brief opportunity just to say hi to her yesterday. A Scholastic Surf Series competitor since 2019. Won the shortboard and the longboard back in Manhattan Beach back in 2019 and recently competed in the Jack Surfboard Pro. So this is her second QS. Welcome to the jungle, if you will, the 15-year-old Talia from Malibu. 2 waves ridden. Talia, you're in the lead, following suit as to what you did yesterday. With a 2 and a 2.83, you have the lead. Sol Aguirre, your first ride was a 4. Mia Collins from Newport Beach, you got a 1.1. And for you folks around the globe, we had a little earthquake in these parts. A 4-point-something last night, shook some tables, no major damage or injuries, but the seismic activity is alive and well here in Southern California. As they say, it's just a matter of time. But creating some waves out here today are our competitors for this Nissan Supergirl Pro. High noon hour approaching here, Paul Mitchell time. And some great surfing throughout the course of the day so far. Our next heat will feature Tia Blanco, Bethany Hamilton, Sophia Medina, and Molly Picklum. Little lull going on here. Celsius Live Fit. I'm having one of them energy drinks right now. It's keeping me fired up and fueled up. I'm not having a White Claw Hard Seltzer Surge. It's against my religion, so I'm not doing that, but I hear it's really good. Boardy for breast cancer in the house. We'll talk about them in a minute. We want to see some surfing. And look at that. Chiasa Mariuma. Some from Chiba, Japan. Represents Japan and USA. Dual citizenship. Gets her first one under her belt. And last year, right before COVID hit, she had a couple of QS events up at Pismo Beach and Morro Beach. And I believe she went to Huntington Beach High. And we welcome Mark Fuel back. It appears you were out doing some fun stuff.
Yeah, I firstly went and got lathered up at the Sunbun booth. The great products stop us from frying out in the sun, and checked out their new skincare line, which is some beautiful packaging. I worked with an artist on that, so great to see. And they've got these fabulous congratulations Carissa Moore stickers as well. So get down to the Sunbun booth, check that out. But there's just a lot of great activity happening. There's obviously food and there's dancing, and oh, there we go. There's the beautiful coconut hand sanitizer from Sunbun.
Yep, hand sanitizer.
Secret supply.
Ooh, look at this, Sol Aguirre.
Sol Aguirre not able to do that, but yeah, there's just such a great energy out there, and got down to the Lenovo gaming booth as well, and there's just so much to see, and so that's why I was MIA for about 20 minutes.
And you got a chance to go check out the energy. We know that Bella Kenworthy put some energy out there in the ocean, walked away victorious in that last heat, and we get the opportunity now at home and on the beach to hear from her. Take it away, Shannon.
Thank you. Yeah, Bella, you're one of the youngest competitors at 14 years young, but your local knowledge is definitely shining through. What was your strategy out there?
My strategy was just to get the best waves and surf them the best I could.
Well, you've been ripping lowers as your home break. How does that spot help you train for a contest like this?
Lowers helps me train. I think it's just so crowded that I can just use to battling people. Yeah.
Awesome. You're also really big into aerial surfing, and women's surfing in general is seeing just absolute evolution so quickly. Tell me a little bit about how you learned to do airs and what you're seeing in the girls around you.
Yeah, I learned to do airs just from skateboarding. I could do them on a skateboard and then I just transferred them into the ocean.
Awesome. Well, any words for your fans and friends watching on the webcast?
Oh, thank you everyone for watching, and thanks to my sponsors.
All right, local girl, moving on.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Shannon, and a great young talent there in Bella Kenworthy. Her father, very, very talented in the water and around the water as well in terms of photography. One of the greats, and Bella Kenworthy there, one of the up-and-coming stars, and as mentioned there, has fantastic air game. And what we're seeing is our competitors who are participating in and excelling in a number of sports, and skateboarding is a pretty consistent other sport, but golf is another one, jiu-jitsu as well, and so we're seeing very multifaceted young ladies coming up with talent across many different areas. So 17 minutes remaining, and it is Sol Aguirre who is in front, a 4 and a 1.17. Talia Swindle, we saw both Talia and Sol competing yesterday. You have a 4.83 total, a 2 is your low score. You need a 2.35 to move in the lead. Marumara, you have a 2.7 and you need a 2.14, and this is Talia up and riding. One quick turn, looking for a 2.35. Chiasa, you need a 2.14. And Mia Collins, you have priority. You need a 3.73 to move up into that second spot. And Mia Collins competed here last year in the Invitational that we had, and it was coming in as number 16 QSC last year after a second place up at the SlowCal Open at Pismo Beach, and a 9th in the Sydney Pro the last time it was held in 2019, and she's competed here every year since 2012. But up and riding now, this is Sol Aguirre. And a quick in and out. We are seeing a dropping tide, a little bit more wind out on the water. And if you have just joined us, this is the 14th occurrence of the Nissan Supergirl Pro of surfing. There's also been Supergirl Pros of snowboarding, and the Supergirl Gamer Pro is also incorporated into these events. So it truly is a celebration of female empowerment and providing a festival centered around social, athletic, cultural, education, business and entertainment opportunities for young women, and including areas where women have traditionally been underrepresented. So ASA Entertainment has been putting this on for 14 years and putting it on with purpose, sitting behind it, and we have seen the rise of significant talent that has come through the ranks here and then gone under the world stage, and yet they keep coming back year after year. Tatiana Weston-Webb, one example of that. Caroline Marks coming up in a heat. Bethany Hamilton. Tia Blanco also coming up in the next heat. So up and riding though. This is Chiasa. She needs a 2.31 to advance. We'll be able to ride this through onto the inside and out the back. This is Mia Collins on her backhand. Big first turn. Riding out, making sure that she gets out clean, that it counts as a scoring maneuver as she pushes through onto the inside. Doesn't get the inside line, but good, strong start there. Aguirre, our heat leader. So a couple of scores yet to come in. We'll bring you all of the results. 13.5 minutes is remaining in this, and today we're going to get through this round of 64, and then we'll also get round the whole 8 heats we expect of the round of 32. Swindle with priority, using a priority and in and out. So priority changes. We are waiting for scores from each surfer. So Talia Swindle, that wave didn't change it. Let's take a look here at Mia Collins' big backhand turn. And this time yesterday, as the tide dropped out, we saw that those big maneuvers out the back, even if only one, were the scoring rides. And it was a 5.5. Mia Collins, a 5.5 for that ride, combined with your 1.1 puts you into the lead. Chiasa, you need a 3.04. Sol with priority. Green, you have priority. You need a 2.27 to advance. And Talia, you need a 3.45 to advance. 12 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. And some of the names that we've seen come through the ranks here and take victory. Coco Ho, of course, the first winner, and then winning again 2016. Courtney Conlog in 2009. I think you've heard of her. 2010 was Coco Ho again. 2011, Lakey Peterson. All of these surfers have gone onto the world stage. Sage Eriksson, Malia Manuel, Sage Eriksson again, Tatiana Weston Webb. So you can see that a win or a good place here is an indication that you may well end up on the world tour later on in life. Okay, taking a look here, Mia Collins for a second scoring ride. Gets the manoeuvre in, makes sure she completes it. Will she be able to get anything on the inside? And decides to just cut out of that. But now she has 2 scores on the board. And this is Talia. Big turn. Oh, and just the fins just got loose there. Sol also was on that wave. Talia was on her way to a pretty big score with that layback slash. And we just saw her fins just slide out a little bit, and then the rail grabbed the water on the way down and flipped the board over. 10 minutes and 45 seconds. Scores coming in. And we are in Oceanside, California, and it's a beautiful time of year. In fact, it's a beautiful time of year any time of year, but fall traditionally here, we get plenty of swell in September. So this is Talia, and over on the left was Sol. So Sol getting it vertical and rode out clean, and so that maneuver gave her a 3.8, and that moves her up into second position. So situation, Mia Collins, a 3.07 on your last ride, you are in the lead. Sol, you are in second, you need a 4.58 to take the lead. Chiasa, you have priority, surfer in blue, you need a 4.23, and Talia Swindle, that last wave of 1.57, you need 4.97 to advance. Just under 10 minutes remaining in this heat. And as I say, if you're coming down to Southern California and Oceanside, there's a fantastic new hotel, the Mission Pacific, which is the official hotel of the Supergirl Surf Pro, right here on the beach, and being constructed in the last year since the competition this year. Thank you to all of our sponsors, of which there are many who make this event happen, but also help provide what is an incredible atmosphere, festival atmosphere down here, including Paul Mitchell and Cuts and Colours happening down there. A lot of activity. It's absolutely fantastic to be in Southern California at this time of year. 8 minutes and 55 seconds to go. And Mia Collins, your low score of 3.07. Sol, you need a 4.58. Chiasa, you have priority, you need a 4.23. And Talia, you need a 4.97 to advance. Next up in the water, we are going to see Bethany Hamilton, Tia Blanco, Sophia Medina, and Molly Picklum. Wow, what a heat. There's Talia over on the right, not able to get around that section. Her low score is a 2.17, but she needs that 4.97 to move up into the first 2 spots, which will qualify her for the next round of 32. 8 minutes to go.
Nice job, Fuel. That awesome Australian voice you're hearing, that is Mark Fuel. How long have you been? You've lived here since 2000?
2002.
2002. That's right.
Yeah.
So much vast experience and knowledge. What was your home break in Australia?
Manly Beach.
Beach.
Ferry Bower and Manly Corner.
Oh.
Yeah, but I'm a member of QBC, Queenscliff Board Riders Club. National champions, 1991.
Yeah. Well, you're back in the 20th
Actually,
century.
they've been national champions since then as well. But, there's strong surf Board Riders Club culture there. Up and riding here, but we're starting to see that. Just over on the left, we're starting to see that with West Coast Board Riders as well, the club-based competition, which become a great way for all ages, but to compete together, but particularly for the youngsters coming up. It creates this great community. So we're starting to see the rise of club-based surfing. Here, there's East Coast, there's West Coast, and that's happened in the last couple of years. So it's great to see because it creates a lot of camaraderie, creates opportunity for competition, and also a lot of fun. So very happy to see that happening. Look at the crowd that we've got down here. Hey everybody, welcome to Oceanside. Great to have you on hand here. It's one of the things that we know that the surfers love. Talia up and riding. And able to complete that maneuver.
Yeah, this young lady yesterday just came out swinging, took both her heats and advanced on. It's just really cool to both of her waves that she scored yesterday worked for her, and she's just a happy-go-lucky 15-year-old, her first QS event, and so far here she's got a little bit more work to do. We'll see what the judges say about that, but she's got the most waves scored.
Yeah, certainly been very busy. A 2.87 on that last ride. You still need a 4.93. 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Priority is with Mia Collins. Surfer in red has priority. Yeah, second priority is blue, then green.
I can tell you from experience, next heat in the water is going to be a busy one. That's why a lot of people are here. We'll talk about that in a minute. But right now, Carissa Mariuma looking to get 4.23, about 5 minutes left in the next heat. If you have people that are working their way down from the north, the traffic in the 5 is ridiculously slow. Time update with 5 minutes left. Mia Collins, you have priority. Green, second. White, third. This is the update. Mia Collins in the lead with an 8.57. Green, Solagire, you need a 4.58 to take the lead. You have a 7.8 total. Carissa Mariuma, you need a 4.23, looking to get rid of that 2.7. And in fourth in white, Talia Swindoll, you need a 4.93, 4:40 on the clock.
Yeah, this is still a close heat when you see that any of the of three of the surfers with less than a 5 can push themselves up into those first 2 spots. Mia Collins also has a 3.07 that she's holding as her low score, so that does also mean that that she is susceptible to attack. So improving on that score will make it all that much harder for the other surfers, because she does have a 5.5. It's the only 5 in anybody's scoreline in this heat, as we see the dropping tide and slow waves. Certain heats get busy, and then other ones do tend to go a little bit quiet. Although if you look at the number of waves that Talia has caught, you wouldn't think that. Around about 8 waves caught, but both of those are in the 2s. 3.5 minutes to go here.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the energy is palpable behind here. You were just scrolling through it. I did as well. I chose not to go any further than just take a peek left and right because there's a lot of people here. My daughter Jaslyn's been out in the mix, chopping it up, figuring out what's good, what's bad. We'll get some reports from her in a minute, but it's all about the surfing right now as we're down to just about 3 minutes. You folks online, you're seeing a shot down the beach. Bethany Hamilton and Tia Blanco, along with Sophia Medina and Molly Picklum just stepped in, but right now, 2 up and at it, and red is continuing on. That's Mia Collins, current heat leader, looking to add a little bit more to her scoreline, get rid of that 307. And feeling out how this whole situation works.
Yeah, it's coming down to the last 3 minutes. This is where if you've got a low score and you're in the lead, you can get rid of it. You're not safe. We've seen literally in the last 10 seconds, surfers can come from behind and come through and take a spot, either in progression or even the first place spot. But Mia Collins did slightly improve her situation there. She got a 3.6. So now Aguirre with priority, surfer in green, needs a 5.11 to take the lead. Chiasa needs a 4.23 and Talia a 4.93 to advance. So their situations with 2 minutes remaining has not changed, but Mia improved her situation just slightly. Coming up this afternoon in concert, we've got Olivia Lunny and Layla Blue, and then finishing up this afternoon. Let's take a look.
Green with priority. Green in that priority position, takes it and does not capitalize on that priority. Now White, Talia Swindoll in fourth, needing a 4.93. She has priority over the rest of the surfers, so she'll see if she can't be at the right position. Blue is paddling. However, White has the priority. She takes advantage of that. She gets a nice snap off the top. One more as well. Talia in need of something very special. 3 in a row with some energy left on it. On the inside, she's redirecting, coming towards you folks on the pier. She's right at us here with just under a minute left. She can hear you on the shore. Let Talia know you appreciate some fine quality surfing late in the heat.
Yeah, so that was very well surfed with 45 seconds remaining, and went for the turn at the end but played it safe. Didn't do too much, made sure she rode out of that. But there were 3 turns on the outside and then the closing turn on the inside. Wait to see what that score is. Is it going to be the 4.93 with 30 seconds to go? Will she challenge for that second position? 25 seconds.
It's going to be close, Mark. Oh, in a 4.23, not enough, but she now needs a 3.57. 20 seconds on the clock.
Oh, layback slash there for Sol. So Talia now needs a 3.57.
We are down to 10 seconds. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that ends that heave. So for Talia Swindoll, she just, by about a half a point, missed the opportunity to transfer on unofficially. Mia Collins and Sol Aguirre are advancing on to the round of 32. Stand by for the beginning of our next heat. Stand by. Great energy out there. Great surfing. We're ready for the next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, for you surfers at home, we are going to be back at Oceanside in just a few minutes. Stand tight, hold tight. All right, clear on the webcast. Right now, we're going to go.
Return to rugged. The all-new, ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Some give their weekends. Some devote their entire lives. All we need are the moments of courage, of resilience and ingenuity, devotion, integrity, selflessness and excellence. Full-time, part-time, in or out of uniform. All we need is the best of you. How many moments can you give?
Location, North San Diego County, Oceanside, California. This is the Nissan Supergirl Pro, brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop nissanusa.com. And by Paul Mitchell, professional salon products, cruelty-free since 1980. Well, Nissan has been on board for quite some time, as well as Paul Mitchell. We thank them for their support and love for this Supergirl Pro, a 14th iteration of this event. Started in Huntington Beach in 2008, and here we are, 2021. Relatively new decade upon us, and a whole new slew of surfers out in the mix. But we have some veterans as well, like Bethany Hamilton in this heat. Hello, folks on the World Wide Web. Hello, folks on the beach and the pier. Bethany's got a wave under her belt. Tia Blanco's got a couple. Sophia Medina, you've got a 3.0, puts you in second place. And the Aussie, Molly Picklum, in the green, you have a 4.83. And it's our job to disseminate the information to you about who they are out there, where they're from, and what they do. Mark Fuel sitting by my side. I'm Uncle Lee alongside Shannon Quirk, who is down on the beach doing the interviews. This is heat number 15 of 16 of a round of 64. Yes, when the hands are being waved, we let you know what's going on. Molly Picklum, you have a 4.83. You're in the lead. Everybody else is chasing you with 21 minutes and change remaining.
Yeah, and Molly Picklum in the lead there with a 4.83, and she has been on fire this year. She's had 3 first-place events already, all of them in the home country of Australia. Of course, there's been restrictions on travel around the world, but she's picked up wins at the Great Lakes Pro, the Central Coast Pro, and then the Tweed Coast Pro. So she has been on fire. Very, very powerful surfer, just 18 years of age. And so this is her first season really going after the WQS rankings. And right now, she's currently ranked number 1 in the qualifying series.
Yeah, Molly Picklum, once again, 20 minutes remaining. Nothing's changed from the first wave you caught, 4.83. Just keep doing what you're doing.
And now also, here we see, is this Tia Blanco? Or is that...
That's Bethany.
That's Bethany. There we go.
There
Bethany in the blue. So Bethany Hamilton coming onto the inside. And Bethany is a very powerful surfer, whether it be in 10-foot plus rides or waves, or even in these smaller waves. And back in 2018, I think it was, or 2016, a 3rd place at the World Tour event over there in Fiji. We got to see just how fearless she is, and she's been competing since the 1990s. And as you can see, one of the fittest surfers as well. Paddles herself out with one arm, and it doesn't matter. Also duck dives. So let's take a look here at Bethany Hamilton. You can see here she's just got fantastic style. Up into the lip. Uses her arm as balance, and then gets low to keep her momentum moving forward. And Bethany Hamilton just fantastic champion, a great individual, and such an inspiring story. And whether it's Unstoppable, the documentary, or any of her 8 books that she's published.
Yeah, and Aaron Lieber that pieced that film together. They spent years on that. They developed a great friendship as well, which makes for a great documentary, of course. But White, let's talk about Sofia Medina from Brazil, all of 16.
Yep.
Mauritius, Brazil is her home turf, where she's from. A regular footer.
Sister of a little-known Brazilian male surfer who just happens to be 3-time world champion, Gabriel Medina. And we saw yesterday, at the age of 16, just what a great competitor Sofia Medina is. Very, very tactical. Caught the waves. She was the first to notice that the currents were moving very strongly, and then would catch a wave, get out and ride up. So at her age, very smart surfer, a lot of energy. And right now, she's now in first position with a 3 and a 2.5. So just chipping away at it. Molly Picklum in green with priority with just 1 ride. Bethany Hamilton, a 3.13 and a 1. And Tia Blanco, you need 4.21 to move up into qualifying situation. But a lot of time here.
A lot of time left out here. And we're going to do a beach interview shortly here. Find the right time. 17 and a half minutes on the clock. Bethany and Tia in that 3rd and 4th position. Sophia and Molly in the 1st and 2nd position. A lot of opportunity still remains. Tide's pushing out. 2 o'clock, 2:15 is low tide today. Filling back in for the rest of the day. Sun sets at 6:53 tonight. There's a big old wall of voodoo. That thing's going to close out right on those 2 surfers. Big wave, but no surfing opportunity. One of the sizable ones of the afternoon. Yeah, representing and at this time, it looks like we have just a break in the action, and I think we have Mia Collins, previous heat winner, down below with Shannon. If we have the opportunity, we'll get down there with her now.
Yeah, thank you guys. I'm here with the last heat winner, Mia Collins. She's hailing from Newport and Huntington Beach, so you have tons of practice here. What was your strategy out there today?
Well, the conditions are tricky here, but there's a lot of good opportunities, so I was just looking for those one-off opportune waves, and it seems like they were judging off of like big set waves and stuff like that, so I was trying to just find the opportunity and utilize it.
What makes this event so special? There's so many women here. How's this different than most other contests?
I've been doing this contest since I was 9, so it's just been like a tradition every year to come down to Oceanside and see all the girls and compete with the best women in the world and just feel that like ultra superpower girl vibe, and it's really cool, and everyone's so supportive and the fans are amazing, and like you see all the little girls come down here and they're just psyched out of their minds, so it's just really fun, and you always feel the love at this contest, and that's what makes it really special.
Awesome. Well, give a shout out to anyone that's supporting you and a thank you if you'd like.
I just want to thank my mom and my dad and my boyfriend David, and just all the love that you've given me, and then all of my sponsors and just everything that's been getting me to this point. I really appreciate everything, so thanks.
Congrats. Moving on to the next round, Mia Collins.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
Love that. Great interview. I don't know if you folks turned off the feed, but that's thanking mom and dad, and thanking your family.
You got real close.
Mom and dad.
Thank you for doing that. Sorry about that.
Of course, no worries. You look great though.
All right.
Thank you.
How do I adjust this?
Continuing on, Sophia Medina from Brazil. Everyone else with her sister who's got the DNA for surf. And
I have to shove it this way.
All right, having a look online, there is Bethany working her way back out there. Situation looks like this as scores have come in. Molly Picklum, you're in first place with an 8.5. Bethany Hamilton, you're in second with a 4.07 and a 3.13. Sophia Medina, you are needing a 3.71 in the third position. Tia Blanco with priority. Red has priority. You have a 4.0. You need a 3.84.
And if you look at Molly Picklam's results over the last few years, in 2018 she was ranked 217th in the world, 2019 55th, and now she is ranked number 1. Okay, Tia Blanco using her authority and her priority to take that wave and get herself a score, a 3.84. Tia Blanco is a fierce competitor. She's a wonderful young lady, but if you've been watching the ABC Ultimate Surfer, you know that she loves competition. She's not scared to take on anybody, and she used her priority very strategically there. She's looking for a 3.84 to advance. It was a good first turn. Wasn't able to do much after it, but the judges have been awarding big first turns, as we see Sophia Medina staying very busy. Picked herself up a nice right-hander just to hit off the top. Now we'll be looking for the link on the inside. Working her way through. Oh, and that's the first fall that we have seen.
Yeah, Tia Blanco is getting after it. Nice vertical snap, able to hold, not on. So great maneuver, but the execution of that critical zone, riding it out, is uber critical. So that will not help out much. But Tia, and that wave previously was a 4.77, so you slid into the second spot and knocked Bethany down into the third place spot.
Yeah, and psychologically, it's really hard when you're that close. You can see how close Tia is to the pier. When you're going left and you're halfway through a re-entry and that the piers are rising up above you, it takes supreme effort and confidence, to not be distracted by that.
Molly Picklam situation, you have priority, you're in the lead with an 8.5. Tia Blanco's right behind you with an 8.14. She needs a 3.74. Bethany Hamilton in blue, you have second priority. And red is up and down. That was Tia who had a little wobble. Bethany Hamilton, your second priority, you're in third place. You need a 4.08. Again, surfer in blue, you need a 4.08. And Sophia Medina, you have third priority. Sophia white bib, you need a 4.65. 11:30 on the clock. So again, for you folks that are here on the beach, we're also doing a live webcast. You can tell your friends and family right now to log on to supergirlpro.com or the Surfline site or the WSL site, and you can tell them that you're here watching the best girl surfers in the world do their thing, including this young lady, Molly Picklam from Australia. Solid up-and-comer who's all of 19 from Gosford, Australia.
Yeah, up there on the central coast of Australia.
Took Female Rising Star in the Aussie Surfing Awards last year, and Tia is keeping extra busy too, the Ultimate Surfer.
And Tia, a former ISA world champion, open world champion. And now the back, Bethany Hamilton, in and out.
Yeah, so a lot more action in this heat than the previous one. The ocean's still staying alive. You can see the wind pushing around out there. 5 to 7 knots today, they're saying, between the 12 and the 3 o'clock hour. Low tides at 2:14. Official Paul Mitchell time right now is 12:35. And a beautiful day to be here late summer afternoon. Typically this event is held in July or August. And one more time, Molly, the situation remains the same. You are in the lead with an 8.5. Tia Blanco needs a 3.74 to overtake you. Bethany Hamilton, you're in second, needing a 4.08. And Sophia Medina with priority in white, you need a 4.65. 9:50 on the clock. And for you folks on the beach, we do have that webcast going on. And for the webcast, we got the beach going on with Bethany in the water, a massive crowd on hand. We're all about watching the surfers and giving the information to them as they need to know what they need and how much time is left. So that is our primary objective. 9 on the clock. Molly in green in the lead. Priority is blue, then green. And Bethany, you need a 4.08. Bethany needs a 4.08. Looking to ditch a 3.13. Sophia Medina in white, you need a 4.65.
Decent size wave there, but very straight on the angle of the swell. Not giving a lot of opportunity, but we did see yesterday when it became like this that if you can get into the wave and do one big turn, it's going to score well. So that'll be the strategy for likely the rest of the afternoon of competition, especially as you see it gets much harder, if not impossible, to move from the outside all the way through to the inside. It just kind of fades out. This is Bethany Hamilton up and riding on her backhand. Beautiful backhand turn there. Maintains her balance, not easy to do in that white water, and then cuts out. So she needs a 4.08 to move into second spot.
Under 8 minutes on the clock. So yeah, needing that 4.08. It is a strategy out here. You need certain scores in order to get into those top 2. And that's what the athletes are looking for here. Round of 64, and look at that, with a 4.2. She needed a 4.08, and here's a look back for you folks at home.
Yeah, this is how she did it. Just vertical attack, and able to handle the white water and ride out of it. So that puts her into second position. Tia Blanco now bumped down into third, needs a 3.5, and Sophia Medina needs a 4.77. Molly Picklum has priority and has a 3.67 as her low score with 7 minutes to go.
Next up, Carolyn Marks, Brooke Young, Leah Pakpour, and Hanako Kurakawa. That's our 16th and final heat of a round of 64, but a lot more action in the water here as Molly Picklum has priority, followed by Tia Blanco in red and Sophia Medina in white. You have third priority. Go check out the Air Force and the Marines booth. Go shake hands with one of our Armed Forces individuals, keeping our country nice and safe and protected while we enjoy this land of the free. White taking a go at it. Sophia Medina from Brazil up and down. Heats are 25 minutes long, top 2 advance. We started at 8 o'clock today. We'll wrap up around 4, reconvene tomorrow at 8. Awards will be around 4 tomorrow for the red cape and the $8,000 first place prize. And then the plain white tees will ignite the Nissan stage to close out this 14th annual affair known as the Nissan Supergirl Pro. Activity going on out there. Tia seeing a little something. Green has priority. That means Tia has to settle down right there. When we say priority, the surfer with priority has the opportunity to take the wave wherever it is and take it away from the other competitor. So the green surfer just did that. That's why Tia dove off. Smart move, because an interference is not good for your scoreline.
And what Molly was looking for there was just to improve on her second scoring ride at 3.67. Had a good turn out the back. And now Bethany Hamilton with priority. Surfer in blue with priority. Tia Blanco still needing that 3.5. We're still waiting on a score for Molly.
Yeah, looking to get rid of that 3.67 as you were saying, and it's going to be close. She does. Molly Picklum a 4.1, extending your lead. Molly Picklum, you are in first. Bethany Hamilton, you are in second with priority. Tia Blanco, you now need a 3.5. Sophia Medina, you need a 4.77. Paddling, Medina from Brazil. Yeah, similar to yesterday, Mark. Just a couple of opportunities from the get-go as the waves just aren't as powerful as they were during high tide.
Yeah, and Sophia there hasn't been able to do what she did yesterday, which was to get all the way through onto the inside section and then complete a couple more maneuvers. So She got through yesterday on both strategy and staying busy. She's definitely staying busy, but the waves are not cooperating. Tia Blanco there looked like she just slipped off her board. Might have been a wax failure. And so now Bethany Hamilton holding priority.
4 minutes.
3:50 to go. Look at the crowd on the beach here.
Yeah,
welcome everybody. Great to see you all.
The last time I saw a crowd this big here, Bethany Hamilton was surfing.
It's certainly been a couple of years. And, but it's great to have everybody back.
Yeah, we'll just preface it with she will not be signing autographs on the way in. She has to get back in. So please be respectful of that. There's far too many of you and only one of her. So please adhere to the security guidelines. Thank you. That's all we'll say about that.
So just to look at the score line again, Molly Picklum in the lead, her low score of 4.1. Bethany Hamilton in second with priority, her low score of 4.07. Tia Blanco needing a 3.5 to advance, and Sophia Medina needing a 4.77, just under 3 minutes to go. So I think anybody's safe.
All these ladies are familiar with the last second, the buzzer beater, if you will, and we've seen it time and time again. It's just a matter of Mother Nature lining it up right with the timing of the surfer. So again, Tia Blanco 3.5 needed, Sophia Medina 4.77.
We have one more heat coming up in the round of 64. One of the local favourites, Caroline Marks, will be headlining in that one. Finished the year as world number 6, but had a highlight year and represented the USA at the Olympic Games for a 4th place finish. Okay, up and riding. Tia Blanco looking for a 3.5. And Sophia, you need a 4.77. There's 2 minutes 30 remaining. Quite sure with the onshore wind if she can hear us. So 1 minute 45. Sophia, you need a 4.77.
Yeah, now they're going to start clawing for it. So Bethany in the blue, you can see her starting to work her way over towards the white or the red. She's going to exercise her priority, potentially, get into the position where she can hold that wave and fend off either Tia and or Sophia. Strategy comes into play here. You see them all bunched up.
Yeah. Well, Tia didn't get the score on that last wave. She still needs a 3.5. Sophia needs a 4.77.
Okay, here goes the gamemanship, if you will. Under a minute.
And there you can see the strength of Bethany Hamilton, not just staying up with, but out paddling everybody. And let's see, is she going to use her priority over Tia? Yes, she is. So she uses her priority to keep Tia from scoring on that ride with 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
White, green, priority. White, green, priority. 30 seconds left. Paddling is white. Sophia Medina needing that 4.77. And just with one hit there, she'll do everything that she has within those strong young legs to get inside to see if that thing reforms. Down to 10 seconds.
Wow.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green and red up. And down. The buzzer is hit. And now it is all about the judges. We will have a hold after these ladies finish their rides. We will do some definitive scoring, and we'll get back to you with the official when we have it. And we're going to head to break for you folks on the webcast. We'll be back to Oceanside, where the fun times continue here at the Nissan Supergirl Pro. And for you folks on the beach, what a shot.
Return to rugged. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Web crowd right now. Hey everybody, we're in Oceanside. Autograph signing going on. This is the Nissan Supergirl Pro, brought to you by Celsius, Essential Energy, the official energy drink of the Supergirl Pro Surf Series. To learn more, check out Celsius.com. And by Adobe. Join us in the Create Waves Challenge to help protect our ocean. For more information, visit adobe.ly/creativewaves. And the live scene for you folks at home on the beach, it looks like the victory, but it's actually Miss Bethany working her way through the crowd right now. An army of security making sure she gets up in. Unfortunately for Bethany, edged out by Miss Tia Blanco from that last heat. So Molly Picklum and Tia Blanco moving on to the next round.
Yeah, just in the dying seconds, but you can see the popularity, the inspiration that Bethany Hamilton brings to the world, and so many people on hand here just to get close to her. So while Bethany has been knocked out of the competition, Tia Blanco moving through in the dying seconds of that. Caroline Marks right now in this final heat of this round of 64, a 7.33, a 7.33, Caroline, for your first wave. Leah, a 2.27 and a 0.77. Brooke Young, a 0.53, and Hanako Kurakawa yet to score a ride. You have priority, surfer in green.
That must have been pretty cool for Caroline. She's like, look at all the people that are standing right there watching me. What a great opportunity for you folks on the beach to check out the best in the world, Caroline Marks, along with Bethany Hamilton. Look at this, Brooke Young jumping off doing the running man at a Point Loma.
What an eject! That's got to be the best eject that we've had. If we were holding up scores, that would be an 8.5 for walking on water.
Doing the little Scooby-Doo run off the board.
She got to 1.2 in total, so
yeah, you gave her 8.5, huh, on the dismount?
Excellent dismount. 20 minutes, 40 seconds remaining here. A lot of time. Fantastic afternoon at Oceanside, California. Incredible surfing performances. That was the last heat, one of the closest that we have seen. Tia Blanco just edging past Bethany Hamilton in the dying seconds, but Molly Picklum out in front and didn't have to get involved in the last few seconds of maneuvering. Out in the water now. This looks
Hanako
like
Kurakawa from Japan. About 25 QS events since 2016. And we know that Molly Picklum and Tia Blanco moved on from that last heat. Good news there. But right now, Shannon, you got an interview with Bethany Hamilton. Take it away.
Thank you so much. And Bethany, that was so close. What was going on out there in your heat?
Yeah, it's so beautiful down here, and the waves are pretty fun for Oceanside, I think. But yeah, it was hard to find a wave where you could open up to more than one turn during that heat, and like the rip was really pushing, so it's definitely tricky.
For sure. Well, you have tons of experience in the Oceanside. This time it's a little different. You're a mom of 3. What have you been up to the last few months?
My family and I have been on the road just traveling for a couple months now and just kind of getting some work done. We did a surf trip down to Costa Rica, doing some stuff with Rip Curl this last couple weeks for the Rip Curl finals, and then now here at Supergirl. So it's been a fun time and nice to kind of get outside of Hawaii for a bit.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you're just such an inspiration for so many of the girls here. Any words of wisdom for the ladies that are watching you?
I think just live passionately and educate yourself and just make the most of each and every day.
Thanks so much for participating in Supergirl Pro, and we're going to throw it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks.
Yeah, mom of 3, Supergirl extraordinaire, Bethany Hamilton, the face of modern day surfing. Mom of 3, traveling and competing. How's that?
Yeah, it's amazing, and she's always had such incredible energy, and she was a champion as a youngster, well before the shark attack, and she's a champion after. So, and she never uses anything as an excuse. And you saw how strong she is, and really one of the great ambassadors of the sport and female empowerment around the world. There's a lot going on in the water right now. So Caroline Marks, for those at home, in the centre of your screen, but we've got 3 surfers up at the same time. In fact, I think Leah may have shot the pier, but Caroline Marks, the only one to work it all the way through to the inside. That'll be her second scoring ride. A 7.33 was her first. So a lot of scores going to drop in there. And Brooke Young left out the back now with priority all by herself. So
I
a
think
lot of action there, Chris.
I think that was our first party wave.
Yeah,
yeah.
all aboard.
approaching the happy hour party wave going on.
So this was Leah, and you can see here, nice first turn. And she's getting really close to the pier here. Re-entry right beside the pylons. And then just lost the power of the wave there. But she gets a score on the board, and that does move her up into second position. So Caroline Marks, that last wave of 4.07. So situation has changed, Chris.
Yes, when you hear the situation, or you see, for you folks at home, you're very well versed in this, but for you folks that are witnessing your very first surf event, these are 25-minute heats. We're bringing just the top 2 that move on to the next round. When you see the athletes out there raising their hands and moving them back and forth, they're not waving at you, they're giving us the ability to talk to them about either how much time there is, how much priority, who has priority, or what the score is and what they need to advance. We're their eyes and we're their ears, more or less, not their eyes, but we are the ones primarily here to give them the information based on what we have in front of us. So we're the disseminators of information to both you and primarily the surfers, and for the folks at home on the World Wide Web. So doing the best we can to fulfill all channels. We thank the WSL, we thank ASA Entertainment for putting this event on for 14 years in a row, Rick Bratman and his whole crew, all the volunteers. We wish we could push a button to make this stuff happen, but it's not the case. And case in point, update, Mark Fuley, what do you have for us for Surfer
Yeah,
and Green?
so Caroline Marks in the lead, a 4.07 to go with a 7.33. That means that Hanako Kurakawa in second position, she needs a 7.08. Her low score is a 3.07. Now, Leah needs a 4.67 to move into second, and Brooke Young, with priority, surfer in blue, needs a 6.73 to advance. 15 and a half minutes remaining, so plenty of time on hand. But Caroline Marks, as expected, dominating this heat at the moment and looking to improve by getting rid of a 4.07. But this is Leah staying busy on her backhand, and she'll lay down on her stomach in the hope that she would be able to move through into the next. So Leah from Germany, but competing over here, 13th place at the Jack Surfboard Pro and 17th at the Outer Banks Pro. And this is her first season on the women's qualifying series. So Brooke score a 0.67, 14 and a half minutes remaining. And then, Chris, after this heat, we move into the round of 32. And we're going to get to see some of the surfers who qualified through the earlier rounds yesterday. Keely Andrew, Sawyer Lindblad, Malia Osterkamp, and Eva Woodland will be a first heat there, and that'll be a great one.
Well, everybody's got a story. Surfer in white out there from Germany, Leah Puckpour, who needs a 4.67 in order to slide in the top. Hails out of Laguna Beach now, 25 years young, according to my research. And when she was around 5, she started out surfing, went to the Billabong Surf Camp in Talia Street up there in Laguna, and they said she was too young to be in the camp. They saw her surfing, and they said, well, it's okay. You can be in the camp. You're that good. So started young. That camp had Donovan Frankenreiter and Sly Dog in association with it as well. So out there with some music royalty. This year she's done the Jacks QS and the Outer Banks QS, finishing 13th and 17th respectfully. So representing Germany, nice to have you out here, Leah. Good luck with your surf mission today. And Brooke Young out of Point Loma, right down the road. She's done both. She did the Jacks event earlier this year, and right now, Surfer in White, who we were just talking about, Leah, she's up and riding.
They've got a nice wall in front of this wave, actually holding up. She's pushed all the way through, got great momentum. If she can get through onto this section, not quite, just got hung up there, and that wave just flattened out. But some good turns, kept the board moving, and kept scoring as the wave progressed. She needs a 4.57 to move up into second. So here we see, gets a turn out the back, bit of a white water climb. Nice little slash in the pocket. Another good turn. So she's got 3 turns in, and this wave just kept giving. And again, and this is where it flattened out. But 4 turns. We'll see if she gets a 4.67.
Oof.
And that was Brooke Young.
Yeah, Brooke Young presently is 19th on the QS rankings. Took a 3rd back at Outer Banks back in 2018 and competed in the Jacks event, Jacks Surfboard event. Here's a look back for you folks at home. There's Carolyn Marks. Is that her most recently ridden wave, looking to replace a 4.07. And such skill, yeah. First CT when she was 12.
Yeah.
How's that? Yeah. 4.33, so she replaces it, increases her lead. So, Carolyn, you have a 7.33 and a 4.33 in the lead. With priority in green in second place, Hanako Kurokawa needing a 7.34 to take the lead. Leah Puckpour in white, you need a 4.67. And Brooke Young in blue, you need a 6.67 with 11 minutes left.
And paddling hard here. Kurokawa up and riding. Was able to get down the face, but that was it. So that was just the takeoff. So using her priority. And out the back now. This is Leah. Big first turn. And that was it, but big first turn out the back. It's worked for many a surfer on these lower tide conditions. She needs a 4.67 to move up into second spot. Brooke Young, surfer in blue, now with priority. 10 minutes, 20 seconds to go. And the music is pumping on the main stage behind us.
Yes, it is. Huh? Fuely, it's going all night long. Well, it's going until about 8:30.
Yeah, last concert's at
if you're here at 7 a.m., it feels like all night. So the music's going on. You got the Air Force and the Marines. You got phenomenal activations. Go forth, high five, hug, and shake a military member's hands. Thank them for protecting our freedom. We're in a mecca of military activity around here, Oceanside, laden with Marines and military, so thank you for your support and love for our freedom. So much thanks, so much gratitude. 9:30 remaining, nothing's changed on the dial. We're gonna go to the round of 32 after this, folks. Heat number 1 at 32, Keely Andrew, Sawyer Lindblad, Malia Osterkamp, and Eva Woodland. For you folks at home, you're getting a peek at what those Nissans look like. Get on inside. At some events years ago, I'd find myself crawling in there and taking a nap. Especially the winter events when it's cold. Turn on the heater. All right, Blue's having a go. Brooke Young. Oh, there you go, smashing it off the top, keeping that flow going. Love how the hands get up above and she steps right off. So 2 good maneuvers and plays it safe before running into the barnacles on those pylons on that pier. 5th time that pier has been rebuilt. Did you know, did you know? Knocked down in the late 1880s by a powerful storm, rebuilt 4 different times. This is the 5th version of it.
So that was a really great turn there by Brooke Young. And again, going into the pier, she received a 4.53 for that ride. So now all she needs is a 2.87 to move up into that 2nd spot. Taking a look at that wave. Still 8 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. And this is a very tight heat. Caroline Marks still holding a 4.33 in as her low score. And Hanako Kurikawa needs a 7.34 to take the lead. But Leah needing a 3.91 and Brooke a 2.87 to move up into the qualifying spot. And just a reminder that as well as going live on the interweb all across the globe, Fox Sports will also be doing a TV show. Dates to be advised. Up and riding. Big backhand hit there by Hanako.
Nice job. Kurikawa looking to do away with that 307 and increase her 2nd place standings. Working on a score for her.
Yeah, so the Fox TV show will be a kind of compilation of the whole event and the activities. So it's always great to see that. So keep an eye on the Supergirl Pro website for broadcast dates in your region.
Yeah, and working on a Supergirl Pro snow event somewhere in snow country for this winter.
Nice.
Yep. Didn't happen last year because of COVID. And Red, Carolyn Marks with priority, taking a bow.
Yeah,
Leah Buckpour has priority now, followed by Brooke Young.
So that score in doesn't change Caroline's scoreline, obviously. 6.5 minutes to go. Here's Caroline Marks up and riding. Speed right out of the gate.
Oof.
Gets up into the lip and cuts out. So looking to drop a 4.33. You can see the speed and the power that has taken her to the top of the world and gave her 2nd place in the World Tour rankings year before this, and that qualified her for the Olympic Games. Just take a look at the replay here. You can see the speed and the power and the strength of this young lady, and she doesn't just rely on her natural talent, she trains as hard as anybody that we've ever seen. Hanako getting vertical again.
Yeah, so you folks at home are seeing the same thing you folks live are seeing. A lot of one hits and then a bunch of foam, and that's the nature of how this wave at low tide presents itself. So that's the name of the game, and this strategy is being put forth. You saw it with the piston power of those legs of Carolyn Marks, and Blue looking for something going south up and down is Brooke Young. So not for a lack of effort. We're looking at the 20-22 wave mark count. Everyone's getting some.
Yeah, this is a lot of waves that have been ridden, but only one in a good range, which is Caroline Marks, 7.33. And that's why this is still very close with 5 minutes remaining. There is still opportunity for any of these surfers to progress through into the next round. And this is White. Leah up and riding, using a priority. Beautiful first turn. Throw some spray out the back. will stay with this. Try to get an inside section. Not able to. She's looking for a 4.5 to move up into the second spot.
Yeah, again, game of strategy, trying to put together what's needed to get into the top 2 spot. As Mark just said, Leah Parkpour looking for a 4.5. One maneuver can do that. And Brooke Young in 4th. It needs a 3.47, and she's up and down.
Yeah, didn't see she didn't see a lot of that wave offering her, so that was a good move, just to get in and out with just over 4 minutes remaining. So Leah with a 4.27 on her last ride, now needing a 3.74, and Brooke Young needing a 3.47. So both those surfers within striking distance of second place. Caroline Marks has priority.
Yeah, 2 times the runner-up to the World Championship Tour, Caroline Marks. It's just it's a matter of time. It is, with obviously with health and all else goes on. And, COVID wasn't helpful. But, hey, she got to the Olympics along with Carissa Moore representing Team USA. Cool to go through the airport and see billboards on United of surfers now. It's just great to see surfing mainstream out there. It's events like this that help get surfing into the Olympics. That is an actual fact. Them, along with the X Games, for skating, for surfing, for snowboarding, for skiing. Thank you very much, Action Sports.
And if you look at the lineup for next year's World Tour, let's just take a look at Brooke Young here, though, up and riding. A nice wall in front of her. Does a float, makes it down, and then ejects. She's looking for a 3.47 to move up into that second spot. But if you look at the lineup for the World Tour, which starts in January, Caroline Marks, it likely suits her. It kicks off with Pipeline, the women competing in Pipeline.
It's totally different than years past.
Yep. 2.5 minutes remaining, just a reminder to everyone. But then it goes to Sunset Hawaii. We know how powerful she is on a backhand. Peniche in Portugal, followed by Bells Beach, and then Margaret River. Now, what will then happen is there's a midway cut, and so it will be reduced to 18 women. Will continue through. Then it goes to G-Land in Indonesia. Talk about a goofy footer's heaven.
Lucky.
Then back to Trestles, then Brazil. Jeffreys Bay, her background will be wicked. So that was Brooke Young there on the replay we saw. And then finishing up in Chopu, for the first time ever, the women will be competing at Chopu. And then it will be the Rip Curl Finals, where it'll be the best 5 going up. So if I look at that lineup, Caroline Marks is in a good, it will suit her, I believe. They're powerful waves. They're long-walled rights, but then with intense barrel-focused lefts. She's going to be very dangerous next year.
That it is. Watch out for her, Carissa Moore, Tatiana Weston Webb, and the rest of the world, and we'll get to that in January. Right now, present day, September 18th, this is Caroline Marks, who's in the lead, and 1:17 left. Hanako Kurakama, you're in second, needing a 7.34. Leah Parkpour in white, you need a 3.74. Brooke Young, you need a 3.47. Minute remaining in this heat. Coming up, Keely Andrews, Sawyer Lindblad, Malia Osterkamp, Ava Woodland. Red, Caroline Marks, wrapping up her march towards victory. Yeah, putting that thing straight up and straight down like she never left the wave, and she's going to see if the inside has anything. Nope, 30 seconds on the ticker.
Wow, that was dynamic surfing.
Yeah, so, okay, we went down to the wire last time. Look for any wave opportunities out there for Leah and Brooke. It's really critical for white and blue right now. Down to 15 seconds. 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And with that double horn, that wraps up this heat. Carolyn and Hanako moving on to the next round. If For you folks at home, we'll be back shortly with the first heat of the round of 32 here from Oceanside at the Nissan Supergirl Pro.
Return to rugged. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
I feel like I've always known what I wanted. I always knew I wanted to become. I've always wanted to be a pro surfer since I was in 4th grade. And I'm here now, and obviously you have goals within that goal of what you want to become, which for me is world champion, and to pave a stronger, more powerful path for the next generation.
I wanna spread that good love, 'cause love, 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 love is all we need. Yeah.
Finn Hotel, a tapestry collection by Hilton.
And to the web viewers, welcome in to Oceanside Nissan Supergirl Pro, brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop NissanUSA.com. And by the United States Marine Corps. The battle to belong begins here. And if you are looking to become a Marine, you can come right here to Camp Pendleton and get a lot of humble pie. That will happen if you come to Camp Pendleton for sure. So thanks to the Marines. Thanks to, again, can't thank our armed forces enough from around the world and you folks online. There's your graphic right there. Heat 1 of round of 32. Keely Andrew, Sawyer Lindblad, Malia Osterkamp, and Ava Woodland. Red, blue, white, green, respectively.
So Malia Osterkamp is in the lead at the moment, 2.67. Keely Andrew, a 1.1. And yet to see scoring rides there by Sawyer Lindblad and Eva Woodland. Both those surfers putting in some great performances yesterday to make it through the rounds. And our surfers are split up throughout the entire field of play right now.
Yeah.
And you've got some news there, Chris?
I do. Alcala Mark is getting mobbed by the fans. That's good news. We'll take a look at the surf in action. Sawyer Lindblad with a nice face there, critical zone, and see how she did that right there, Feely. That was beautiful. Right where it needed to be done. She did it. That's a critical zone. Put it up, brought it back, and now she's coming in towards us with just energy.
Yeah, that was a really critical first turn there out the back as well. And this is exactly what she did yesterday. It was putting it up vertically on her backhand and getting herself the big scores. So that will likely be a good score.
Yeah, at 14 years of age, she won the Pismo and took second at the Moro QS events last year before COVID. She's all of 15 from San Clemente. Won the Ron John Roxy Jr., or excuse me, got second place, and then Ron John only lost out to Caitlin. So she's in that company of the new school of young guns. Sawyer Lindblad's a name, don't forget it. She's throwing down some fierceness already, and she took second at the Jax Surfboard Pro earlier this season and competed out in the Outer Banks and took a 5th, so
yeah,
she's on her way.
And look at that, she's in the lead, a 5.5 for that big backhand blast. Caroline Marks still hanging out with some fans, and he's Our athletes extremely gracious. They love the interactions with the fans that they get here, and there's just such a sense of both camaraderie, but also the purpose behind this event. Every surfer feels it. Up and riding, this is green. Eva Woodland takes up over the foam, not able to hang on there, but gets a score on the board. Priority is with Keely Andrew in the red with 20 minutes to go. Keely Andrew, the most experienced out of the field, has been competing on the World Tour, has also represented Australia as a junior previous years, so her best result each year has been either a second or a third, so consistently every year since 2016 she has had a final appearance, or at least a semi-final appearance. And really strong surfer hailing from Mooloolaba.
It's not
right now she's in 4th position, the youngsters pushing ahead of her.
It's not Mooloolaba.
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 Mooloolaba. Yeah. And has been a professional for a number of years now, traveling around the globe. When she goes home to a beautiful part of the world as well, on the Sunshine Coast.
Yeah, what a beautiful part of the world indeed, and you know it well. Hey, listen up. Boarding for Breast Cancer is here again. They're having a raffle at 4 o'clock. You can win items from Yeti, Vans, Dragon, and Von Zipper. So if you're out that way, go swing by the Boarding for Breast Cancer booth. They do it on the snow. They do it out in the surf. They've got a skate, the lake, skate from Venice as well. All sorts of good stuff like we're seeing here from Keely Andrew. We know she's capable of it. She is on her backhand right now, going towards you folks on the pier. And that's all that wave is going to have. Next up, on her forehand, Malia Osterkamp. She's racing down the line and steps off that.
Used her priority there for that wave. 18 minutes remaining. Sawyer Lindblad now with priority, and she has the lead with that 5.5 that came from one big turn. And the score just came in, and so there is a change. Keely Andrew has moved up into 2nd position, now with a 3.5 and a 1.1. Malia Osterkamp now needing a 1.94, and Eva Woodland a 2.14. So early days. Sawyer Lindblad just in the lead with one wave. Just goes to show that one strong wave. And put you well in advance. Here she goes again. This could be her 2nd scoring ride. Up and riding. Big backhand, a big forehand turn. Again. So once again, Sawyer, notice she did this yesterday as well. Very selective in her waves. And then she makes the most of it. Not able to get in, but again, a very strong first turn. And that'll add to her 5.5 in the scoreline. 17 minutes to go.
Yeah, proper wave selection and good aggression as well. Just under 17 minutes left, waiting for a 2nd wave score coming in for Sawyer Lindblad. We'll give it to her after she goes under this wave. And a big wall crashing down. Sawyer Lindblad in the lead. That 2nd wave was a 5.77. You have 11.27. You're leading the charge. Keely Andrew in red, you're in 2nd with a 4.6. Malia Osterkamp, you need a 1.94. You're in 2nd. And in green with priority is Eva Woodland. Costa Rica Charger, you need a 2.1.
Coming up on the main stage, Supergirl sound session at 2:15.
Oh, yeah.
That'll be followed by Stephanie Poetry at 4:30. Upsal at 5:15, Maggie Lindemann at 6, and 6:45 a special appearance by Sophia Carson. And in the meantime, at 2 o'clock, down on the 2nd stage, you can do self-defense with Caitlin Ansari. At 3 o'clock will be therapy, social fitness, and then at 4:15, the Gillette Venus presents Board of Trust C Sustainability Panel. So just a quick update here, 15 minutes and 25 seconds. Sawyer Lindblad, you are in the lead. A 5.77 and a 5.5 gives you the lead. Keely Andrew, you need a 7.77 to take the lead. This is Keely Andrew taking a look, up and riding on the right-hander. Bang! Big first turn, and then ejects out of that. So looking for a 7.7. Malia Osterkamp, you need a 1.94 to move into second. However, Keely Andrew does have another score yet to drop. And Eva Woodland needing a 2.14. Just under 15 minutes remaining. We'll bring you the update as soon as we can. And in the meantime, I have Jim Kempton here, who has just published the book Women on Waves. Jim, welcome again, and what a fantastic tome of a book this is, and tell us about the book and the inspiration behind it.
Well, one of the really neat things is that an awful lot of the women that are here today are in the book.
Yeah.
I'd say at least half of them. Just watching, Caroline and everyone that's been surfing here, and every one of them, Sam Sibley, all the girls, Bethany, all such amazing stories. And basically it's a book of the last 400 years of surfing of women, and there's about 780 women in the book.
Wow.
I interviewed about 150, most of the giants that are still living, and all of the the young hot ones now. And it was just amazing to see all the stories they have.
Yeah, that's incredible. How long has it taken you to do this? We'll hold that thought as we see Eva Woodland up on her forehand. Nice slash, and again, she's looking for a 5.46. So obviously you haven't been around for 400 years and to interview 150 women. Yeah, I mean, how long did this take you?
Well, it took me about 2.5 years from the time that I actually got the publisher to say yes, they wanted the book. But 10 years ago or 12 years ago, we did an exhibit at the California Surf Museum on women. And so I had a couple of years of sort of excavating the basic skeleton of the history. So that's what really helped,
Yeah.
But yeah, about 2.5 years.
So 13 minutes. We'll just keep everybody updated on the scores here. We've got paddling. Looks like Eva on the backhand, a quick in and out. So do you have, obviously there's stories on 400 women. Are there any favorites or any standout stories?
There are just so many. I've actually got a book signing at 2 o'clock up at the Mission Pacific, where all these girls are staying. So I hope some people can come by and just listen to the stories there, because some of them are going to be talking about it. But I think maybe my favorite story was maybe Pauline Mesker, who just overcame everything as with a kind of crippling arthritis and fought her way through to win a world title. That was one of my favorite stories. One of the great comebacks of all time.
Yeah. Pauline Mesker was a great champion, and still is one of my favorite ex-champions to follow on Instagram. She's always very active. We'll just give an update to everybody. 12 minutes remaining. Sawyer Lindblad still out in the lead, but Keely Andrew does have a score to drop in that will affect overall. Oh, big takeoff there for Eva Woodland. Priority is with Malia Osterkamp, and we still have two. That was actually Malia Osterkamp on that wave. Score has come in. That's not going to affect her score line. But right now, let's go down to Shannon, who is with Caroline Marks.
That's right, the Florida local down here in San Diego. What was your strategy out there today in Oceanside?
Yeah, I don't know. I was just trying to give myself a lot of opportunity. Thankfully, there was a few waves in that heat, which was really nice. And I don't know. I was just trying to have some fun.
Cool. Well, you're still working with Mike Parsons, who's a legendary big wave surfer. What has he been telling you and giving you notes to do?
Yeah, we just been having fun. My good friend Lakey Peterson, she's back in the water, so it's been fun to kind of run some heats with her and get ready for this event. And yeah, we're just kind of looking at the waves and assessing conditions, and got a little game plan, and it worked out, so that was cool.
All right. Well, you've been jet setting to Tokyo. I mean, I'd love to know what your experience was like in the Olympics.
Yeah, the Olympics, I'd say, was probably the highlight of my year. It was something so incredible, something, obviously I had no idea what to expect, and it exceeded all expectations, I guess. It was pretty incredible, and an experience I'll never forget, so it was pretty amazing.
What would your hope be that the Olympics do for women's surfing?
Yeah, look, I think the Olympics has already been such a positive role in surfing, so that's been really cool. And if anything, I think it's just bringing that much more attention to our sport, which is so rad. And yeah, hopefully people just enjoy watching it. And yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on winning your heat, and we'll see you in the next round. Caroline Marks, moving on.
Great, thank you very much, Shannon, and what a great young champion Caroline Marks is always so animated and excited and stoked on surfing. So with 10 minutes remaining, 10 minutes, Sawyer Lindblad, a score yet to come in, but she is in the lead. Keely Andrew in second. Eva Woodland in third. This is Keely Andrew on a backhand, not able to complete that manoeuvre. So Eva Woodland, you need a 4.83, and Malia a 4.69 still. 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. And Sawyer Lindblad, a 5.77 and a 5.5 has put her in a commanding situation. Keely Andrew needs a 6.84 to move up into that first spot. Over on the right, this is Eva Woodland, and not able to complete that manoeuvre. Was looking for a 4.83. Welcome back, Chris.
Hi. Just taking a look around, seeing Miss Lindsay Jacob Bellis, who's getting on the mic a little later. Yep.
Awesome.
And Bethany getting her gear back on, getting settled. We're going to see if we can maybe find her, get her on the mic as well, trying to get some different voices for you folks on the webcast and for the live viewers as well. Saturday and Sunday provide opportunity like that. And, of course, we thank Paul Mitchell for their support. We're heavily inviting you to go check out their booth, donate some money, get a braid, learn about your hair care products. That's for sure.
8 minutes to go. Sawyer Lindblad has been so impressive throughout the entire competition. Just so patient with waiting and the use of her waves. And once again, it's put her in the lead with those 2 5s. Keely Andrew, though, we know how dangerous she is.
Yeah,
and here she goes, paddling for this ride, up and riding, the World Tour competitor. Oh, getting radical. Getting the fins out. Not enough power in that wave. And on the inside, that was Malia Osterkamp, who's looking for a 5.69. Taking a look at the live action here. Big, searing, carving turn there for Sawyer Lindblad. And again, dynamic surfing. Really powerful. And a not dissimilar style to Caroline Marks there. Just throwing all of her strength and energy into those turns. Yeah. She's already got 2 mid-5s. Will that be an improvement with 7 minutes to go?
Well, Sawyer's, on one of the bios I read, Lisa Anderson is her inspiration. And if you remember watching her in the 80s into the 90s, Lisa, not afraid to be powerful as well. Kind of changed the dynamics of surfing, period, for the ladies. Really, I think that was the turning point for ladies surfing. One of the key turning points anyway. And to have an inspiration like that, you can see it working with Sawyer Lindblad. Love surfing lowers, 4.0 student. You folks at home are having a look back at her right there with those 2 solid turns to start off with. And her favorite subject is math. You know why? Because there's always an answer. Here we go, green. Woo, up top and floating it. Great shot from the pier there for Eva Woodland, the Costa Rica.
Well, she got very vertical there as she works through to the inside. Meanwhile, Sawyer Lindblad a 6.5 on that last ride. So now Keely Andrew has the priority, but she needs a 7.84 to move up into the lead. Eva Woodland, that score yet to drop in. We'll give you the update as soon as we can. But Sawyer Lindblad continues to impress here. This is Eva Woodland. Completely vertical. more than half of her board was out of that wave. So it was a big first turn. Sawyer Lindblad extending her lead, and the score has come in. That was a 3.47 for Eva Woodland, still needing a 4.83. 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, coming up next, Rubiana Brownell, McKenna Burke, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Macy Callahan at the 5-minute mark now. And here's your situation. Sawyer Lindblad, you have the lead with a 12.27. Keely Andrew in red with priority. You have an 8.36, needing a 7.84 to take the lead. Eva Woodland in green, you're in third. You need a 4.83. And Malia Osterkamp with second priority in white, you need a 5.13. 4:40 on the clock. Good to have you all here, both on the World Wide Web. Local time is 1:30 here in Oceanside, just past 1:30. If you folks have just made it here through the traffic, nice to have you. We are on heat number 1 of the round at 32. Started yesterday at 9 a.m. with 88 surfers, and we're down to 32. By the end of the day, we might just be down to the top 16.
Well, here's Keely Andrew, 2 big turns. Oh, she was on her way there. The first turn, fantastically executed. She's looking for a 7.84 to take the lead, or to extend or secure her second spot to replace a 3.93. Time remaining 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Eva, you need a 4.83, but there is one more score yet to come in. Priority is with blue.
Then green.
3 minutes and 30 seconds. Keely Andrew, a 4.4, so you did improve your situation. Eva Woodland now needs a 5.3. And Malia, you need a 5.6 to move up into that second spot. Three minutes to go. Sawyer Lindblad in the lead, 6.5, the highest score for her. That was for 2 searing turns at the start of the wave. This gives you a sense of the view that we have up from where the judges and the commentary tower sit. Looking down on beautiful Oceanside Beach. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Solid wave and up and riding. This is white, Malia Osterkamp, and not able to hang on through the foam. She was looking for a 5.5. Eva Woodland needing a 5.3 with 2 minutes.
Yeah, Malia Osterkamp in that 4th position, her 5th Supergirl Pro, looking to get out of this round of 32, the best that she's had, best results so far at least. Started competing at the age of 11. Dad pushed her in some waves when she was 4. She's out of the San Clemente area at 23. That's our surfer in white, who's currently looking to get into the top 2. She needs a 5.6. That last wave did not help. 3rd place, Eva Woodland. Surfing out of Costa Rica, but originally from Satellite Beach, Florida. The goofy footer. Always enough light for the one who wishes to see it. Love that quote. Took a 7th back in 2019 at the Vans US Open. That's Eva Woodland, who needs a 5.3 in the green. In the red, Keely Andrew from Australia, from the Sunshine Coast. She is out there. That was taking a look at Eva. Just ran off the board right there, said nothing was doing, so she exited. That's not going to change her score. And leading the charge right now, this is Keely Andrew looking to do one hit, which she does. We're down to 45 seconds. And stays the same. Eva Woodland needing a 5.30. Malia Osterkamp with a 5.6. Priority is blue. Sawyer Lindblad, you have the priority. And Green looking to do just about anything right now, Fuely, as we're down to under 30 seconds.
Yeah, needing a 5.3. And
she'll take this win in on her stomach, trying to find something on the inside maybe.
Yeah, I think she realized that wave was not going to give her the scoring potential with 5 seconds.
Let's count her down in 5, 4, 3, 2. No ride for White, no ride. Well, for you folks online, we're gonna hold the horses and we're gonna get going with our next heat momentarily. We'll be back with the Nissan Supergirl Pro in just a minute or two. And
every superhero has an origin story. We all got our start somewhere. For us, it was the U.S. Air Force.
Return to rugged. The all-new, ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Griffin and Paul went on a surfing vacation in Costa Rica.
And so it started with a very small artisan program of 2 guys, and then it got to be 10, and then it got to be 20. And then we're like, why don't we take the same model of giving back and apply it to more countries? So now we're in 4 countries, and we have almost 650 artisans.
It's more than just a bracelet that you're wearing. It's a job for someone in a third world country.
Our retailers feel good about bringing the product in because they know that what they're doing is going back and helping people.
There's a Oceanside Pier ready to rock and roll with the next heat. This is heat 2 of the round of 32. The Nissan Supergirl Pro is brought to you by the U.S. Air Force. Full-time, part-time, in or out of uniform, join us. And by Delicious California Pizza Kitchen. Keep the delicious vibes going. Enjoy your favorite pizzas, pastas, and of course, butter cake at a California Pizza Kitchen near you. I'm just starving thinking that.
Oh, bring on the butter cake.
Where's the butter cake?
Yeah. There's fantastic dining here in Oceanside now.
Who are the 4 we have in the water?
So
Mark?
in the water we have Rubiana Brownell, who's going to be in red. McKenna Burke is in blue. Betty Lou Johnson from the North Shore of Hawaii is in white. And Macy Callahan of Australia is in green. Right now, Macy Callahan has a score on the board of 3.6, is in the lead, and she's on another ride right now. Big lip line. Macy Callahan has been competing on the World Tour, so has the experience. She qualified for the World Tour in 2018, I recall. She also has made a final. I think it was in France, the Roxy Pro in France, that she made a final that year is an injury replacement. So a very exciting young surfer from the central coast of Australia up and riding. This is Rubiana Brownell on a backhand and made the drop but not able to get around. So plenty of activity happening here. McKenna Burke is currently in the lead. So let's take a look here. This is McKenna Burke on her forehand. Nice turn coming down with the lip and then stepping off. So giving her a 3.83. She had a 3 prior to that. Just under 21 minutes remaining. And so we certainly have a very tight competition in this heat.
Yeah, Rubiana Brownell in the red, representing Costa Rica, competed here in 2019, didn't make it out of the round of 64. Won the Monster Grand Final in Costa Rica back in 2019, both in the juniors and the open division. So she's in the likes of hanging out with Leilani McGonigal and that whole posse down there. And little wind chop on the line right now. That is blue.
That's Macy.
Yes, it is Macy. No, is that green?
Yep, that's
that
Macy.
Is green. I'm going
that
colorblind.
was, and that was a strong turn in the critical section of the wave. And that's what the judges are going to be looking at. It was also one of the bigger waves. So we'll see if the Australian gets this score that she needs, which is, she needs a point. Well, there we go, straight to the lead with a 5.67. A 5.67 for Macy Callahan there. Puts her into the lead. McKenna Burke now needing a 5.45.
Yeah, so 2 waves for Macy Callahan, swinging for the fence right away. That smart, competitive surfer. And you've seen that wind picking up, so you're going to see a little bit of a wind chop dropping down the face of the wave when it opens up. Creates a little texture, but also creates some bumps. And you can see it right there for you folks at home. Gets a little bumpy.
Yeah, and she did a great job to navigate that bump, and then a big backhand turn. Just that was all power and grace. And she's 20 years of age. She won her first contest at 10 on her dad's surfboard. So, but it's extraordinary that, won the first junior contest at 10, and then now she's been on the world tour for a couple of years. And,
half a lifetime ago.
I know, it's wild, isn't it? So she's clearly going to be around for some time. Her best result last year on the world tour was a 9th. In fact, she got a 9th in every one of the events. Okay, taking a look out in the lineup. Just not able to get into that one. So McKenna Burke is in second. Betty Lou now needs a 3.61, and Rubiana with priority needing a 6.2.
We'll be getting some information in just a minute. Interview down below with Sawyer Lindblad, the young gun coming out of that heat victorious. Take it away.
That's right. At just 16 years old, you just took down a CT surfer. How does that feel to win that last heat?
It felt pretty good. She's such a good surfer, so I was just stoked to get a heat against her.
We've been doing some contests recently. You got a second at the Jax Pro in Huntington Beach, so you're feeling like you have some experience and are ready to take this on?
Yeah, I'm so happy that I'm in this event, and I'm just really excited to keep surfing on.
As your first time in the Supergirl Pro, what's it like to be in a contest with all women?
It's really cool. It's nice that we get to surf every day and that we don't have to wait for the guys to surf and then us surf in the bad conditions. We have it all weekend, which is cool.
Well, at a home break like Lowers, you're used to paddle battling all the boys. So how does that keep you in shape to compete here in Oceanside?
Yeah, I guess it gets me more aggressive. I don't know. Yeah, I battle a lot at Lowers.
Cool. Well, congratulations. And if you want to say hi to any friends or family watching.
Thank you to my family and my sponsors.
All right, we'll throw it back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah. Stated beautifully right there. We'll get back to that in a minute. We'll talk about Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Just threw a humdinger of a hit. We'll hopefully get a shot of that on the replay momentarily. You folks live saw that. We'll get an update in a minute. Stand by out there. We got some catching up to do. But scores coming in for McKenna Burke and Betty Lou Johnson. It's going to change the situation, so hold tight. Well said.
What a great interview that was.
Awesome.
Yeah, and what a lovely young woman. So this is Betty Lou. Big, vertical, critical part of the wave, and no hesitation, and then rode out really clean. So Betty Lou gets a 4.73 for that turn. that moves her up into the second position.
Yeah, so Macy Callahan with 2 waves. You have a 9.27. We'll take a peek out in the water right now. Nothing doing. Back to the scoreboard. Here's the situation. Macy Callahan, you got 2 waves. You're in the lead with a 9.27. Betty Lou Johnson, 7.96. Those are your 2 waves combined. McKenna Burke in blue, you're in third. You need a 3.97. And in the red, Rubiana Brownell, you need a 7.33. Priority looks like green, blue, red. Again, green, blue, red for priority. 15.5 minutes left.
And over towards the pier, this is Rubiana Brownell, and in and out, not able to pull the board down from the lip in that front side re-entry. So that will not change the situation. She needed a 7.03 to move up into that second spot. And Macy Callahan, her low scores are 3.6. So that is what she will be working to get rid of. Her 5.67 is the highest single scoring ride of this heat so far, but 15 minutes to go, anything can happen. We have seen even today in the dying seconds, Bethany Hamilton was eliminated about the last 20 seconds of her heat. She was holding second spot, and then Tia Blanco managed to get a wave and move past her. So every second counts here. Further down the beach, this is Betty Lou again. Nice backhand re-entry, a smaller wave, but wow, really, this is like a wave pool. Using that backwash there to get radical on the inside. Her balance, just superb. And looks like maybe she has been practicing in a wave pool or in a washy type wave, because she used that little wash to her total advantage.
I'm actually going back and forth with her father in Hawaii right now via text for Betty Lou, and we'll see that her 5th wave score come in. And taking a look back online, if you're watching this in Hawaii, here's Betty Lou. Look at the power right there in that next hit. Look at that nice face to work with as the waves are coming together. Just letting it flow. And Betty Lou, 4.4 with your 4.73 puts you just underneath Macy in second place. So 9.13 is what you got. To take the lead, you need a 4.55. Priority goes to green. McKenna in blue, you need a 5.13. Rubiana Brownell in red, you need an 8.2. 8s are going to be hard to come by in these conditions, but not unobtainable. Building up. McKenna Burke jumps off.
And Betty Lou did improve her situation slightly with that 4.4, but she has, as a youngster, already competed in a World Tour event in Maui. Gave her a taste of what it's like to be up against the big guns, and seemed completely unfazed, and has been touted by many as one of the next great things to come out of Hawaii.
Yeah, lives in a fine spot to surf a lot right there on the North Shore,
Yeah.
so it's a convenient place to learn to get better.
Yeah, and to become competitive. You know, it's a pressure cooker of a place to be surfing. There's a lot of surfers. There's heavy waves, and so if you can, you know, as they say, if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere.
Make it anywhere, yeah.
Up and riding. This is Macy Callahan on her backhand, and deciding that that's probably not going to improve her scoreline much, so get in and out of that, and back out into the lineup with 11 minutes and 50 odd seconds. She's in the lead. McKenna Burke still needing a 5.13 to move up, and an 8.2 for Rubiana. But Rubiana does have priority. Surfer in red has the priority. And the crowd continues to stream down to the beach here in beautiful Oceanside. Great to have everybody on hand. Thank you for being here for the 14th Nissan Supergirl Pro. And we're glad that you are enjoying the surfing and enjoying this festival of female empowerment.
Just under 11 minutes left. Situation is Macy Callahan taking the lead, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson second. McKenna Burke in the blue, you need a 5.13, and Rubiana in red with priority, you need an 8.2. So you need a couple of good waves or one really solid one. Again, McKenna Burke in blue, 5.13. Johnson, you need a 4.55 to overtake leader Macy Callahan. 10 minutes left.
So Macy Callahan's low score remains a 3.6. Betty Lou now needs a 4.55 to move up into the lead. McKenna needing that 5.13 and an 8.2 for Rubiana. 10 minutes is plenty of time for any of our surfers out there. And if you happen to be down at the beach, there is a lot going on this afternoon. Coming up at 2 o'clock, there's a self-defense class with Caitlin and Sari. And at 2:15, the Supergirl sound session on the main stage behind us. This is the scene on the beach at Oceanside. Good crowd on hand, beautiful sunny, warm fall conditions here in Southern California. If you're looking from other parts of the world, this is September. Traditionally tends to be a fantastic month down here for swell and up and riding. Kana Burke getting radical. Needing a 5.13. So throwing caution to the wind there for the surfer in blue, but not completing that ride. And we're going to get all the way through this round of 32 today, and then tomorrow we're going to come back with the round of 16. At the end of that, we will present the Supergirl Cape. Who will it be for this year? Will it be a new winner like we saw last time in 2019? It was Samantha Sibley. Last year it was a different format. It was a teams event, and it was also we had a QS and a CT category, and local youngster Katie Simmons took out both the team with Lakey Peterson and then also the QS.
Yeah, and the year before that, we had a 17-year-old Samantha Sibley take it. So the last 2 years has been younger and younger. I don't think we have anyone younger than
Caitlin Simmons. I think maybe the youngest remaining surfer, still at 15.
Yeah, and she's coming up next. In the next
coming
heat
up next, yeah. And wow, she looked really sharp this morning in the conditions that we had. So we'll see if she's riding the same board this afternoon in these very different conditions. 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yep, great to have you out and about. Again, next heat, getting in the water, Brianna Cope, Coco Ho, Caitlin Simmers, Havana Cabrera. Wow, it's only going to get more intense as the heats go on from here, as we're in the round of 32. Again, we'll get through these today and then start tomorrow with the round of 16. Official Nissan time right now is 1:55. Thank you to Nissan for their love and support of this great event, as well as White Claw Hard Seltzer.
And I walked down Mission Avenue a while ago past Craft Coast Beer and Tacos, and that place was just pumping.
Yeah.
They've also got their taco stand down in the area behind the main stand here, and they specialise in skillfully brewed craft beer and delicious, authentic, handmade tacos. I can confirm that from first-hand experience. Up and riding, in and out. Looked like white, Betty Lou. Priority still sitting with Rubiana. She's being very, very patient.
Yeah, patience.
Red. Oh.
Patience is the game. Yeah, Callahan, Johnson, Burke, Brownell. Again, Burke with a 5.1, needing a 5.13 and an 8.2 by Brownell. Again, top two are advancing on to a round of 16.
If you are on the beach, there's the Pura Vida booth. You can get in there and take some fun Polaroid photos with your friends and spread positive vibes with daily surfboard affirmations and a little friendly competition down there as well at their cornhole station.
You know it was not here a few years ago? The Mission Pacific.
No, that wasn't here last year.
That is unbelievable. Through COVID, they built that thing so quick.
It's a beautiful looking hotel as well.
I remember looking back saying there's much more opportunity here, and someone took that opportunity and has now built the Mission Pacific. Proud sponsor of, here we go, in the green, Macy Callahan. Look at that.
Yeah.
Solid effort on that one turn and then a bunch of foam to ride through.
Yeah, she's looking to drop that 3.6, so that was a committed turn. And we know that a good solid one turn is rewarded, so we'll see if that extends her lead. With just under 5 minutes to go, she has the lead, and Betty Lou in second. And finishing up today at 5:30, Sophia Carson, a special performance on the main stage. And for those that are here, you can be part of a new Netflix film. So 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, if you folks at home, we've got a little technical hold on stuff, so we'll keep you posted as well. It is Macy Callahan in the lead, Betty Lou Johnson right behind her with a 9.13. McKenna Burke, blue, who has priority, has a 7.83, needs a 5.13. And in red, Rubiana Brownell needs an 8.2. She's in the red. Getting down to it. Again, boarding for breast cancer, having a raffle at 4 o'clock today. Can win items from Yeti and Vans, Dragon and Von Zipper. Got to go over there to check them out. Find the Boarding for Breast Cancer booth. They've been on board here as a charity partner for years. Thank you.
3 minutes 30. And Macy Callahan gets a 5 on her last ride, a 5, so she has extended her lead. And now Betty Lou Johnson needing a 5.94 to get up into the lead. McKenna Burke needing a 5.13 has priority, and Rubiana still at 8.2. So Macy Callahan, a vertical backside blast, giving her a 5. A little under 3 minutes to go. Plenty of surfing ahead of us here, Chris.
Yeah.
We have 6 more heats to go.
Yeah, all of them stacked, and they have to earn it. There you go, green. Down the line, again, Macy Callahan looking to improve upon her lead. Not sure that's gonna do it. 2.5 left. Cope, Ho, Simmers, Cabrera next up in the water. Evenly spaced out. 4 surfing mermaids. Hope you're having a relaxing Saturday up on the pier or on the beach. And for you folks on the webcast, we hope wherever you are around the globe, it's a beautiful day. We're right about 72 degrees, sunny in San Diego. Sunny Oceanside right here. 2 to 3 foot waves, 5 to 7 knot winds. Local time here is 2 o'clock. Tide is almost low. And the situation is this. For the red, Rubiana Brownell, you need an 8.2. You're in third priority. McKenna Burke, you need a 5.13. You have priority. And Betty Lou Johnson, you need a 5.94. You are in second priority. First place held by Macy Callahan. 1:30 left on the clock.
One minute remaining in this heat. And these scores have been other than Macy extending her lead, relatively unchanged for over 10 minutes, 45 seconds. Up and riding though. This is Rubiana looking for that 8.2. She goes down.
Yeah, just not having the success that she was looking for, or hoping for, I should say. There's White, take a peek at Betty Lou, puts one up, and she puts it right back down in blue. Oh, getting beaten down by the foam. But Betty Lou able to hold on, looking to improve upon her 4.4. She's in that second place spot, 15 seconds left. She's coming towards shore. That'll wrap it up for her, 10 seconds on the clock. This one's winding down as we'll gear up for the next. Counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's a double horn sounding, stopping it. We'll get going with the next heat in about 20 seconds. Hold tight. For you folks at home, we'll be back to Oceanside in just a minute for the Nissan Supergirl Pro heat number 2 of the round.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder. Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
When we founded Paul Mitchell nearly 40 years ago, people would ask, John Paul, why do you want to make hair care products? I tell them, I don't. I want to make super hair care products, but it's more than that. It's hair color that makes you feel like $1,000,000 and passionate people doing what they love. It's giving back, treating the planet kindly, and supporting the professional hairdresser. To me, it's not just about hair care. It's creating something beautiful for all of us.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Shortly. And welcome back to Oceanside. Waves are still here. Same with the surfers. Good to have you online. We want to welcome you to the Nissan Supergirl Pro, brought to you by White Claw Hard Seltzer. Your open invitation to escape to pure enjoyment, whatever that means for you. Made simple because fun always is. And by Pacific Coast Spirits, Oceanside's award-winning distillery and craft kitchen. Check them out for craft cocktails, laid-back vibes, live music, and good times. And we are here again, ready for heat number 3. Ooh, what a humdinger. Brianna Cope, Coco Ho, Caitlin Simmers, and Havana Cabrero. And Brianna Cope has a small score of a 0.6 so far. She's in the red, Coco Ho in the blue, Caitlin Simmers in the white, who is having a fantastic year in the last couple years. And Havana Cabrero, she is 21 years young, representing Puerto Rico. She has a 2.33 in the green singlet out there. So 25 minutes on the clock. 3 have evaporated thus far, and we'll keep going towards that.
And Havana Cabrero out in front with that 2.33. She was here in 2019. And back again. And that's one of the great things. They keep coming back.
Blue taking a peek on her backhand, aiming right towards the pier. That is Coco Ho. Executing critical excellence. Right where it counted, and then just gets off the board. So we're going to see a lot of similarities in this heat as we did last heat. The tide is at its low point in about 5 minutes. And from there, we'll see a little bit more of a push as it starts to fill back in, but we only have another few heats. We have quite a few heats yet left today. We'll see what Mother Nature has to offer.
And Caitlin Simmers in the white has priority right now. Brianna Cope also got a score on the board, waiting for one more to come in. Coco Ho with that strong first ride. And so the scores are in. Coco Ho, a 5.5. A 5.5 for that strong backhand re-entry. That pushes Cabrero into the second spot. Brianna Cope, a 1.6 in total. Just a 1 and a 0.6. And Caitlin Simmers with priority, yet to catch a wave. And 10 minutes nearly elapsed in this heat.
Okay, so Coco Ho having that 5.5. And Havana Cabrero is second. Brianna Cope third right now. Lots more time left on it. Let's take a peek at the white right now. There's Caitlin Simmers with her first attempt thus far. And that's going to put her on the score line with a little something out the back. Red is going for it south. Blue is going. That is Coco Ho again on the blue, and the red was Brianna Cope. So a couple of scores yet to come in. And we'll take this opportunity now to throw it down to Shannon, who is with Macy Callahan.
Right, all the way from Australia. How's your experience here today at the Supergirl Pro?
Yeah, it's been really fun. I'm stoked to be back here in Oceanside, and yeah, it's nice.
Well, you're on a huge platform on the CT. Tell us about Barra de la Cruz. It's an incredible point break.
Yeah, it was so awesome to be back there. I think it was the first time the women have been there, so it was a privilege to be there, and the waves were pumping, and yeah, it was a special event.
So you're probably used to the men and the women having two divisions. What's it like to do the all-female surf contest?
Yeah, it's really awesome. It's really cool to see women supporting women, and it's like the biggest women's event ever, so it's amazing. I love seeing all my girlfriends down here.
Cool. Anyone at home you want to say hi?
Yeah, my mom and my family. Hello, and anyone that's supporting me. Yeah.
Cool. Congrats to Macy. Moving on to the next round. Back to you guys.
Yeah, women supporting women. Nice job, Macy Callahan. And the action continues out in the Pacific as we got a little over 18 minutes left, about 8 waves ridden so far. For you folks on the beach and at home, welcome on in to this Nissan Supergirl Pro. This is Red taking a go at it. Brianna Cope looking to add to it. And she's just picking away at it. She's been in the water a couple times, so she knows what is happening out there. You got to be selective, but it doesn't hurt to have a variety and quite a few numbers of waves also. Coco Ho, you have the lead with a 5.5 and a 3.5. Caitlin Simmers, you have a 4 on that one wave. You're in second place. Brianna Cope with a 3.43, needing to advance now is a 1.58. Brianna Cope, you're in third. And Havana Cabrero, you need a 1.68 with a couple of waves caught.
These are tricky conditions, and so Coco, very smart surfing there. Managed to pick up a 3.5, so now she can chip away at it. Caitlin Simmons knows this break better than anyone, obviously, and That was Katie Leave up and riding.
Yep.
Looks like, yep, that's her board. Same board that she was riding this morning. So she'll get a score. It likely will not be a big one. It's a 1.2. So it does keep her in second position. Now Brianna needing a 2.78 and a 2.88 for Surfer in Green for Cabrero. But these are tricky conditions this afternoon. You can see there's this just a slight bump on the face of it, a slight onshore breeze. The tide is low. And so up and riding. Coco Ho picking the eyes out of this.
Ooh.
Nice forehand re-entry. She knows that the scores come from the outside manoeuvres and then cuts out on the inside. So looking to replace the 3.5. Coco Ho has won here many times before. She knows what it takes. And after nearly 2 years of not competing, we know that she would love to wrap the cape around herself. Let's take a look here. She just projected up into the lip. And she's like, yep, that'll do me. And just ride it out.
Yeah, big props goes out to the whole Echo Entertainment crew for locking in the images, all the cameramen that are doing the keeping it in focus and the back end work as well. ASA Entertainment, we thank them for their development of this event, and of course the WSL. The two Hawaiians in the water, Brianna Cope at 26, Coco Ho at 30. Coco, three-time champion, two-time third place, the most accomplished surfer at this event, won the inaugural in 2008, grew up surfing on the North Shore of Oahu in a very famous family. Similarly, over in Kauai, Brianna Cope grew up surfing with the likes of Tatiana Weston Webb and Bethany Hamilton, and around the Irons brothers too. And so a lot of great surf royalty over there in Hawaii, and that's what you get when you're on an island, Mark.
Yeah, and you also get that you grow up in competition and competitive nature, and it does rub off. When your entire family are gifted in surfing, of course, it's going to be something that is just part of your lifestyle. And that's the great thing about surfing around the world, and with the rise of women's surfing in particular, is it is such a healthy sport. It's outdoor, it's active, and during the last 18 months, with all the COVID restrictions around the world, surfing has been one of the few sports that have been continued to be allowed. So the growth of the surf industry during this time has been phenomenal. Hard goods, you couldn't buy a surfboard or a wetsuit at times. Up and riding though, Brianna Cope, big backhand turn. Can she ride out? Yes, she can. She's looking for a 2.78.
Blue going for, here's Coco, that powerhouse forehand turn, just one of them. And if you're gonna, again, I say it time and time, if you're gonna do one turn, make it count, because the judges want to see that critical maneuver.
And she's also got such beautiful style. Coco Ho is just always very, very smooth. So even though the tricky waves, she just keeps it smooth and flowing. And speed, power, and flow are all part of the criteria.
The SPF.
And the score has come in, and she did improve her lead, a 4.53. And so now Brianna needs a 6.56, and Katie Simmers needs a 1.9, and Cabrero needing a 3.57. Oh, it looks like
some sort of wedding.
We've got a princess on the pier. Welcome.
It's a new competition called Princess on the Pier.
You are now world famous.
Yes.
Around the
I like it.
Maybe nobody was meant to see the wedding dress. It was a trial. But solid waves now coming through into the lineup. Wind increasing slightly. We're in the third heat of. We'll go all the way through to. I think we'll get through to heat 6.
I think we'll make it to 6 today, right?
Yeah, I think we'll get through the 6th heat today. We won't make it all the way through to the end of this round.
We'll get through what we can get through.
And
We'll
I'm
do
gonna
what we can do.
I'm gonna take a break here, Chris, because we have a superstar in the booth. So I am going to relinquish to somebody who's far superior in every way, and who we love working with.
Yeah, we'll give an update and then welcome in Lindsay. We're going to stand up real quick here. 12 minutes left. Coco Ho, you're in the current lead.
Hey, Spence. Good.
And Brianna Cope, you're in second. Caitlin Simmers in third. Havana Cabrera, you're in fourth. Caitlin, you need a 1.9. Cabrera, you need a 3.57. And we are joined Worldwide Web and here on the beach with Miss Lindsay Jacobellis, a super girl in her own right. Nice to have you here. High five. Boom.
So nice to see you and so nice to be back this year. It's so exciting. We got beautiful weather and waves, a lot of action out there. So I'm so excited to be back, and I was able to sneak in a visit before I had to take off for my season.
Yeah, I'm so glad you're here. It sounded like you weren't going to make it. That was Caitlin Simmers right there in the white, just having a go at it also. And she was looking to get a 1.9. I think that might do it. Let's take a seat here and talk surfing. So if you've been checking this out here, you're probably jonesing just a little bit. Red's going at it. This is Brianna Cope.
Nice backhand for Brianna, really looking for that opportunity, but the wave kind of fizzling out. But she'll be looking for more. We've got some time still left. These athletes are on the hunt, going to make something happen here.
Yeah, so I was wondering, I'm like, why are you getting ready to leave? I'm like, it's September, that's your time.
It's not July.
Yeah, it's not July anymore. It's so used to this being July, but getting ready for your snowboard season on the march towards yet another Olympics coming up in Beijing. You've been training your tail off, I've noticed.
Yes, definitely been working hard and trying to give my last go at this. With hopefully this will be number 5 for me, but
didn't you say that last time? We're talking to Lindsay Jacobellis, by the way, on the beach, and for you folks at home, the most decorated snowboard cross competitor in the world, and definitely for Team USA also. So many accomplishments. An elusive gold is just missing from your shelf. Will it be this year in Beijing? I sure hope so, because I'm going to be there and I'll be rooting you on.
Oh, so exciting. That'll be nice to get that extra love from home that you guys are so close. That's so nice to have that support. Yeah, and hopefully we'll see how things go for me over in Beijing. I actually have a test event there happening in November, hopefully.
Ooh.
So we were supposed to have the test event a couple years back, but we've actually had to skip out on that excitement. So we're going to try to get there in a few weeks.
Yeah, well, good. That's just right around the corner. Let's do a little quick update. Coco Ho, you're still in the lead. Caitlin Simmers, you slid into second place with that last wave, a 3.67. So you're currently in second. Brianna Cope, you now need a 4.2 in the red. And then in the green, Havana Cabrera, you need a 5.34. And up is red, Brianna Cope, up and out. And again, she needs a 4.2. We have plenty of time on the clock. No celebrity event this year. So much else going on. I know that it pains you, but I don't know if you would have been able to make it anyway this year.
It would have been really hard for me to make it down tomorrow. There's just so much happening before I have to leave, but I needed to come down and be a part of the Supergirl vibe. It's just kind of a part of my blood, and just such great support for all these women. Blue up and riding, Coco Ho just getting a nice snap off of the top, but unfortunately the wave not really giving her much opportunity to do more. We have some excellent surfers out in the water.
Right,
if
look
we
at this
can just
lineup,
give
right?
them the opportunity to execute. It's really exciting to see them perform.
Were you down here last year watching Caitlin?
Absolutely.
In Lakey? Wow.
Yes. I wasn't physically here, but I was watching online, and it was just, it's so great to see the level of women up and up and up. Just keep rising,
Yeah.
and just keep pushing those levels. It's great. It's great to see it on all sports, and it's really exciting to see out in the water, especially because I love surfing so much, because I like to see how I can try to push myself.
Yeah, good cross training for snowboarding?
Absolutely. It helps with my starts. If I can just keep digging and paddling and going to the skate park and hitting the pump track, it's all great cross training. And so surfing's got just great cardio, great muscle endurance. And these athletes, you don't realize how hard you are paddling and how much energy it takes until you have a 3-hour surf session.
Right, 90% paddling, 10% surf at best. White, here is Caitlin Simmers, last year's co-champion with Lakey Peterson. So she does that one critical snap we've been talking about. Feely's been hitting it home all day, and it's definitely paid dividends for a lot of surfers. So she's in second, trying to replace a 3.67, 7 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. And Cope right now, she needs a 4.20. Brianna Cope in red, and Havana Cabrero needs a 5.34. And green is up. This is Cabrero. She, too, finds that important part of the wave.
Seems like with this low tide, you're getting that quick outside section happening, and very few are really coming and reforming on the inside. So that first quick drop and trying to do a snappy, powerful maneuver is really, really important.
Yeah, so let's talk Olympics. We just had Carissa take the gold. Carolyn Marks was there. Some of the ladies in this event were there. What is it? What's that energy like at the Olympic Games?
Olympics is a whole different animal. The energy around it, it's just something athletes have been building for, their whole lives, and it's really incredible to be getting all outfitted with the Team USA gear and having that team dynamic, and to be, walking in with your nation's flag. It's a pretty wonderful experience.
Yeah, and it's tough not to set expectations, especially the level that you're at. It's tough not to set expectations. How do you manage to those, especially this late in your career?
I mean, every athlete that goes to the Olympics wants to go there to win. That's you're talking about the top 1% athletes.
Yeah.
Simmons is up and riding, getting 2 quick snaps before that wave closes out on her. She currently has a 7.97 in second. Brianna still sitting with priority.
You know, it's interesting. It just came to me. Coco Ho won this event in the inaugural 2008 event. Caitlin Simmers wasn't born yet. So to have this matchup going on side by side, is that not a good telltale sign of like this event meant something to the youngsters? And now Caitlin won it last year, and here she is again. Talk to me about some of the influence, the ladies that you've influenced through the year. Certainly you've had young snowboarders come up to you and say, I looked up to you and now I'm a pro.
I definitely have that situation. We got White up and riding. Simmons trying to get a snap on that and not really following through.
Have you had youngsters come up?
I've had those youngsters, and now I'm currently racing against a lot of those youngsters. I've been on tour longer than some of those ladies have been even living, and I'm currently racing on tour with them. So there is a different dynamic there, but I try to use that to my strengths and just know that I have had that time on the slopes, and I could use some of that to my advantage. They might be younger and a little bit snappier, but I'm hoping that experience will shine through.
All right, you've done a lot of events. You've been around the globe. Favorite surf spot you've been to, obviously besides Oceanside, and favorite snow spot that you've been to? Favorite resort? Not heli, not cat, not stuff, but favorite resort.
Favorite, U.S. resort, love Telluride, Colorado.
Okay.
It's got some great hidden gems there. It's a little hard to get to, but once it's there, it's beautiful. We got 4 minutes and 15 seconds still left on the clock.
And I'll give you a situational update. Havana Cabrero in green. You're in fourth. You need a 5.07. Brianna Cope, you still need a 4.83. Caitlin Simmers, you're still in second with an 8.3. And Coco Ho, you still have the lead with a 10.03. Under 4 minutes left. And your favorite surf spot?
Favorite surf spot, I think, would have to be Cloudbreak, Fiji. I was able to hit that spot on the way back from a training camp in New Zealand.
Lucky.
Since I was flying through, I figured I might have a nice little layover there. There happened to be some great waves, and God, that was incredible. But I definitely want to go back there now that my skill set has, stepped up a few.
Awesome. Again, this is Lindsay Jacobellis. 12 X Games golds? 10. Last time it was too few. It's so tough to keep it up. Yeah, 2 handfuls of gold medals at the X Games for snowboard cross. Multiple-time Olympian, a silver and a bronze at the Olympics.
Just silver.
Just silver at the Olympics, and going for her 5th Olympic Games coming up here in Beijing, starting early February. All, of course, COVID pending, but if they pull off Japan, they can pull off Beijing, right?
I believe so. They have strict protocols in place, and all athletes and everyone are following strict rules to try to keep everyone safe.
Blue and green and red. Party wave. Red south still going. That's Cope. Green is Cabrero. Still going strong is Cope, and she lays it down. But yeah, you're right. On the inside, it's just not enough energy here. We just passed low tide, so the pool will be starting to fill in. And presently, Lindsay, you're living in the Laguna area, correct?
Laguna Niguel, yeah. I've been really enjoying being up there. I enjoyed this last swell coming in every single day this week, I'd have to say. I was sneaking that in right after my workouts. Or we can call it a second workout.
I must say I enjoy following you on social to see what you're doing. If all this sports stuff doesn't work out, I'm pretty certain modeling and hair is definitely going to fall into place because it's very easy to look at you.
Oh, thank
it's
you so
awesome.
much.
Yeah. Good luck on your experience approaching your next Olympics. What does the next 3 months look like for someone of your stature of athletic skill?
Well, I'm currently packing for, I would say, 4 months because I really don't know when I'll be back home.
Okay.
We got 1 minute and 40 seconds left on this heat.
Let's get down to the nitty-gritty. We'll get back to that in a minute, Lindsay. Cabrero, 5:07 is what you need. Brianna Cope, you need a 4.83. Caitlin Simmers, you have priority, and you have an 8.3 score coming in for Coco. Is not going to factor into changing your score. You have a 10.03 still in the lead. So, again, Brianna Cope, you need a 4.83 in third place. Havana Cabrero, you need a 5:07. With priority is white, blue, green. An opportunity to take a selfie with a legend of sport, Miss Lindsay Jacobellis. How's the Paul Mitchell booth going on right down there?
Oh, it's hopping.
Yeah?
All the booths, they're so exciting to go through and see what is happening in all the giveaways, all the games. If you're not down here, definitely try to make your way down to the beach and see all the fun and excitement. And if you're on the pier, let's give a wave to all the girls in the lineup. This is so exciting to be down here. We're at the Nissan Supergirl Pro. This is such a fantastic event that has been going on, supporting the growth in women's sports, not just in surfing. We're down to 15 seconds in this heat.
That is correct. We are down to 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And did she get up in time? Caitlin Simmers is throwing it down right at the last minute. And we'll be back online in a moment, but we're still here.
I feel like I've always known what I wanted. I always knew I wanted to become. I've always wanted to be a pro surfer since I was in 4th grade. And I'm here now, and obviously you have goals within that goal of what you want to become, which for me is world champion, and to pave a stronger, more powerful path for the next generation.
Return to rugged. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
I wanna spread that good love, 'cause love, 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 love is all we need. Yeah.
The site is Oceanside. That's the pier. Surfing's going on late in the day out here. It's 2:30 local time. Welcome back to the Nissan Supergirl Pro. Brought to you by brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most affordable vehicles, and by Adobe. Join us in Create Waves Challenge to help protect our ocean. For information, visit adobe.ly/createwaves. And there's a view for you folks at home of the pier, and then we throw up the graphic, our Heat 4 of round 32. Pinkerton, Enzo, Fierro, Rosano, and a couple waves caught thus far. I think that was Vahiti Enzo from Hawaii, the young gun, who's all of 13, 14 years of age. Again, a competitor who was not alive when this event started in 2008. And that just goes to show that this is an event of longevity. When is your first year down, Linz?
Looking on the replay, getting up and hitting that first section really hard, getting those fins loose, trying to hit this section again, but the wave kind of just closing out on her. Then this low tide is really draining out. We're hoping for this turnover. You get that nice push at the end of the day. Hopefully the wind will die down a little bit, but that's not the situation right now. These ladies have to be surfing in the conditions that are currently present, and it's challenging conditions out there. So these women are really hunting down these little peaks that are popping up and have to immediately execute as soon as they're to their feet.
I like your hopefulness. It's nice. Very hopeful. Yep, it's good to have hope.
You have to be.
You have to. Yeah. You've been out there about this time. I remember there was a celebrity event when it was like this, and he was struggling for it. Hey, Coco Ho just signing some shirts and getting some autograph signing as she's on a marching closer towards her 4th Supergirl Cape. The only lady to win it 3 times out here.
And all the wonderful spectators on the beach enjoying the Nissan Supergirl Pro. If you want to also help our oceans, look around you, see if there's any garbage on the beach, any plastic lids, anything like that. Put it in your backpack, purse, pocket, or find the closest trash receptacle or recycling bin. Never hurts.
Yeah, thank you. I meant to say that a while ago, and thank you for taking the initiative there. The beach was really clean before any of us got here, so let's try to keep it that way.
We love clean beaches. Nothing bums me out more when I see a dirty beach, when we can try to avoid that. So we appreciate all your help. We love coming here. This is such a wonderful, fun event. Let's keep it classy and clean.
So we're not going to see you in the mosh pit for the plain white tees tomorrow after the awards, are we?
Probably not, unfortunately.
Unacceptable, Lindsay. White up and riding. Vahiti Fierro representing France. She said that's going to help out with the next Olympics, Summer Olympics in Paris, where surfing will be over in Tahiti, which is a French-owned entity. So that is pretty darn exciting.
Have you surfed France ever?
No.
No,
I
have not either.
Skied it. But no.
There's a replay on white. And we're looking at such a nice section, getting that board almost vertical, and it gets bumpy on that landing. You're getting a little bit of the backwash as this tide is changing over, so these girls have to be looking at the lip and timing it, but then immediately looking where they're wanting to go with the board so that they're not getting hit and thrown off their board. There's a lot happening out there.
Yeah, and if it's just the one opportunity to score, make sure you do it right with all those variables in there. And for folks that aren't competitive surfers, you come out here during high tide, you come out during low tide, and you figure out what it's like to have to handle and have to surf in these conditions. This is the smallest it's been in about the last week, so anyone that's been visiting, they're like, oh boy, it's much smaller now. It's just the way that it goes.
Yeah, this last swell was so much fun. We got, who's up and riding right now? We've got Green.
That is Green, yeah, that's Rosano from Nicaragua.
Section, having a couple nice turns on a wave that was pretty small. So actually generating speed on a small wave is extremely hard because the little inside section that really builds to help get that steepness of the wave is really, really hard to pinpoint.
Yeah, and some patience going on by Kira Pinkerton, the 18-year-old from San Clemente, who started competing right around when she was 5. Her dad, Jim, pushing her into waves, probably at 2. And rad dad, Jim, out and about, I'm sure. Kara in the red. Then Vahiti Enzo, all of a young teenager from North Shore, Hawaii as well. was part of the Nissan Supergirl Pro last year, and great to have her in the mix. And then the 21-year-old Vahini Fierro, she's in the white, current heat leader with 2 waves ridden, a 3.83. And then Candelaria Rosano from Nicaragua at 15. Favorite place to surf, Playa Popoyo. Her dad took her out there at a young age and gets to surf phenomenal offshore wind because of that big old Lake Nicaragua. 300 plus days a year of phenomenal surfing. So all 4 of these ladies know something about surfing because they've been born and raised around where great breaks are. That kind of helps.
It does, and it really helps dial in your equipment, the shape of your board, the fins that you pick, and of course always having a cheering squad on the beach helping and supporting you always can help out too. We've got plenty of those down on the beach today. We got some amazing crowds up on the pier, all here for the Supergirl Pro. Really, really great turnout. And it's not even finals day.
No, yeah. If you're looking for more fun, come out tomorrow. We got we'll finish up the round of 32 and then get into the 16 to 8 to 4 to the finals. First place walks away with the Cape, the illustrious Supergirl Cape, and I'm seeing some action with the paddle and green. Thanks for the heads up. Again, one critical area to make the maneuver and trying to get to the inside is the ocean will start to fill back up a little bit, or the pool, as we call it, will fill back up with the tide filling in. Low tide was 214 today. But $8,000 goes to first place. Ooh. Biggest check you've walked away with. Biggest check from a single event. Dare we talk about this? A lot of checks.
A weekend or just one single event?
One single check, Lindsay.
Well, that would be X Games.
Okay.
X Games had the best support for our sport, and it was the same prize money for men and women. ESPN always did a great job with showcasing our event. I really miss Bordercross and the X Games. I wish they'd bring it back.
Right?
That was always the best course, the biggest jumps, the most speed.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed every time you raced. You know, you have that tenacity, you were ahead a lot, but whenever watching you come from behind, the way you navigate through, we're talking about Lindsay Jacobellis. If you've ever watched the X Games Bordercross world, she was the queen of the X Games Bordercross, is still in the hunt, going for a gold medal in China coming up here in February. We wish you nothing but high fives and the best of luck, my friend. And she's competed in the celebrity event 3 times or 4? A lot of times.
I can't remember.
It
blurs together.
That's a good blur. Yeah. And by the way, I was going to talk to Supergirl Snow. Might be tough for you to be an active organizer this year, but
this year is a little challenging only because we have gotten off to a late start, and
yeah, and we're looking for a situation. We'll get to an interview in just a minute. Hold tight. Situation is this. Rosano, you're in the lead. We have 15 minutes left. Candelaria Rosano, you're in the lead. Vahini Fierro, you're at second with a 3.83. Vahiti Inso in blue, you need a 1.67, and there's 15 minutes left. Kara Pinkerton looking to catch her first wave still. Right now we have this lull. Let's throw it down to Coco Ho, who is with Shannon.
Yes, thank you so much. Second heat win of the day. You know what's up out there. 3-time champion here at Supergirl Pro. What's the secret?
Yeah, definitely just getting ready for low tide. I knew it was going to be kind of dumpy and fast, and I kind of had to regroup and be like, okay, maybe I'm not going to get 2 turns or a reform, so let's try and just like make the first turn count. So yeah, I did have to adjust even with having low tide in the back of my head. But yeah.
What did you decide to ride today?
I jumped on my comp board, what I call. It's definitely really good for California. It's a light speed mayhem shape, and it's pretty much epoxy, but yeah, it's hard not to ride epoxies here in California. I feel like they kind of go together.
Yeah, well, you've been testing all sorts of boards down in Mexico.
Yep.
So anything fun and funky you were riding down there?
Yeah, it was really fun to go to Mexico and just jump on new equipment in general. Like, I've never really dabbled in the twin fin world, and I was riding quads and shapes I never imagined, and it was really cool to see Mason, just his face light up when he saw that I loved a different style of board. So yeah, it was a really fun trip. I felt like it was kind of pivotal in my like career and just what I can do and where I can go from here.
Awesome. Well, all the time you were spending here in Encinitas is paying off. Coco Ho, moving on to the next round. Back to you guys.
Great job, Shannon. We had a pause there. We have an interview for you folks that are here live on the beach. We do the web interview with Coco Ho, last heat winner, talking about some board shapes and new designs that she's been on and what she brought out here as well. We were talking earlier, to be a member of the Ho family, that's like surfing is like oxygen. Like it's like breathing. There's no way you cannot do it if you're a member of the Ho family.
It's unavoidable.
Right?
And it's really cool how she's trying out different equipment, different shapes, different styles, different either epoxy or resin, and I can definitely relate to that with snowboarding. You want that little advantage. You want the best that you could possibly have, and if you're fearless enough to just take that time to try and find that new shape, that new style that gives you that different flair, that's exciting.
Yeah, how do you know? How do you know
unless you try?
Unless you
try.
That's it. Just like anything,
white
white,
up and riding.
we're at it. Vihini Fierro.
Oh, one of the better waves that we've seen just come through in the last 15 minutes with a nice shape. Able to get pretty vertical on that. Still nothing reforming to the inside. Still a little dumpy with this low tide.
Yeah, and that thing closing out. Situation for green. Candelaria Rosano, 4.87. You are in the lead. You have a 3.37 and a 1.5. Again, surfer in green, Candelaria Rosano, you're in the lead. Vihini Fierro in the white. Yeah, you're in second with a 3.83. That's going to change right now. Let's just reset this at the 12-minute mark. Vihini Fierro score in. You're now in the lead with an 8.16. Your last wave was a 4.83, highest score of this heat. Candelaria, you have now moved into second place with a 4.87, and then third place, Vihidi Enzo, needing a 2.71. Kira still looking to capture her first wave.
And White's last ride, you can tell when she got up, she had so much more speed, and that section stayed open for her, and it really made the difference between the last waves that we've seen, and you could see why the judges rewarded that last maneuver.
Yeah, well analyzed.
Snappy and strong.
Snappy and strong. Oh, it's great to have you here, Lindsay. I was afraid we weren't going to see you, but
you're bugging me all week. When are you coming down? When are you going to come down? Doing my best.
I was bugging you like 2 months. You never get back to me. It's like you have 8 million followers or something. Busy girl. That's good. That's a beauty of these events. You know, Lindsay, you've been doing it for, I want to say, when was your first snowboard cross competition? Do you remember?
I mean, big one.
Yeah,
was
big one.
2001 U.S. Open, Burton at Stratton.
Wow, Red now having to go
at it. Riding. Kier Pinkton looking to get her first ride, exercising that priority. Let's see what the judges have for her. We've got 10.5 minutes left in this round.
Yeah, anything's going to be better than what she already had, so that's going
to get something on the board. Maybe this will start something. We've seen some better waves coming through. Maybe she was really just trying to be patient, really exercise her priority. Maybe this is starting a rhythm for her. You never know. It's not over till the buzzer. We've seen some last-minute scores roll in right at the very last second, so you never give up, and you're constantly hunting and looking. You can see these ladies are completely focused for these 25 straight minutes.
That's it. And look at that, 4.6. Kira from nothing to right into third place. So you just need a mere 0.27 to climb into that transfer spot. Plenty of time left. Situation, Fierro, you still have the lead. Rosano, you're in second. Pinkerton, you're in third. You need a 0.27. Enzo in blue, you need a 2.71. We'd like to thank our spotters from the WSL. They have high-powered infrared glare-cutting binoculars so they can see what color is what out there.
The glare is very challenging, even to see right now. So that technology is pretty cool.
Yeah, agreed.
Just under 9 minutes left in this heat.
Yeah, coming up will be Tatiana Weston-Webb, Chelsea Tuwak, Brisa Hennessy, and Sarah Frey. So from here on out, each one of the heats will be loaded with fun and challenging low tide conditions. We've seen better and we've seen more challenging for sure, but the one thing is everyone's got to compete in the same playing field. So Kira's been, all these ladies have been in this type of situation before. Kira more so because she spent the most time of these 4 around these parts. So she is sitting there and being methodical, knowing that right around the 6 or 5 minute mark, she's got to really start figuring out what she needs to do. And she's starting to go south right now. Priority right now is with blue, then green, then red. First event, 2001-ish?
2001.
And our DJ competition is going on right now. Are you going to go do a set for us, Linz?
Absolutely. Well, you won't just let me get off the mic. You just keep keeping me here. So
Yes. Where do you really
I have
need
to get
to go?
to my next gig.
Yeah, you got to go light up.
I got Gidget here. She's going to spin some records.
Yeah, Gage, your dog, 16-year-old dog. Wow. And almost as long as your snowboard career.
Yeah.
All right, let's give you a situation. Still the same. Fierro, first there's 7 minutes remaining. Fierro, you got the lead. Rosano, you're in second with a 4.87, looking to get rid of a 1.5 or improve upon it. Kira Pinkerton, you have a 4.6, needing a 0.27. And with priority in blue in 4th place, Enzo needing a 2.71. Can feel like an eternity out there sometimes, or if you're in the lead, yeah, it feels like an eternity.
The clock can definitely move very, very slowly. And I'm sure these girls do not want to be sitting right next to blue because she has priority, and anything that comes through, she will definitely claim. So they have to be a little bit more creative and find a different corner that's popping up and sit a little wider than her.
Yeah. Priority playing a big factor, and the ocean is just being a little mischievous right now. For you folks watching online, this is local time, 2:50 Pacific time. Oceanside's the location. We are in heat 4 of 32. We got a couple more left in today's competition, and looking at it was Kira Pinkerton in the red.
She was looking to try to get into that, but it was really just nothing to it, and it just kind of closed out. She was going to be a little too deep to make anything happen, but waves are coming through, so opportunity is happening. Let's hope for the best and see what these girls can do in these last few minutes of this heat.
As a competitor that is getting into any form of competition, your single best piece of advice for them getting into competition at a young age?
Definitely enjoy the moment. Find your friends that you love doing that with. Have your great support system that's there cheering you on. Because at the core, at the end of the day, you really have to love what you're doing, because you'll never have a lasting career if you can't love what you're doing behind. Because there's always going to be that stress. That's part of it. There's the trials, there's the winning, there's the losing. There's those times that you have to come back through injury. But at the end of the day, if you still love it, you'll find a way to fight for it and fight through any of those challenges.
I love it. I love it. 5 minutes left right there. Again, you're listening to Lindsay Jacobellis, a staple in the X Games, the longest lasting competitor. I think you've actually set the record for the U.S. snowboard team for the long. You have, I know that.
I just had my 100th World Cup start in Basenau.
Wow.
I was actually surprised. Someone actually informed me that this year, and I was like, oh my God, it's been that many.
Is that nice that people are paying attention? Yeah.
It was really nice. FIS made a special bid for me, bid 100, so it made it that much more exciting, and I was actually really fired up and was riding really well in Switzerland. So hope to carry that momentum into this year as well.
Yeah, carrying that stoke for surf into, of snow into surf. There's been a few Supergirl pros. The last one we had in Big Bear, Lindsay was a huge part of the organization. You got a firsthand look at how challenging it is to put on an event. All the nuts and bolts, all the pieces of the puzzle, huh?
I will never ever complain about an event because there are so many factors that go into producing and organizing and really structuring an event. It's pretty incredible to have all of those components come together, and there's always problems, but you would never know behind the scenes.
No, exactly. There's not a single
I'm
person.
sure there was a bunch of problems this morning that Rick had to solve, but we're still loving it. It's still an amazing, beautiful day, and Supergirl's happening, and we're all having a great time.
3 minutes, 20 seconds left. There's a line in the event business where it says the solution looks greatly different than the problem. And that's what it's all about, is coming up with solution-based thinking. Okay, strategy right now. Here's how it works. Priority is held by blue. Vahidi Inzo, although she's in 4th place, she has got the priority. So you see a group of gals to the left-hand side. I think that is white, blue, and red. And Kara Pinkerton, who is our highest seed and the most familiar with this wave, has 1 wave caught in the last 22 minutes. She has a 4.6. She's on the outside looking in. All she needs is a 0.27 to overtake or get into the transfer spot, which is Rosano and Fierro. Those are 2nd and 1st, respectively. So right now,
we've got some lines coming in. We've got some opportunity potentially happening. Let's see who's going to exercise their priority or what will happen with this wave. It's kind of just closing out, no section.
Yeah, and a little
priority change.
Priority has
Blue
changed.
Made the effort. They were looking. She had intention to execute, and she did not go.
That's
That
it.
is why she lost priority, and priority is now with green.
Green, white, red, priority. 2 minutes left.
We're not even going to talk about how many times I lost priority at Salt Creek this morning. My goodness.
I'm losing. Okay. Good beats in the background here in Oceanside, Nissan Supergirl Pro. A few more heats left in the day. We reconvene at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Awards will be right when we're said and done, with the plain white tees wrapping the event up in red, going for it.
1.5 minutes left.
Oh, Kira looking for anything.
And she doesn't need much.
No, she needs to stand up and do 1 maneuver, more or less, based on what the judge, what she's capable of.
You only need a few seconds to stand up. You ride until the wave is finished, but you have to be up before the buzzer, so she still has a full 1 minute and 8 seconds to find something to stand up on.
Yeah, and it's all up to the ocean now, Mother Nature now. And she is pushing, clawing, looking for it. Under 1 minute left.
She's paddling away from green because she needs to get away from somebody who has priority.
Yeah, and these are the smallest.
If I was green, I would be on her.
I would
so
too.
You take away any chance of her getting any sort of a wave.
That's what green has done right now, and there is blue up, red up, and blue's going down the line. That's Enzo going towards the pier. Red down. That was Kara Pinkerton. So Enzo needing that 2.71. She's a surfer in blue by the pier. A few folks online saw that. Pinkerton has 20 seconds left. Green is going for it now. That's Rosano looking to improve upon her 1.5. So all sorts of scenarios going on right here, right now. And we're down to 9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. And there is Two Horns ending that heat. A little bit of calculation still to come. You folks at home, we'll be back with our next heat in just a minute at the Nissan Supergirl Pro.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Every superhero has an origin story. We all got our start somewhere. For us, it was the U.S. Air Force.
And looks like we're back on the web time as well. Welcome back to Oceanside. The Nissan Supergirl Pro is brought to you by Jolene, for women who inspire us, the official swimwear sponsor of the Supergirl Surf Pro and the unofficial sponsor of Active Girls Wear Everywhere, and by
Locals Only Vodka, the official vodka of Supergirl Surf Pro, handcrafted right here in San Diego.
Yes, indeed. That's our sponsors that make it happen. Blue in the water right now. This is Chelsea Tuak from Barbados. On your screen at home, there's your 4-pack. Weston Webb, Tuak, Hennessy, and Frere. Red, blue, white, and green, respectively. Out in the mix. And Frere, your first wave, a 3.33. And at this point, these ladies have watched what's gone on in the last few heats, so they're going to take anything they can get their hands on.
It's very exciting when local companies can really be a part of the development of an event like this. You know, local companies usually are small, but the growth and the exposure that they can get from an event of this magnitude could really help get them to that next tier. And it's just wonderful that they can provide that support, and it becomes this great relationship to grow for both sides.
Yeah, Life's Rad, by the way. They came out about 6 years ago, I think, for the first time when they were just starting. They have one of the most prominent booths right in front here now. Big van, great display. They made it through COVID. I had a quick talk with them this morning, and that's the continuation or the consistency that this event provides to show local companies how they're doing. And Brisa Hennessy, your first wave score in white from Costa Rica, a 3.11. So Brisa on the board with our highest wave. Brisa spending time in the jungles of Costa Rica. Ooh, look at the red there.
Red was up and riding on that last one, getting some great distance on that. One of the longer rides we've seen with this lower tide. So we're still waiting on some scores coming in. White, you have priority. And just with that last wave coming in, Tatiana took the lead with a 6.17.
Yeah, really impressive watching Tatiana Weston Webb just work her way through this event through the years. I think this is her 8th Supergirl Pro, maybe off by a year. Tough to keep it all straight. The Princeville, Hawaii, not native. She's born in Brazil, claims that as her home turf when it comes to naming it for the Olympic Games. Let's say she represented Brazil in the Olympics, but spends a boatload of time in Kauai, recently married as well. Used to come around this event and to many others with her mom as her, not only her mom, but her manager and her caddy as well, and best support system. Now it's got her
always
husband
have
with
to
her.
have that. And on that last wave, really helping her carry that distance, doing that nice floater to get around that white section, to then have a nice open face, to have a really nice snappy maneuver to really finish out the wave, and definitely got a little bit more speed and momentum out of that. And the judges are looking for that flow. They're looking for that consistency in how you are linking your movements. Going again, she's up, she is hungry, she is looking for all that O-side has to offer right here at the pier. Nice hard snap.
Yeah, and that just shows you the understanding of where she is and what time of day based on being out there and seeing what the previous competitors have done. White, Brisa Hennessy, who has a 3.77, looking to add a second wave to her scoreline, and she does just that.
Blue now with priority. We got just under 20 minutes left in this heat. Still a lot of waves, a lot of time.
Yeah, well, Chelsea Tuak has been here over a handful of times, and she has really matured not only in her surfing, but just the way she's been able to carry herself. They've got that confidence, and that just comes with competition. Going back to some of your early days, I'm sure there was some folks you looked up to. Did you have one particular person you idolized, whether it was in your sport or not, and you watched how they carried themselves?
You know, I don't know if you remember, but Leslie Olson was one of the leading ladies that was always fearless in my mind, and she was riding at the capacity that the men were riding the courses, and I just thought that it was so incredible to watch that, and I wanted to be riding and just as fearless as her and hit the big jumps and not have to go around. Remember, we used to have the options, so you had the huge jump that cut off so much time. But if you're too scared, when I was little, you had to go around and you had to waste some time. But it was a really amazing thing to witness women hitting those big jumps. And that really helped light the fire for myself.
Yeah, if you know nothing of the snow world by chance, folks, we're talking once again. This is Lindsay Jacobellis joining us. She's taking off pretty soon to start her march towards her 5th Winter Olympic Games for the sport of snowboard cross. If you're not familiar with that, it's like motocross, but on snow with snowboards, and they do it on skis as well. Lindsay's the most decorated snowboard cross competitor in the world. Been doing it since 2001, 10-time X Games gold medalist. Throw it into a search engine when you get home and watch some of the heats. She's got the most experience of anyone in the world and the most awards as well, and made a career out of it and still going strong. And truly a pleasure to have you here. And again, can't wish you enough luck on your march towards gold.
Thank you so much, and it's so great being here in this environment, in this dynamic, all these women supporting each other, and the years this sport has grown and this event has grown with it, and bringing, you know, the different levels to the ladies out there, and it's really amazing to see the growth and how these women are supporting and pushing themselves. Red is up again.
Tatiana just
having
she's
that front
hungry.
foot slip right off in the really high end top of that turn. When that white water kicks your foot off, sometimes it happens.
Yeah, so Tatiana, you got 4 waves ridden. The middle 2 are your best, 4.5 and 3.77. You're currently in the lead. Brisa Hennessy, 3 waves ridden. You got a 6.77 combined. Sarah Freyer, you need a 3.45. Chelsea Tuak in blue, you need a 6.07. There's 17 minutes on the clock. Right now, let's throw it down to Shannon, who is with Vahini Fierro.
Yes, Vahine, it's so exciting to see someone from Tahiti here, especially with the goal of potentially being on the tour. What would that mean to you?
It would be so cool. I enjoy competing and being in this performance playground, so it's nice to like have competition back and finally, you know, get a chance to get on tour.
Well, a lot of times I imagine in Tahiti you're the only woman in the lineup, especially at a wave like Teahupo'o or Chopes.
Yes.
How do you pronounce? What's the right pronunciation?
You said it well, Teahupo'o.
So that last massive swell in Tahiti, everyone was watching. You were on the jet ski. What was it like?
Yeah, it was really big, and I was the day before I was surfing, and then it got big, and it was my first time seeing a tow swell, so it was nice, and I got excited to maybe start towing in soon.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, you mentioned it was scary out there, but it's hard to believe. What made this challenging today?
It was so scary out there because there was just no wave, and the ocean was so unpredictable. It was like, and closing out as well. So, and all the girls in our heat were really strong, you know, surfers. So every single wave could make us win or lose. So yeah, I was scared out there.
Any words in French for your friends and family back home?
Merci à tous ceux qui me soutiennent et merci de regarder. Ça me fait chaud au cœur et j'espère bien pouvoir représenter Tahiti et la France.
Congrats, Vahine, with her best results so far. Moving on to the next round.
Yeah, great stuff, Shannon. Thank you, Vahine. And yeah, Teahupo'o, or Chopu as we like, or Chopes as we call it, getting towed into that would be a remarkable adventure, right?
Terrifying.
Terrifying. That's more like it.
Ladies are so brave.
Yeah, that is it. So
Tati, I
Vahine,
believe Tati had another wave, and I liked how she referred out here to a playground. So
Yeah.
I thought she said she was scared and stressed the whole time, but then she was also having fun because she's on the playground. So it is that weird dynamic. There's so many emotions that go into these 25 minutes. You're stressed, you're having fun, you're in the sun, you're with friends, you're with other amazing athletes that are pushing the envelope as well as you. So there's just so much to really bottle and contain and keep yourself calm so you can execute. So it is a pretty incredible balance of emotions.
yeah, there's no way we're going to get this here unless you're out there. So good to hear it from competitors' perspective. Well analyzed there. Under 15 minutes left. Tatiana Weston Webb, you've caught the most waves, and that keeps you in the lead with an 8.27. Brisa Hennessy in white, you're in second. You need a 4.5 to climb to the top. Sarah Freyer, you have priority. You're in green. You're also in third. You need a 3.45. And Chelsea Tuak from Barbados, you need a 6.07. So Tatiana has won this event previously. It was back in 2016, if I'm not mistaken. That is 15, rather. She's always getting near at least the final 8, if not the 4. And if you watched any of the World Championship Tour finals, you saw her take second place right behind Carissa Moore, and that is green.
Up and riding, using her priority, getting a nice little hit, trying to weave in to see if something going to reform. We haven't seen a reform in a few heats now. Anything coming? Just not quite enough tide yet. She was flirting with it, tried to get to that inside, and nothing came of it. Unfortunately, she's got to paddle back out, get back into the priority rotation. Hopefully she can get it soon.
Yeah, that's it. Did you make it down to lowers, by the way, for the finals on Wednesday?
I was surfing. I saw all the e-bikes and everyone else there. I was like, that could mean there's less people in the lineup somewhere else. So I just was listening to all the results on the beach from everyone else.
Right.
But I was surfing, and
Atta girl.
I was trying to enjoy the last week in California.
And here we go. This is Tatiana Weston Webb on your screen and live in person. Oh, gets just unstuck. And down she goes, and White was right behind her. Brisa Hennessy catching another one. So not for a lack of effort right here, knowing that there's a lot at stake in the name of a Supergirl cape. What was the most unique prize you've ever won? Money's cool, but did you win a cow or a reindeer like they have in the Alpine World Cup?
I got to think about that.
Have you won an animal yet?
I have not won an animal. No.
A lot of responsibility. You know? All right, think about that. You got a lot of trophies. Do you have a trophy? Do you have a trophy room?
A cuckoo clock.
What?
A cuckoo clock.
A cuckoo clock.
That was fun.
Do they ship it home for you? You have to carry it in your carry-on?
I carried it.
Okay. Great. Well, here, you know what they win, right?
The cape.
The cape. That's right. A red cape.
The coveted cape.
And everyone on the inside, please move to your south. You with the blue floaty device. As much as we'd love to have you in the competition, we need you to move to the south.
That's right. You did not pay the Supergirl registration fee.
Yeah.
You have to leave the competition zone. It's a beautiful day, and the water is wonderful, but we need you out of the competition zone, please. White is up and riding.
Again, on the inside, please remove yourself from the contest zone right now. It looks like red of Tatiana Weston Webb all over the place.
Blue now holding priority. We've got just over 11 minutes left in this heat.
And blue taking advantage of the priority. That was blue. Chelsea Tuak, who has been here quite some time. We heard from her earlier today, the regular footer out of Barbados, 25 years of age. And what do you see?
I see some waves coming.
And waves going.
And waves going. And closing out. So Tatiana definitely had better eyes than myself because she didn't turn on that. But there could mean some more are on their way.
Something else to address. You have been bombarded, I'm certain of that, at certain events. You want to sign everything. You want to say hi to everybody. What's the best way to get through a crowd like Bethany we witnessed with Bethany? When you're getting inundated, how do you manage that?
It can be a little challenging, but I definitely always try to look for, maybe the youngest kid that maybe is not as strong and they can get into the mix. Definitely try to seek out someone that's really trying to get a chance to meet myself and make sure that they get that moment. It is intimidating and you don't want to feel like you're bothering somebody, but as long as you're being respectful, usually the athletes will be seeking you out and being patient. But know that these ladies have just worked very hard for 25 minutes straight, paddling nonstop and seeking everything out. Let them fully get out of the water, give them their space, and they'll be happy to give you a few moments of their time.
And that is green, if I'm not mistaken.
So
Sarah,
hard to see the
Sarah
bib
Frey,
color.
tough to see the colors
I need
from
the
here.
binoculars that are the special ones for the colors.
I was totally making that up, by the way.
Of course you were.
Yeah,
I had a blonde moment and fell for it.
they are binoculars. I'm not sure they're infrared polarized glare cutters. I can tell you from experience it would be really good to have extra super neon color bibs. We did that at the X Games. We finally went that way because there was 2 episodes in Border Cross with the Holland brothers that I personally screwed up, where one of them was down and I was calling the wrong one down and injured. And
that was the crash with my brother.
It was, exactly, with Ben.
I remember that was very, very scary.
Yes, it was.
You hold a lot of responsibility. Does your back hurt?
That was good. I'd ask you if it hurt when you fell from heaven.
8.5 minutes left. Red with priority. We've already seen her hunting down so many waves. She's just trying to push that next level for herself and really just get herself in a great flow for heats to come.
Yeah, we have some more action yet to come. Sarah Bohm, Ella McCaffrey, Zoe McDougall, Alyssa Spencer coming up in our next heat. That could be our last heat of the day. I don't have a confirmation on that, but I think it is, which may be okay because tomorrow we have similar conditions to today. Morning, we have a similar tide pattern as well, with 919 being the high, 254 being the low.
You can see when those bigger waves are coming through, they're not really able to hold because there's just not enough water in the pools, you'd like to call it.
Yep.
As that tide changes, we will see that maybe hold up a little bit more, but these ladies have to deal with what's out there. Right now they want a situation. We have 7.5 minutes left. Red is with priority.
Yeah, Weston Webb, you're in the lead still. Hennessy, you're in second. Third in green, Sarah Freyer. You need a 4.21. Chelsea Tuak, you need a 5.24. Just over 7 minutes left. Priority, red, white, blue.
Red, white, green.
Red, white, blue.
Oh, I'm on this one. My screen's delayed then.
You're colorblind. Red, white, blue. That's 4. 3 is priority. That's 3, number 3. That's the place. Nice just to look around, take it all in. Beautiful day we have out and about. Thanks to Sunbum for providing sunscreen to all. From the East Coast Surfing Championships last month to here in Oceanside, they're everywhere, and we thank them. You folks on the beach, welcome on in. You folks at home all over the globe, you're looking at on your screen there, it's the Oceanside Pier, about 1,900 feet in length, rebuilt quite a few times. This is the 5th iteration of it, and we're at the Nissan Supergirl Pro. Oh, okay, this just in from the officials. We are going all the way through the round of 32, so we're going to close out. We have 3 more heats after this, 6, 7, and 8. And nothing has changed. Tatiana Weston Webb, the Brazilian who spends a lot of time in Hawaii and globetrotting. She is in the first place. Brisa Hennessy, born in Costa Rica in the jungles, also living in Hawaii, the 22-year-old. She's in second place. Sarah Freyer, out of Huntington Beach, all of 14 years young. She's in third, looking for a 4.21 to move on to the next round. And Chelsea Tuak is needing a 5.24. She's 25 out of Barbados.
A lot of excitement and smiles on the beach as we just keep seeing all those youngsters running around, having a great time, enjoying the event. Who's going up right now? Red is up and riding. Tatiana Weston Webb getting a nice little snap, looking for turns, and then the wave just dissipating under her.
Just done. So she's looking to do away with the 3.77. I'm not sure there was any high caliber moves on that. It'll be similar, and down goes Risa. How is your main frame? How are the joints doing?
As of right now, feeling really good, feeling strong.
Good.
Not having to hit the vitamin I too hard. Usually in the winter I have to take some ibuprofen if it's really cold. But when you're in California and the weather's warm and feels good, your body just seems to hurt a little less in the morning. So the cold definitely doesn't help with those situations. So
Yeah, not as much jolting and jarring in the summertime, huh?
I definitely need a big warm up in the winter.
Where was there a moment for you that you realized that you wanted to become a pro?
Ooh.
Was there a definitive moment?
I feel like there was always a. We got who's up and right?
Tatiana?
Tatiana.
She's all over the place.
I knew I always wanted to be an athlete or just be doing something wild. I just never knew what. My mom thought I was going to be in the circus, honestly. But she just really couldn't pinpoint me.
That's
but
wonderful.
It was just that I happened to fall into snowboarding, and after I graduated high school in 2003, they had announced snowboard cross was going to be in the Olympics, and I thought, well, that's kind of cool. Let's see how far this can take me. Who's up right now? It's really hard to see.
Yeah.
We had 2 surfers on that wave. I could not tell the bib colors.
That was Tuak on the right-hand side, and our busiest little green. That was green and blue out there. So it's Tuak on the right, Freyr on the left, looking out. And we're at under 3 minutes left. With no situational chain, Tatiana Weston-Webb with the most waves caught, a 4.5 and a 3.7, earns her top position. Brisa Hennessy in white has priority, followed by red.
When was the last time you almost caught 9 waves in 25 minutes?
Yeah, right? I want to thank our priority director. Someone is keeping an eye on that at all times, moving the chips around, making sure it's put in proper place. So right now it's white, red, blue. White, red, blue for priority, approaching the 2-minute mark. Again, Sarah Freyr, you need a 3.37. Chelsea Tuak, you need a 2.74. Surfer in green, Sarah Freyr, you need a 3.37. Surfer in blue, Chelsea Tuak, you need a 2.74 at the 2-minute mark now.
We spend a lot of time thanking our sponsors. We definitely want to be thanking our judges and our spotters and all the people that are behind the scenes that you really don't see, that are just hidden under these tents. That includes you as well. There's a lot that goes on. We got a rider up. I call him rider surfer. So hard.
And they're riding aboard, yeah, and a good maneuver. Chelsea Tuak looking for that 2.74. So that one single maneuver in the critical area, maintaining composure, that might just be enough to put her into the next chapter of this event with 1:20 left, but not if Brisa Hennessy and Sarah Freyr have something to say about it. And Webb looking for another go as she's holding on to priority. She'll do her best to block whoever it is, and she just gave up that priority to green, so now green, red with priority. Under a minute. Next heat, Baum, McCaffrey, McDougall, Spencer. Chelsea Tuak score in 4.87, puts you into the lead. Woo! Wow. Chelsea Tuak in the lead. Tatiana Weston-Webb in second now. Now, Brisa Hennessy, you need a 4.5. Sarah Freyr, you need a 4.11. 20 seconds left. Again, Hennessy in white, you need a 4.5. Freyr in green with priority, you need a 4.11.
10 seconds left.
Counting this down shortly with nothing on the horizon. This will do it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chelsea Tuak, Tatiana Weston-Webb unofficially moving on to the next round. On the web, we'll be back in just a minute as we watch Tatiana ride onto shore.
Break me down, but I know I am Supergirl, strong, fun, and free. Yes, I am
Return to rugged. The all-new, ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
I wanna spread that good love, 'cause love, 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 love is all we need. Yeah.
And welcome back online. Nissan Supergirl Pro continues on. Nissan Supergirl Pro brought to you by the U.S. Air Force. Full-time, part-time, in or out of uniform. Join us. And by Paul Mitchell. That's right, Supergirl style professional salon products. Cruelty-free since 1980. Thank you so much, John Paul DeJorio. Brooks Parsons in the early days. His job was dream fulfillment. And Julie Sowald, the assistant to Dream Fulfillment. She should be showing up anytime here. And we thank them for their love and support year in, year out. Who do we have here? Fuley, welcome back.
Thank you very much. In red, we have Sarah Baum from South Africa. In blue, Ella McCaffrey. In white, Zoe McDougall. And in green, Alyssa Spencer. All of these surfers we have seen surf already once today. It was fantastic to have Lindsay Jacobellis here on the mic for a few. Had the pleasure of working with her throughout an entire Supergirl surf contest a few years ago, and but she's heading to the mountains tomorrow, focusing on her on the mountainous side of her career. So, Lindsay, thank you for joining us today. Always a pleasure. 21 minutes and 55 seconds remaining in this no waves yet court. We see Tatiana Weston Webb with all of her fans, much deserved. And as we narrow the field down to 16 at the end of this round, there is no such thing as an easy heat. And great performances throughout today. And the sun continues to shine down on us, as it always does. Up and riding though now. Big first turn there for Alyssa Spencer. Getting solid score on the board straight away. Maximising the opportunity of that wave with just 4 minutes having expired here. We've got 3 more heats to go today. Following this heat, we'll have Bella Kenworthy, Mia Collins, Tia Blanco, and Hanako Kurikawa. And the last heat of the day will be Sol Aguirre, Taylor Stacey, Molly Picklum, and Caroline Marks. What a way to end up the day. Alyssa Spencer getting a 3.83 for that opening ride. And there's a full festival is happening there. Looks like Tatiana Weston-Webb getting mobbed, pushed back into the ocean by all of her fans. Such a great ambassador for the sport of surfing, always giving time to her young fans. And it wasn't that long ago that she was one of them. Wow, what a turn there for Zoe McDougall. Big backhand hit. Zoe McDougall did compete last year in the specialty event that we had. It was an invite-only event as we faced COVID restrictions. And she was on Team Zoe. We'll wait for that score. 2.83 for Zoe McDougall. 2.83. Zoe from Sunset Beach on the north shore of Hawaii. And this is her first competition since exactly a year ago, we heard in her interview with Shannon. So Alyssa Spencer in the lead with a 3.83, a 3.73 for Ella McCaffrey, and a 2.83 for Zoe McDougall. And Sarah Baum waiting for waves to come to her to get a score on the board. Priority is with surfer in red, Sarah Baum. And we have a lull in the waves, so let's go down to Shannon with Chelsea.
Chelsea, you are absolutely on a roll today.
Oh, yeah.
How does this...
That felt good. I mean, I had a slow start and I just couldn't find them, and I knew I just needed to get to my feet and get one good one. And yeah, in these conditions, you just got to keep fighting. And with the girls, Tati and Brisa, and even Sarah, she's been ripping all day. So tough heat, tough conditions, but I'm good to feels good to just get it on the buzzer beater too. It feels really good. I've been competing with Tati for a really long time, and she's kind of got the nudge on me every time, like maybe 4-0. It's probably more than that. So in this event, it feels good to get one on her.
Awesome. You were riding a DHD.
Yeah.
Tell us about the dimensions.
Oh yeah, it's a beautiful board. It's a Darren Hanley. It's a DX1 5.5, 18, and 2 and a little bit. I can't remember what that one is, but basically it felt really good out there. In the morning I was surfing in epoxy, but with the wind and stuff, I just kind of wanted to get up and down, and the DX1 does that for me, so it's a good one.
Tell us a little bit about surfing in Barbados. At Soup Bowls is your local spot?
That is. Grew up there. It's such an incredible wave. I think I was spoilt growing up, mainly reef breaks, Soup Bowls and Drill Hall, where they have that contest in March. And it's a beautiful place to grow up. My dad was a surfer, my brothers were surfers, and just wanted to follow up in their footsteps, and it was kind of a family thing to do every weekend. Just to pack up the cooler, get the umbrella, and stay on the beach all weekend. And it's a beautiful life for sure in Barbados. Have you ever been?
I have not, but it's on my bucket list.
Hopefully the next WQS event that's there, you got to come down.
There you go. Well, moving on to Supergirl Pro, Chelsea, you'll see her in the next round.
Woo. Thank you.
.73. Alyssa Spencer in second. We do have one more score yet to drop, but is ahead of Zoe McDougall White with priority. And then Sarah Baum currently sitting in fourth spot with just a 0.7, so quite nearly halfway through this heat. That's Zoe McDougall there in the afternoon glare wearing the white. So Ella McCaffrey waiting for her last score to come in. Alyssa Spencer, a 6.4 on her last ride. Alyssa, a 6.4. You are now in the lead. Ella in... Oh, let's see. Zoe McDougall not able to complete that maneuver. We'll give an update on all of the scores as soon as they are in. Alyssa Spencer, though, in the lead. 6.4 on her last ride. And the scores are in. So Ella McCaffrey in second. That's 5.6. Wow. Sarah Baum now pushing the limits on that wave. So that will improve her scoreline. So Alyssa Spencer, 6.4, 3.83. Ella McCaffrey, a low of 3.73, needs a 4.57 to advance. Sarah Baum just moved up into third position with a 4, needing a 5.41 to advance. And Zoe McDougall, you need a 6.57 to move up into that second spot. Just under 15 minutes remaining here this afternoon in our third last heat of the day. Thank you to all our sponsors, including Jolene, for supporting female empowerment here at the Nissan Supergirl Pro. We have one more day of action ahead of us, and then One incredible performer will be awarded the Supergirl Cape, one of the most coveted trophies, if you wish, in female surfing around the world. This is the biggest female festival, including surfing, music, gaming, and more than 20 free classes for those who come down to the beach down here in Oceanside. 13 minutes 45 remaining. Alyssa Spencer looking strong with that 6.5. The 2018 ISA Under 16 World Champion. Priority is with Alyssa Spencer. The priority surfer in red, Sarah, you need a 5.41. 5.41. Zoe McDougall, you need a 6.57. Ella McCaffrey in blue, you need a 4.57 to move into the lead. 13 minutes, 10 seconds. Paddling hard, taking a look at this one, up and riding. Sarah Baum on a front side, gets around that section. So gets one turn in, looking for a 5.41. Her high score right now is a 4. Of course, the sun sets over the ocean here. There we see Sarah Baum, nice foam climb. Gets around that section and looks for the second turn, and just not enough power in that wave. Very experienced competitor, more than 10 years of competing on the QS. 12 minutes and a few seconds remaining here. Next heat in the water will be Bella Kenworthy, Mia Collins, Tia Blanco, and Hanako Kurakawa. Zoe McDougall is currently sitting in 4th position, needing a 6.57. Alyssa Spencer with priority and also the lead, but she has a 3.83 as her low score. So improving on that will extend her lead. And as we approach 4 o'clock this afternoon at 4:15, at the end of the surfing for today, stay tuned because Gillette Venus is presenting a sustainability panel with Carissa Moore, Adriana Frigola, Carissa Cabrero, and Simone Barkley. So that's going to be the Trust Seas panel. Okay, surfer in green, Spencer, our heat leader. Good backhand hit, looking to get rid of her 3.83. Red taking a look at that wave. Waiting on scores for Alyssa Spencer. Priority with blue. She's on this wave. Nice backhand turn. Gets another one. This wave giving a little bit more to work with. Her 3rd turn. And now the 4th foam bounce. And she'll get out of that. So Ella McCaffrey currently sitting in 2nd position, looking to improve on a 3.73. Alyssa Spencer, you did improve your lead. You got a 4.9 on that last ride. So Ella McCaffrey now needs a 5.64 to move into the lead. Waiting on scores for red and white. 9 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Also waiting on a score for last ride for Ella. Sarah Baum, a 4 and a 2.1. You still need a 5.68 now to advance. Ella McCaffrey slightly improving her second position with a 3.87. You still need a 5.64 to move up into that first spot. Priority is with green, Alyssa Spencer. Second priority, Sarah Baum, red. Third priority, Zoe McDougall in white. Zoe McDougall, you need a 5.68 and Sarah Baum a 5.55. And Ella McCaffrey needs a 5.64 to advance into the top spot. But Alyssa Spencer now. Let's take a look first at Ella McCaffrey on the replay. And 3.87 on this ride. Getting 2 good turns, then a little foam bounce, a mid-face, and 1 more. So it did slightly improve her second spot, but not enough to push her into that first position. If you're here on the beach, coming up we have Stephanie Poetry at 4:30 on the main stage, Upsal at 5:15, Maggie Lindemann at 6, and Sophia Carlson at 6:45. And you can be part of a new Netflix show if you stick around for that. 7.5 minutes remaining here, 7.5 minutes. And since 2007, the Supergirl Pro Series has been the only large-scale all-female action sports and esports competition and lifestyle series in the world. Developed as a celebration of female strength, independence and empowerment, the series has grown into inspirational festivals centered around providing social, athletic, cultural, education, business and entertainment opportunities for young women everywhere. And the series has included the Supergirl Surf Pro, the Supergirl Gamer Pro, the Supergirl Skate Pro, and the Supergirl Snow Pro. And each of those has included festivals with live concerts, female DJ competitions, which we've had here, fitness, yoga, dance, beauty, arts, speakers, discussions, and more. So it's a full festival, but it's a festival with purpose. 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Alyssa Spencer remaining in the lead and has priority. Second priority with Sarah Baum needing a 5.55. Third priority, Zoe McDougall, you need a 5.68. And a 5.64 for Ella McCaffrey to move up into that top spot. 6 minutes remaining here. And welcome everybody to the beach if you've just come down. We've got 2 more heats of competition ahead of us today in the surfing, but then plenty more activities down here at the festival, and including the sustainability panel presented by Gillette Venus. Some incredible performances we've seen throughout today. And tomorrow we move into the round of 16. So we started off with over 100 competitors. The first round of 88, but then we added in some seeded competitors after that. And at the end of today, we will have narrowed it down to just 16 surfers remaining. And at the end, there can be only one wearing the Supergirl cape. 4.5 minutes remaining. White up and riding. This is Zoe McDougall. She's looking for a 5.68 to move up into that second spot. Just over 4 minutes to go. And Alyssa Spencer with that 6.4 in her scoreline. And a ton of experience out here in Oceanside. And has priority in the box seat. Just coming up to 3.5 minutes remaining. There hasn't been a lot of waves in the last few minutes. Down to 3:30. Zoe McDougall, your last ride, a 2.8. Doesn't change your scoreline, still needing a 5.68, and Sarah Baum still needing a 5.55. 3 minutes 15 remaining. And welcome back, Chris Ernst.
Hey, Fury.
2 more heats ahead of this one. Okay, here we go. Zoe McDougall paddling, looking for a 5.68, up and riding. And didn't see anything of substance to give her that chance. .245 on the clock.
There's still a lot of energy going on in the festival area. Wow, there's a lot of people down here, and thanks for making your way down. And for you folks on the webcast, make your way down tomorrow if you're in the Southern California area. Get here early, full day of activity. Starting at 8 o'clock, we'll start with a round of 16, right?
Yeah, round of 16, and we'll be kicking that off with one-on-one competition. It moves to complete elimination starting tomorrow morning. And at the end of this round, they will reseed all of the surfers into those heats. But it's woman-on-woman competition. And
mono e mono.
Winner take all for the rest of this contest.
Next up, Bella Kenworthy, Mia Collins, Tia Blanco, Hanako Kurakawa. That'll be heat 7 of the round of 32. Minute 30 left. Alyssa Spencer, you're holding priority in the green. You have 11.30 as your score line. Ella McCaffrey, blue, you're in second with a 9.54. White, Zoe McDougall, you need a 5.68. Sarah Baum in red, you need a 5.5. Those are some sizable but manageable scores in competition conditions like this.
Getting close to the 1 minute mark. One minute remaining. Alyssa Spencer very patient, holding on to that priority. Knows that she has a good lead, so she will use her priority when she needs to. 40 seconds. .30 remaining. And this is Sarah Baum. She's looking for a 5.55, up and riding. Nice wall in front of her.
Oh, yeah.
Nice slash in the pocket. And a big hit on the end section. Gets the fins loose. The tail was loose as she dropped back down, and now she's got a runner onto the inside.
10 seconds.
So this wave will count. Looking for a 5.55.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And Ella McCaffrey blew over near the pier. Her low score is a 3.87. Can she improve on that? Because that was a hard charging Sarah Baum. The dying moments there.
So we're going to come back in just a minute with more surf action from Oceanside online. We'll stay here live at the beach. See you in a minute. Wowzers, Sarah Baum.
Return to rugged. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
I feel like I've always known what I wanted. I always knew I wanted to become. I've always wanted to be a pro surfer since I was in 4th grade. And I'm here now, and obviously you have goals within that goal of what you want to become, which for me is world champion, and to pave a stronger, more powerful path for the next generation.
We're for the trailblazers and the thrill seekers, the craftsmen and the tastemakers, those dedicated to country and community, family and friends, working to carve out a better life for themselves in a patch of California that's more focused on authenticity than image, more substance than show. We're Front Wave Credit Union for banking, lending, saving, planning. We're the place to get started and the place to kick it into high gear. So dream big, we got you.
The location still is Oceanside. This is the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro, brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop NissanUSA.com. And by Adobe. Join us in the Create Waves Challenge to help protect our ocean. For more information, visit adobe.ly/creative-waves or create waves. So again, our sponsors, the Billboards, we're so grateful to have phenomenal sponsors that make this all come together, but live surf action. Whoa, Tia Blanco in the white. For you folks live saw that, webcast viewers, you just missed it. Tia went up, fell off the board, did a belly flop into the foam there, and she'll regain her composure. Yeah. Bella Kenworthy representing San Clemente, the 14-year-old, she's in the red. Mia Collins out of Newport Beach, 22-year-old, caught a wave. She has a 3.87. She's in the blue. Tia Blanco representing Puerto Rico, but spent a lot of time around these parts in Newport and Huntington. She's 21 years young, the ultimate surfer. Caught a first wave with her belly with a 0.8. And Hanako Kurakawa in green. You on the webcast are looking at Mia Collins' previous ride on her backhand.
Yeah, and she got a 3.83 for that. It was the first turn. It was reasonably solid, and that's why 3.83 for that ride. These waves are still, we've still got a very low tide, and so the best thing that any of the surfers can do is go for a big turn straight away, because that is being rewarded. Especially if it's a bigger wave, you can do it in a critical part of that wave. That's where you will be rewarded. Of course, you have to ride out clean. But Mia Collins in front. Green up and riding now. Hanako Kurakawa rides out and will get out of that wave and get straight out the back. Now, Bella Kenworthy. Nice first turn for the youngster.
Yeah, Hanako Kurakawa, first in the Van Surf Pro Classic 2019. And Blue putting together some nice magic once again. This is Mia Collins, very familiar with this zone from around these parts. And she's hopping towards the shore here, looking to create some more antics on the inside. Yeah, bring it alive, folks, bring it alive. There you go, Mia.
Oh, all the way. It's one of the few waves that we've seen ridden all the way in, and Mia is just looking very, very sharp.
You know, Phil, you remember certain athletes at certain events. I remember her first go here, she was 12. And I remember tiny little thing and didn't know anything about her. And she shows up here and she advanced through, I think, at least the first round. And it was just spectacular to see her. And now she's just so confident and poised still at such a young age. And we're ready to toss it on down to Sarah Baum, who is with Shannon down below.
That's right. Sarah, you are moving on to the next round in second place. What did you do to pull that off just now?
Pretty much the same thing I've been doing the last couple of heats. Just kind of knowing where the lineup is and patiently waiting for those waves to come through. I knew it was coming, and I was just like watching the clock going, come on, and I know you're coming, but yeah, it was fun, and I was lucky to get that last one.
Cool. You grew up in Durban. Tell us about the waves there. You're saying it's kind of similar?
Yeah, so pretty much like a beach break like this, and we've got piers that run out, so it kind of feels like home, which is nice. And yeah, it's just a fun little wave, and I love coming here, and yeah.
What's the scene like in South Africa with women surfing? Is there a big draw, or do you often find yourself the only woman in the lineup?
It's getting so much more now. Like when I was growing up, there really wasn't many. Like I was probably the only girl, and every time I go back there, there's at least like 5 of us out at the main break. So it's so good to see, and you give each other a little nod and see how you're going, and yeah, like good on them.
Cool. Any goals in this particular contest? I imagine you want the cape around your neck?
Yeah, definitely. I've done this event a few times, and yeah, I'd really like the cape around my neck, and yeah, I'm just having fun.
Cool. Any words to friends or family back home?
Just hi guys, thanks for watching and supporting, and yeah, hopefully we can keep the ball running.
All right, Sarah Baum and Alyssa Spencer are both moving on to the next round. Back to you guys.
Yeah, it's you can see there the quiet confidence there of Sarah Baum. Plenty of experience, and looking out to the lineup now, this is Kurikawa again. Big 2 nice turns there, really clean. These waves are improving. She may well get one more little maneuver on the inside. So she needed a 1.91 to move up into that second spot. And we'll see what the judges thought of that one. Mia Collins out in front, a 5.5 and a 3.83. Tia Blanco currently in second position, but we'll wait to see what Hanako's wave. And this is white right now, Tia Blanco, the goofy footer. Good backhand hit. And now she'll push through, see if she can get something on the inside.
And Red's out the back.
And Tia's still working it through onto the inside. She will get one more chance, puts it up vertically. And a good strong finish there for Tia Blanco.
Nice work by Miss Tia. Heavily into nutrition. Obviously very fit as well. A whole lot of yoga going on.
Yeah, she's got one of those styles that you can watch all day long. Doesn't matter whether it's front side or on the backhand. She's always flowing really well. And
yeah, and see what happens with the culmination of the Ultimate Surfer on Tuesday on ABC.
Yeah. If you have
seen it.
Yeah, if you haven't followed it, where we're at the moment, I think that 4 times she'd been challenged in a surf-off, and 4 times she had won.
Yeah.
And so she's got plenty of waves there at the surf ranch.
Yep. From what I've seen of the show, the competitive nature not only comes out in the water, but it's working effectively on land too. So I think that's what they're looking for. Yeah. Let's get back to the surfing here. Live green. That is Hanako Kurikawa.
Wow.
Yeah, power.
Strong turn. And Bella Kenworthy also got a good score on the board, a 4.1. So right now, Bella Kenworthy sitting in second position, but we do have waves for Tia. So Tia's wave last came in. Hanako, though. Hanako getting a 4.77. She has one more score, and also Tia. So we're going to have to wait with 16 minutes remaining for those scores to drop. Bella Kenworthy pushed down into 4th position, but she has got a 0.93 as her second scoring ride. Mia Collins currently in front. Tia Blanco getting a 5.1 on her last ride, the one that she went all the way through onto the inside and then completed with a backhand re-entry on the sand. And Hanako also backing up, gets a 4.77 and then gets a 4, moves her into second position. Tia Blanco, you now need a 3.67, and Bella Kenworthy needing a 4.58. It's a great exchange.
Yeah, look at that. So tight shenanigans going on. Good competition with plenty of time left, over 15 minutes. Mia, you got the lead with a 9.33. Hanako Kurakawa in green, you're in second. Tia Blanco, you do need a 3.67 now. In red, Bella Kenworthy, you need a 4.68. And here goes Bella. She's finding an opportunity to get gobbled up by the water.
Yeah, that one didn't play out for her. Hanako, you need a 4.57 to move into the lead. You're in second spot. Mia Collins with priority. And also with a 5.5, her low score is a 3.83. We'll be looking to replace that. Tia Blanco only needs a 3.67 to move up into second, and Bella Kenworthy a 4.68. But Tia Blanco has an opportunity because she has a 5.1 as her high score. Mia Collins a 5.5, but Mia is in really strong position because her low score is a 3.83. And she has priority. Great battle here out in the second last heat of today in the round of 32. Just under 14 minutes remaining. Priority, Mia. Second priority with Hanako. And third priority with Tia Blanco in white. So red, Bella Kenworthy. Doesn't have priority, just deciding to stay busy. Good move. But she needs a 4.58. That wave unlikely to deliver that. 13 and a half minutes. And Mia Collins, our leader, has been competing here since she was 9 years of age. She's had quite a journey at the Supergirl Pro. And she's looked very comfortable throughout all of the prior heats here. She's got a good, quiet confidence about her, very patient out in the lineup. She has the priority. Bella Kenworthy, that last wave didn't change the situation. You need a 5.58 to move into the lead. Tia Blanco needs a 3.67 to move into second. Surfer in white, this is Tia up and riding. Nice first turn, getting half the board out and then cutting out. So she's just looking to improve on her situation. Now green, Hanako currently sitting in second, looking to get rid of a 4. Big backhand hit. Not able to ride out of that. I see a solid straight wave come through the lineup. Nothing on offer for our surfers with that wave. Just over 12 minutes to go. And now Bella Kenworthy in second priority situation. Tia Blanco waiting for her score to come in. See if it moves her up into that second spot. It does. A 3.93 comes through. So Tia Blanco now in third. Hanako now needing a 4.27 and Bella Kenworthy a 4.94. Well, it's the game of fours.
Yeah, this is a game of fours, exactly. All sorts of exchanges going on here, like a tennis match, and definitely more waves to work with than the past few heats. So the tide pushing back in, offering a little opportunity, a little more opportunity. And these ladies having to claw for it as the Supergirl Cape is at stake. $8,000 first place prize and a cape being awarded tomorrow. This is our 7th heat of 8 of the round of 32. 11 minutes remain. Where Mia Collins has the lead. Tia Blanco right behind her. Hanako Kurakawa in green needing a 4.27 in that third place spot. Bella Kenworthy needing a 4.94 in the fourth place spot.
There's certainly been a ton of waves in this heat. Still got over 10 and a half minutes remaining. And There's been plenty of waves, but only 2 are over a 5. A 5.5 for Mia and a 5.1 for Tia. Tia taking a look at that wave, looking to get rid of her low score of a 3.93, which put her up into that second spot.
Well, Bella Kenworthy, using that 4th place spot, can get a 4.94. She's got a skill set on a skateboard also. Loves doing backside and indies and just knows how to get up and out on the cement, and that transfers over real well come surfing. And let's see what she has right now. Surfer in red up and riding her backhand. She gets up. There's the air we're talking about. Just comfortable putting that thing vert. Not quite getting air, but making that great attempt to keep it going. Again, needing a 4.94. This is Bella Kenworthy out of San Clemente. Hopping right towards you. Give her a little motivation on the beach, folks.
Wow.
Yes.
Look at that completion. So strong wave. She was looking for a 4.94 to move up into the second spot. Has a 4.1 already.
Yeah, that might come in as one of the better scores of the heat, based on the finishing like we saw with Tia Blanco. If we look at the 5.1 right now, what Tia did out back on hers and then came in, that should be the same kind of zone in the 5s. We'll see what the judges have to say about that.
And it does come in at a 4.73.
Okay.
Puts her up in a third. Oh, out the bell. Oh, down with the lip. Is that Hanako? Let's see the colour. Okay. Situation, 8 minutes 40 remaining. Mia has priority. A 5.5 and a 3.83. Tia Blanco is in second. Your low score is a 3.93. Bella Kenworthy now needs a 4.31 to move into second. And Hanako need a 4.27 to move up into that second position. And looking at the replay here, there's the float. It's Bella and White up and riding. But this was Bella Kenworthy's wave that put her up into third position. You can see just pushing through onto the inside, staying with this wave, and it enabled her to have a strong finish there and completing that ride. And that gave her the 4.73.
Seesaw battle out here in the Pacific. 2/3 of the way done with this heat. We're just under 8 minutes, and we got a lot of. I have a feeling this one's going to go down to the wire as well. Just has that feeling about it.
Well, if you look at Tia, her low score of 3.93, a 4.24 would move her into the lead. Bella Kenworthy, a 4.31 would put her up into second. Her low score is a 4.1. And Nanako, a 4.27, and Mia Collins still holding a 3.83 and has priority. So it's still completely open. Mia Collins in the strongest position because of that low score of a 3.83. If she can get rid of that, it will extend her lead, and she has priority.
Yeah.
But it's very close.
Yeah, lot of time. Under 7 minutes now, ladies. Collins, priority. Second priority, Hanako in green. Tia in third priority, white. If you're stuck in traffic for most of the day, welcome here. If you are at home sitting in traffic, that would be weird if you're home in traffic.
Yeah, well, although if you are sitting in traffic, you could still tune in and watch live on the WSL app or YouTube or Twitch or the Inertia or Surfline or surfergirlpro.com. And if you don't want to deal with traffic, then just stay at home and you can stream it via YouTube on your big screen TV.
Yeah, we're back first thing in the morning, 8 o'clock start. Usually wrap up around 2:30. Awards shortly thereafter, and plain white tees get things going. DJ battle, I think, is still going on, isn't it?
Sounds like it.
Yeah, sounds like a lot of
activity
people
here.
Checking that out.
5 minutes 45 remaining. And our last heat today will be Soligere, Taylor Stacey, Molly Picklum, and Caroline Marks.
Marks and Company, okay.
5.5 minutes. Mia Collins been very, very patient. She knows she has a 3.83, but she's tenaciously held onto that priority because she wants to make the most of it. She also knows that at this rate, or at this stage, she does have the lead. And so she has the benefit of being able to watch others scramble around and hope that a good solid wave comes through, and that's when she'll use the priority. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes.
Yeah, like the beats in the background. Just a fantastic festival. Can't thank ASA Entertainment, of course, the city of Oceanside, San Diego County, and all the officials for making this happen again. WSL, a million thanks. Echo Entertainment making the webcast come to life, and all you folks on the World Wide Web for tuning in, making surfing so great to view, and all you folks here live. We are down to the final 4 minutes and 20 seconds of this heat, and based on what we've seen so far, this is not over. Very tight competition. Bella Kenworthy in third place, looking for that 4.31. Hanako Kurakawa in the green, who has second priority, looking for a 4.27.
There's some movement in the ocean. There's certainly a lot of paddling. All of the surface spread out here. Nobody able to get that first one. So each surfer trying to get themselves in a position. Priority is with blue. And blue up and riding on a backhand. This is Mia Collins. Good first turn. Strong second turn. Looking to erase that 3.83. Gets a third turn in. Now working away onto the inside with 3.5 minutes remaining. So can she extend her lead? She used priority. Priority now switches to Hanako Kurakawa in green. Second priority, Tia Blanco. Third priority, Bella Kenworthy. Waiting for scores for Mia Collins. Did she extend her lead? Let's take another look at this wave on the replay. Good bottom turn, first turn, solid. Spray going up. Positions again. Second, good strong turn. And then lines up and a third. So 3 good solid turns. And does she improve her? She does. A 6.27. Ooh. A 6.27 for Mia Collins. So now it is a battle for second place.
Yes, Tia Blanco, you are still in second. Bella Kenworthy, you needed a 4.31. Hanako Kurakawa, 4.27, 2:30 on the clock. Again, Kenworthy needs a 4.31. You're in red and third. Hanako Kurakawa with priority in green, needing a 4.27. And Taylor Stacey, please report to the beach marshal. Taylor Stacey, please report to the beach marshal for the next heat, starting shortly.
So that was extremely judicious use of priority there by Mia Collins. She now has an extensive lead, a 6.27 and a 5.5. And so leaving Tia Blanco right now a 6.67. But Tia is within striking distance. Here's red up and riding. Big turn there for Bella Kenworthy. Pulls it off. In the afternoon glare, silhouetted against the sunlight, pushes all the way through. She's looking for a 4.31 to advance into second position. Gives it everything she's got. Will it be enough?
Yeah, one incredible maneuver out there in a critical spot. That was it. Is it enough? That's up to the judges. And we'll see if it's greater than a 4.3. She needs a 4.31. That's Bella Kenworthy in the red. Now, Hanako Kurakawa, who has priority in green. She is out that way, waiting patiently.
And there's only 1 minute, 5 seconds remaining here. And Tia looking to get rid of her 3.93 still.
Here she goes. Tia Blanco is doing just that right now on her final wave. Throwing around some water. And she too will find the energy of the foam to ride this inside to see if it can reshape up for her. She'll hop around.
Oh, she's keeping the board moving. She gets the inside runner. 3.93 is what she wants to better. She's put in about 20 turns on this wave. You could not have done any more turns. Tia Blanco, let's see if she eliminates that. 26 seconds to go. And so she's deciding, do I paddle back out, try to get another one? Made the most of that wave, waiting on scores. Also waiting on scores for Bella Kenworthy. Hanako. At last count, she needed a 4.27, but...
And let's count this down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're getting this thing all dialed in for our final heat of the day. And this Nissan Supergirl Pro Surf Pro is brought to you by Celsius. And Celsius Energy Drink, the official energy drink of the Supergirl Pro series. To learn more, visit www.celsius.com. And by White Claw Hard Seltzer, your open invitation to escape to pure enjoyment, whatever that means for you. Made simple because fun always is. Thanks to our supporting sponsors, and we will be back momentarily.
Not very many Latina women go in the military as an officer, but I always had that desire to serve my country, and that is why I chose Air Force. The advice I would give to somebody who doesn't think that they could be an aviator, you can. You just have to decide to take another step forward, and then another one, and then another one, and then it gets easier. Don't underestimate yourself. You did this, and you could do more.
Return to rugged. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Griffin and Paul went on a surfing vacation in Costa Rica.
And so it started with a very small artisan program of 2 guys, and then it got to be 10, and then it got to be 20. And then we're like, why don't we take the same model of giving back and apply it to more countries? So now we're in 4 countries, and we have almost 650 artisans.
It's more than just a bracelet that you're wearing. It's a job for someone in a third world country.
Our retailers feel good about bringing the product in because they know that what they're doing is going back and helping people.
Both days, and we are going to welcome back the web world. Okay, welcome back to Oceanside. The Nissan Supergirl Pro Surf Pro is brought to you by Front Wave Credit Union for banking, lending, saving, and planning. Dream big, we got you. Visit frontwave-cu-u.com to get started. And by Blenders Eyewear, fresh from San Diego, rock with pride worldwide. Visit blenderseyewear.com and use coupon code SUPERGIRL20 to save 20% now. That's available for people online and for you folks here live as well. Thank you to our sponsors. Welcome back in. Here's what happens with this final heat of the day around 32. Taylor Stacy, Soligari, Molly Picklum. And while we were gone from the break, what happened, Feely, with Caroline Marks?
Caroline Marks in the green opened up with an incredible first wave, an 8.5 on an opening ride, and it was like one of those magic waves that just appeared out of nowhere. She generated such incredible speed. She was able to get across all of the sections, and then it wedged up again onto the inside and got an 8.5 for that wave. Just fantastic surfing, but it was almost one of those miracle waves. It just came out of nowhere, and Caroline Marks was in the right spot to get it. Let's take a look here. This is Caroline Marks.
Yeah, that's
streaking across this. This is her first turn. Just throwing spray up into the sky. And again, and this wave just kept wedging up. It was just kept on running through, so able to maintain her speed. and then she redirected, and this wedged up onto the right. And very relaxed here, but the wave just kept giving her something to work with all the way through onto the inside. Caroline Marks, known for her powerhouse backhand surfing. And watch this as a finish. Bang! Caroline Marks, incredible, 8.5. Sol Aguirre also got a 4. It was a solid wave. The first turn, it was really the first turn that gave her that score. But Caroline Marks, way out in front. Priority now with surfer in red. She's going to use it. This is Taylor Stacey up on her backhand. Nice turn.
Yeah, this is the way we like to finish a day, with some strong performances. The waves starting to, let's just say it, come out of nowhere, and nice surprisers. That was great. Caroline Marks took that thing almost from our full south end towards the pier and then worked her way back. That's just full use of the playing field, showcasing her skills. 8.5 leading the charge.
And also Molly Picklum got a wave as well. So Molly Picklum getting a 4.83, moving her into second position. And Caroline Marks up again.
Here she goes again, racing down the line. She'll float one, keep that inertia firing down the line, and she just knows how to surf this wave and finding right opportunities. And she's doing the same thing. She's hopping around, seeing what's going to develop on the inside, and that's going to help her score line with her second wave caught.
Yep, a solid second score there for Caroline Marks, showing why she is one of the best in the world and represented her country of the United States at the Olympic Games.
I had a chance to talk to her dad a couple years back here. I think it was her first Supergirl Pro, it was her second Supergirl Pro. And one of 6 kids, her brothers fully pushed her. There's a couple of brothers there too. He'd say, yeah, we pushed her all the time. We gave her hell.
And good surfers too,
yeah.
In that family. Wow, Molly Picklum, how was that turn? Straight up and over. And was it over the top of Sol Aguirre? It was over one of her competitors, giving her a good view. It was Sol Aguirre getting a good view of Molly Picklum's fins. So Molly already was in second place with a 4.83. That's just going to strengthen her second position. And,
yeah, what a beautiful wrap up to our second day. And Sol Aguirre.
Well, Molly just gets that 4.5. Let's take another look at this. There's Sol paddling out. Bang! Take a look at my fins. Says Molly Picklum. Really strong surfing.
Yeah, great waves by everybody thus far, all in the high 3s to 4s and then the 8.5. So let's line it up with under 19 minutes left. Caroline Marks, 12.33 in the lead. Holly Picklum with 2 waves at 9.33. Sol Aguirre needing a 5.33, and Taylor Stacey with 1 wave caught needing a 5.5.
And make sure you don't go anywhere after this heat, and I'll tell you why in a moment. But right now, Molly Picklum pulling out Stacey Aguirre. Sol Aguirre getting a good backhand hit, but then cutting out, but not as radical as we saw from Molly Picklum there. So obviously the judges compare each waves against each other. Wow, look at Caroline Marks staying busy here. 2 big backhand hits, and we didn't see what happened on the outside. She's going to work this through onto the inside. Her low score is a 3.83 right now. Looking to get rid of that. It's likely to happen now, and in and out at the end. 17 minutes and 45 seconds to go, but immediately following the conclusion of this heat, which is our last heat of today, we will be going straight over to the Board of Trustees presented by Gillette Venus, and that's a sustainability panel that'll feature Carissa Moore as well as experts in the sustainability field. So stick around for that, or you can go and watch it live if you happen to be here. Okay, Caroline Marks, a 5.77 on that last wave. You extend your lead. Molly Picklum, you now need a 9.44 to move up into the lead. Sol Aguirre, you need a 5.33 to advance. And Taylor Stacey in red with priority, you need a 5.5 to advance. Waves are definitely getting better now with this rising tide. Molly Picklum taking a look at that. No. Sol, 16 minutes 44 remaining. You need a 5.33, a 5.33 to move into second.
Yeah, waves are definitely improving. All right, definitely more push coming in here. This is the end of a south-southwest swell that came through a week ago yesterday and lit up the southern coastline. Perfect conditions for trestles for the World Championship Tour Finals, where Carissa Moore took it over Tatiana Weston Webb. We'll see Dub tomorrow, but right now we are finishing things up out here. Caroline Marks, who's got a second and a third place here at this event, a couple of seconds in the championship tour throughout the course of seasons, back-to-back years, back in 18 and 19. And she is just a force to be reckoned with. Youngest to qualify for the championship tour at 15. Her first CT appearance was the Swatch Pro when she was 12. So, you know, she's not in the least bit underpowered, and we saw that on her first wave. And right now she's in the lead with a 14.27. Holly Picklum, you're in second. Third, Solgarian Blue with a 5.33 needed to advance, and Taylor Stacy, you're needing a 5.5. And here we go with green. This is, in fact, Caroline Marks again, just taking a look, up and out.
Yeah, just such incredible surfing and such power that Caroline Marks generates off her bottom turn and then whipping into that top turn. She's got 2 solid scores already. We'll see if that does anything, but a 5.77 is her low score right now, setting a high bar. Molly Picklum needing a 9.44. And Caroline Marks, that last wave at 2.37, so not going to improve her scoreline. Under 15 minutes to go here. Priority with red. Taylor Stacy needs a 5.5 to advance. This is Sol, up and riding. Nice first turn. She's looking for 5.33. Looks like it's going to line up on the inside. She's got something to work with here. And green also up and riding.
Look at that, couple of hops going on. Blue with green. Blue still on the inside, finishing it up. Good job, Solagare, needing that 5.33. Every bit of energy is going to count here.
Strong finish.
Strong finish is right. You know, this webcast is going on tomorrow, so if you happen to be watching this here live today and you can't make it down, tune in. You can catch it on the Supergirl Pro site, WSL, as we talked about, Twitch. You go onto YouTube, so many mediums. And if you're watching this online, pass it around to your social media channels. For instance, there's a dude named Hack who's sitting in his garage in Concord, California right now. His name's Brian. He's never watched a surf event before, and he's been sending me notes. Great dude. And his higher power is working for him today. He's watching his first event. He says, this is great. So shout out to Concord, California for our first ever viewer. And that's what it's about, spreading the stoke of surfing.
Yeah, it's fantastic. That's one of the things that, and we heard a couple of our competitors talk about it today, including Caroline Marks, is that, you know, the Olympic Games, surfing being in the Olympic Games has opened up the sport to awareness for more people. And as Caroline said, that can only be good for the sport. Also brings in more funding into the sport with development programs for young athletes coming up. So another 3 years now we have to wait. It's usually 4 years, but we've got to wait for 3.
Yeah, well, we had an idea. I'm going to toot our own horn here, because Echo Entertainment that's doing this webcast, we had this thought, and it was your thought, saying, can we bring a satellite truck down to the beach at Trestles? And Echo figured it out. The truck was too big, so they deflated the tires to get it underneath the trestle, to get it onto the beach, to have the first satellite-fed event from Trestles to make the webcast top-notch. Remember that?
Yeah, we nearly didn't get it under the bridge, but yeah, that was fantastic. And then from that time on, that's we started to have slow-mo replays, super slow-mo, high-def cameras, and it was a lot of fun. But now the WSL and all of the events around the world, it's now commonplace to have high-quality production. But back then, it really was innovative, and they did an incredible job. And so Echo Entertainment continuing to bring surfing to screens around the world. 11 minutes and 50 seconds to go Caroline Marks. A 7.17 on her last ride, a 7.17. So combination situation for every other surfer. Molly Picklum needs to replace both waves, and so now it's a race for second, unless Molly can get rid of both scoring rides. So Soligeri needing a 5.2 and Taylor Stacey needing a 5.5. That was Sol there in the blue. 11 minutes remaining. Caroline Marks way out in front. I think this is the highest combination score of the contest so far. An 8.5 and a 7.17. Here she goes again. On the backhand. Now she's just playing. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Let's just hop out of that one.
Yeah, hungry like the wolf and in the rhythm, I'll say right here, right now. She's she wants the cape, period, you know. All of her competitors, Coco Ho, Carissa, Tatiana, they all have one. She wants to put it on, and she is poised for tomorrow.
Well, Molly, a strong start to that ride. She is looking to get rid of a 4.5. But yeah, Caroline Marks has been in rhythm from the first 30 seconds. She picked up that 8.5. And that last scoring ride at 2.7, that's not going to change her. 7.17 as a low score. Her lowest score is higher than anybody else's high score right now. Priority with Taylor Stacey.
Situation is this. Caroline Marks currently in the lead, comboing everybody. Molly Picklum in the white with 10.13. And third position, Soligeri, you need a 6 to advance. And with priority in red, Taylor Stacey, you need a 6.3. 10 minutes remaining. Thanks to the judges and the entire WSL staff, diligently focusing on all things specific. All of the cameramen keeping it in focus, keeping you folks at home entertained and up to par. And all you fine folks for being out here. A little different than last year, huh, Fuely? A few more people in the mix.
But it's all the heroes behind the scenes that make these events happen.
Red putting it up. Taylor going up then down.
Not able to ride out of that, and so priority now shifts to Caroline Marks as if she needs it. But she has it. Looking down the beach. That is Sol. She's looking for a 6 to advance. A 6. It's Molly Picklum did improve her scoreline with a 5.3 on that last backhand re-entry. So now her low score is a 4.83. Soligeri needing a 6. Taylor Stacey now needing a 6.3 with 8.45. Priority with Caroline Marks.
And I had a quick catch up with Snips, with Mike Parsons, who's just right across the way here, and he's been coaching Caroline for a long time. And he said early on, I remember saying, I'm paraphrasing, but he said she's coachable.
Yeah,
she's coachable. She has the talent, but she listens and pays attention.
Yeah. Well, that's important. You can have all the talent in the world, but if you're not coachable, then you can only go so far. But she has both, coachable and all of the talent in the world, and still very young. Qualified for the World Tour at 15 years of age, youngest ever, and was Rookie of the Year, of course, and then the following year, second overall in the World Tour. This year finishing in 6th place, just outside of the final 5, and which some of the competitors may well have been pleased that she was, because Trestles is her home ground, and also she's exceedingly fit, and so endurance would have come to the fore if somebody was going to come from 5th all the way through. As it was the top 2 seeds that took away the world title. But it was a great battle at the end. Tatiana Weston-Webb really pushed Carissa Moore all the way to the best of 3. And she, in fact, won the first one with incredible backhand surfing in some solid, well overhead right-handers. 7 minutes and 14 seconds. Molly Picklum needs a combination of scores, but her low score is a 4.83. Surfer in blue, Sol, you need a 6 and a 6.3 needed by Taylor Stacey. And Caroline Marks with priority, Molly Picklum in second. And so our leaders can play the priority game here. Keep an eye on the other surfers. Caroline Marks doesn't need to worry, but Molly could benefit from improving on that 4.83.
We remind our viewers at home also the Gillette Venus Presents T-Board of Trustees, Sustainability by Pavel. Carissa Moore, Adriana Fragola, Carissa Cabrera, and Simone Barclay. That's coming up on the webcast right after this heat is finished. We'll wrap it up and we're going to continue on. That's going to be for the webcast only. And here we go, green Caroline Marks again. Just showing her power and influence. Gets a couple of snaps and says, all right, just keeping busy.
Well, now she's playing with the waves, looking to replace the 7.17. And that wave's unlikely to do that, but we'll let the judges decide. Now priority with Molly Picklum. Second priority going to Taylor Stacey and third Soligere. 5 minutes 40 to go. How is Molly going to use her priority?
Yeah, we've seen it twice so far today. The last few seconds have changed the game. In blue, Seoul taking a peek deep in our playing field.
Yeah,
way south.
Well, Tia Blanco in the dying seconds overcame Stephanie Hamilton just that way. It was Stephanie was in second, and it was the last wave with just a few seconds remaining, and she got the score. Now, a 6 and a 6.3 is what is needed. 5 minutes to go, 5 minutes. But a 6 for Seoul and a 6.3 for Taylor.
Situation, Molly, you do have priority. Situation is Caroline Marks up top, and Molly Picklum, you have a 10.13. Soligere, to advance, you need a 6, and right now Molly is on it. Getting things going with a couple of nice maneuvers and exercising power, strength, and commitment. She's going to take this thing to the inside to see what it does, and that's it.
Yeah, not able to get through, but 2 strong turns out the back. Her low score is a 4.83. So every little bit of improvement on that just makes it a bit harder for the other competitors.
Mm-hmm.
But they are dangerous. Here's Caroline Marks up and riding. Look at the speed she generates here. Wow! Ooh. What a blast! A huge front side. Spray up over the people there on the pier. She's got to go on the inside. What she got for us? So it's like, yeah, I'll just keep going here, keep weaving on the inside, and that was a massive first turn.
Yeah, that was. We're gonna take a look at that again at home. That was just a lot of water being released out into the air. Nice job, Caroline.
She's just able to generate this incredible speed, and it all comes from that first bottom turn. She also has a knack for selecting the waves.
That helps.
That give her the opportunity, and this could well come in at higher than a 7.17.
Same,
it does.
Same score.
It comes in at a 7.17, exactly the same. So it doesn't change the scoreline.
Yeah.
3 minutes and 5.
I believe, if my math is correct, those 3 scores. At 5.23, Holly Picklum, the wave came in at 5.23. What that does is it puts Soligere needing a 6.4 and Taylor Stacey with priority, you need a 6.7. So that's distance her from second and third. Here goes White again.
Yeah.
Holly Picklum up and down. 2 minutes, 45 seconds left.
Yeah, so she used her priority well. She was able to extend her lead. Now priority with surfer Blue Soul. Has priority, and a 6.4 needed for Seoul and a 6.7 for Taylor in red. 2 minutes 20 to go, and it looks like Molly now is going to stay away and look for waves under others' priority. She cannot overcome the first place Caroline Marks. 8.5 and a 7.17. That is out of reach of everybody. 2 minutes to go. But there's still a chance here for Seoul and Taylor.
Yeah, Taylor from San Clemente, Solgari, Peru, Molly Picklum, Australia, out of Gosford, and USA's San Clemente's own Caroline Marks in the water. Under 2 minutes here. This will wrap up the competition today. Taking a peek was the blue of Solgari. On the outside looking in, needing a 6.4, as well as San Clemente's Taylor Stacy needing a lot here with a 6.7. 1:25 on the clock.
And there's a lot of water moving around right now, but it is Sol up and riding on a backhand, gets the turn, but just gets hung up. So that is not going to be a 6.4 with 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. Priority now with Caroline Marks.
One minute left on the clock in today's competition, day 2 of 3. Coming nearing an end, but we've seen miracles happen in the past, and we've already seen it here today twice. Will there be enough time? Will there be the right wave for Solgari in the blue with needing a 6.4, Taylor Stacy needing a 6.7? Again, we thank each and every one of you for making this part of your weekend. This is the 14th edition of our Nissan Supergirl Pro. Back at it 8 a.m. tomorrow. We'll go until the winner is crowned with a cape. Are you crowned with the cape or are you doned? You're doned with the cape. That's right. 20 seconds left. Down to 15. And we are going to wrap this baby up in less than 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Caroline Marks, who started it off in a heated fury, goes right down there. Big round of applause. We're wrapping this thing up here for day number 2 of 3. What a great round of competition. Put your hands together, folks. Great, safe competition for Mark Fuel and Shannon. I'm Uncle Lee. We'll see you guys tomorrow. We're throwing it down now to the Gillette Venus stage.
All right, Oceanside, how's everyone feeling today? Guys, we're so glad to be here at the Supergirl Surf Pro, featuring a lot of women empowerment. We're doing a panel today of sustainability. We're really stoked, so please make your way to the hashtag goals stage. We're going to get started here. Guys, Gillette Venus is very proud to present the Board of Trustees. This is going to be a discussion on women's pivotal role in Oceans Conservancy, featuring Carissa Moore. So let's give them a big round of applause, guys, and we're going to get started off today, okay?
Awesome, thank you. Hi guys, thank you so much for spending some time with us today. My name is Mianne and I'm here on behalf of the Venus brand. We are gonna have some really cool conversations with our board of trustees here. But first, I just wanna take a moment to explain why Venus is here. Venus takes the ocean as our source of inspiration. It is why you'll see, images of the beach, ocean, like tropical plants and flowers, anytime that you see our brand. We chose this over 20 years ago when we first launched, but it really needs our help. So we're seeing tons of, climate change effects on the ocean. We know that marine habitats are being affected. We're seeing coral reefs facing huge bleaching events. Even the color of the ocean is changing, and that's a really big deal because it is a huge source of life. Did you know that actually every other breath you take comes from the ocean? And that's why it's so important for us to really focus on, understanding about it a bit more, learning how to protect it, learning how to conserve it. And one other thing that we find a bit disheartening is, according to the UN, women are more vulnerable to climate change because of socioeconomic, cultural impacts. But at the same time, women aren't, fairly represented and equally represented at the table to help contribute to the solutions of protecting it. So we hope that we can spend a little bit of time today to hear from some women who are doing some amazing things for this work, and that you'll walk away with a bit more inspiration, a bit more motivation to start engaging on this topic as well. So I will hand it off to have our panelists introduce themselves. If you guys wouldn't mind introducing yourself and telling us a little bit about what you do.
Hi, everybody. My name is Carissa Cabrera. I'm a marine biologist based on the island of Oahu in Hawaii. And my main background has been in marine mammals and endangered species work with nonprofits there. But I realized that there's not really disagreement in the science community, and we really need to communicate conservation to everybody else and get them on board with saving the ocean. So I started a company called the Conservationist Collective last year to help use educational media to save our oceans. And I'm so happy to be here.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm the second Carissa. I'm a professional surfer. I love the ocean, and I started a nonprofit a few years ago called More Aloha, which means more love. And actually, big thank you to Supergirl and Rick Bratman. Yesterday, we ran our first California event. And we actually, one of the activities that we had planned was we partnered with Surfrider, and we taught the girls about taking care of the environment, the beaches, and doing their part, and to take care of our playground. So ocean conservation and taking care of our oceans and beaches and waves is super important to me.
Hi guys, my name is Andriana Fergola, but everyone calls me Andy. I am also based in Hawaii. I am a marine biologist and conservationist, as well as a shark safety diver on the island of Oahu. So I work a lot with conservation and communication, just specifically with sharks, but also generally with ocean conservation and just teaching people ways that they can get involved in those different conservation efforts through social media, which is a really big thing that I've been pushing for recently. And I also have a side business called Mono Wahine, which is a small conservation jewelry line where I'll make jewelry out of the fishing line that myself and my teammates, we actually cut off of the sharks in Hawaii. So raising that awareness through jewelry and social media is a really big project for me.
Okay. Hey, everybody. My name is Simone Barkley. I'm from Baltimore, and I am an environmental educator and a marine biologist. I've studied sand tigers, sandbar sharks, algae, blue crabs, but, you know, I really wanted to focus on education and increasing representation for Black people in this field. And so one of the projects that I've really focused on is called A Piece of Nature. They are STEM kits that I've created that include a video of me doing a tutorial of an activity that's paired with a book that actually includes characters that look like everyday people, especially Black people, in the environment. So only about 11% of children's books include Black characters, and that's really not a great representation. And so I really wanted to highlight that and to make sure that Black people feel like they have a space in the environment and that they can show their support. And so in addition to creating the STEM kits, me and a few of my friends from undergraduate, we actually created an organization called Black and Marine Science. And so the goal is to amplify Black people who are in this field and to retain them in this field. Because as we've all have mentioned, right, like ocean conservation is a priority, and it's going to take everyone to conserve the ocean and to protect it.
Awesome. All right. Some rock stars up here today. And guys, if you have any questions, keep them. We'll have a Q&A session at the end for any questions to be asked to our panelists. We're going to start with an easy question first. Can you tell us a bit about what the ocean means to you and what is like the #1 reason that motivates you to protect it? Yes, we're just going to go down the line.
Down the line. Okay. What does the ocean mean to me? I am someone who's dedicated my whole life to helping the ocean, and so I would say it means everything to me. But I recognize that not everybody feels that way. So I think that my experiences in the ocean can serve as a template for why I feel connected to it, but really we're all connected to it in many different ways. And so it's really more about figuring out what the ocean means to you and what you can get from it to help make you happier, to help the planet. And ultimately, if you find connection with the ocean, you'll realize how much it gives back to us every day through the clean air that we breathe, like you mentioned, but also through the way that it regulates our climate and helps food security for billions of people around the world. And so while the ocean might mean everything to me, I think that people should consider how much it means to them too.
Awesome. I have to agree with you, Carissa. The ocean is everything to me as well. I can't imagine my life without it. I've started surfing at a really young age, and it's been a part of my everyday life since then. And it's brought me so much joy, so much peace. It's my happy place. It's where I feel like I can run away and escape the rest of the world for a few hours every day. And it's also, the ocean is a mentor and a teacher. It's taught me so many life lessons. So yeah, it's a big part of my life. It's given me opportunity to travel the world and meet new people, do something that I love, that I'm passionate about. So yeah, the ocean's amazing.
I think we can all agree on that, yeah. So I'm from Miami, Florida originally, and I was really lucky to grow up around the water. I was snorkeling from a really young age, just probably like maybe 4 or 5 years old. Got scuba certified when I was really young, maybe like 12. And I just had always been in love with the water. One of my favorite things about being in the ocean is just how small it makes you feel, and just how much you feel a part of so much outside of you that is bigger. And that's a huge part of why I love it, especially like deep water, where you have the opportunity to see some of these large, incredible animals and have those interactions. And it's really inspiring, and it's just so important to protect it. Both of you guys hit great points already on why we need the ocean to keep our air clean, to keep primary food source for a lot of other communities. There's so many other things that the ocean provides, even like shoreline buffering to kind of protect those coastal communities, protecting from big storms. And that's only a couple things that it really does for us. So all those different components are really important. So the more that we do to help protect it, the more that we're actually doing to protect ourselves.
Yeah, so they said all of the things that I agree with, and I also really love the ocean because of its power. The ocean is something that I think everyone should take very seriously because we need to protect it. And also, it does bring me a lot of peace, a lot of serenity. If my story is a little bit different than Annie's, right, in that she grew up near the ocean. I didn't grow up near the ocean. I didn't learn how to swim by like my family or anything. I'm not even scuba trained now, and I'm a marine biologist, but I'm not a scuba diver. And so I also think it's important because it shows you just like how diverse life is, right? Like you can do so many different things in this field, and you can show your love for the ocean in so many different ways. And that's also one of the main reasons that I care about it.
And Simone, I'd love to build on that because I didn't grow up around the ocean either. And when I was in school a while ago, it wasn't really an option to like find a career in ocean science or marine biology or surfing. I don't even know how to swim. Can you share like your experience in how you found yourself in this world and how you're making these beautiful like careers out of it as well? So I'll start with you, Simone.
Yeah, so, honestly, when I was younger, I would spend a lot of time like going to this park that was near my house. Again, I live in Baltimore and grew up there. And this park has a river. This river flows into the Chesapeake Bay. Had no idea what the bay was, and obviously didn't really know anything about the ocean. But I spent a lot of time watching, television programs, right, where I saw the ocean and saw scientists talking about it. And I was like, oh, like this seems cool. I think I want to do that. Never saw a woman on the TV, and definitely didn't see a black person talking about the ocean, right? And so I really had no idea how I was going to do it, but because again, I lived in Baltimore, and there's an aquarium that's in Baltimore, the National Aquarium. So I spent my time volunteering at the aquarium as an exhibit guide, and I had to learn about all of these different, all of the exhibits, all of the habitats, all of the animals. And once I learned everything, I said, you know what? I'm going to be a marine biologist. Like, I've decided that this is what I'm going to do. And I also knew that I wanted to go to a HBCU, so I wanted to go to a historically black college and university. And so I found which HBCUs had really great marine science programs. And so I decided to go into that. And honestly, I'm always surprised at how many people are surprised that I'm a marine biologist, right? Because they've never seen anyone that look like me that's doing it. And it's not because there aren't people in it. Like, I'm not the only marine biologist that looks like me. I can guarantee you that. It's just that this it's hard for us to stay in it because we don't always have the support. And so I'm very grateful now that, you know, things are coming together where we do get the support to continue to lift one another up in this work. Because, again, this is a collaborative and cooperative effort, right? We literally need everyone to do this. So, yeah.
Thank you. Andy, Carissa, about your own journey and how you got to this as well. Yeah.
So similar to Simone, I didn't grow up near the ocean. I grew up in Arizona, and we're both we're both living proof that that limitation doesn't necessarily have to hold you back. I became involved in marine conservation because I had access to being able to snorkel, sometimes here actually in Southern California, which isn't too far from Arizona. And it ended up, my aha moment when I realized I wanted to dedicate my life to this actually stemmed from a documentary. It's called The Cove, if anyone's seen it. And it's a good one. And I remember that I realized that day when I watched it that there wasn't enough people working on these issues, and that how important the ocean was to us and how much energy is needed to go towards conservation right now. So it started there, and it's been going on for 10 plus years since.
Awesome. And Andy?
Yeah, so I kind of mentioned already that I was from Miami, so I had just the really amazing opportunity to grow up near the water and just have a family that was really supportive. My dad really pushed me to get scuba certified as soon as I was old enough to do so, and taking those opportunities, getting in the water, and I had a lot of family and friend support for all of that. So it made me really comfortable just being in the ocean at a young age. And then basically after I graduated high school, I feel like my moment where I was like, oh, this is really what I need to dedicate my life to. I went to Hawaii for my first time, and there's a dive on Big Island where you can actually do a night dive where you're swimming with manta rays. So my first time seeing manta rays in the wild, always had been really intrigued by them, absolutely love them as an animal. It was really amazing, and it just like going down, you just sit on the seafloor, and then there's all the divers with all the lights, and then we were really lucky. We had over 20 mantas that night, which is really good. And they're just like ballet dancing above you. It's just so incredible, and it's just like, after that, I was just so in awe from it, but I didn't really realize it until a month or two later when I was just consistently watching the videos from the dive over and over again. I'm like, I need to, do this. So that was really the moment that solidified my change into going into conservation and just marine biology in general.
Awesome. If I could swim, I would switch places with you for just one
sit on the
day.
bottom. You can just sit there and watch
them.
them. Do it.
Please take me with you. But I think a lot of people here would agree with me on that. And I think that's a really great thing because we need more women and girls in these fields. But we know that they face a lot of barriers when they come into STEM careers in science and in maths. What are some challenges that you've faced and how have you overcome them?
So Simone has highlighted that people of color are really underrepresented in STEM fields, and that's also the case with women. And it's thought that around middle school is when young girls end up turning away from science fields, and so that's a really formative time period, and it's one of the reasons why I love teaching middle schoolers. And I think that there's such a place for mentorship with women, because if you see someone, you're seeing girls up here and you're seeing girls who look like you doing what you want to do, then it becomes tangible and something to aspire to, and you know that it's possible. And so that's where mentorship comes in, and that's where our awesome projects have come in, because we've been able to serve as an example to young girls that these barriers can be broken and everyone is welcome.
Well, as far as what I experience daily, so I work on a boat, right? So I'm a safety diver, and I work bringing people out in the water, seeing sharks firsthand, and there's a lot of sexism just in general with working on boats, and it's just a crazy struggle. A lot of times we have an all-woman crew, which is a really cool part of where I work, and so we've literally had men come up to the boat, and it's a woman captain and myself. It's just a two crew, and they're like, "Where's your captain?" it's like, it's the woman driving the boat right here. It's like, oh no, I'm expecting it to be a man. Or they're like, where's the man that's supposed to be on the boat? And those kind of comments, it's a really damaging thing, especially to people that aren't really confident and they don't really realize that it's something that as a woman, you're capable, you're just as strong, you can do all of the things that a man can, and it really has an impact on people. And it's just something that even comes up, you know, from when you're going through school and all of those different things, and, you know, mentors maybe not pushing you as much as men and that kind of stuff. And even when I work, like actually having guests out on the water, sometimes I'll have guests that don't take the safety instructions seriously. And I mean, you're working with wild predators. You would think that it would be pretty, you know, common knowledge, like I should listen to the expert, but just because a lot of times it is a sexist perception, just thinking that, oh, well, I can be a little bit more authoritative over her because she's a woman in the situation, when in reality, you don't know anything about sharks and you really are relying on me to keep everything safe for you. So just those types of things really common all the time. And even like for body image, it's like a big thing for me too. A lot of times comments from men and women, but a lot of things with being in a bathing suit. People say, oh, you're unprofessional because you're in a bathing suit. You like should cover up. And that type of stuff, like you're literally working in the ocean. There's a moment you're going to be in a bathing suit. It's your outfit, like it's like what you're wearing. So we really, you know, try to minimize that by staying like covered most of the time, but it's just something that I feel like we shouldn't really even have to do or worry about.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Andy, I totally agree and have experienced many of the things that you just shared. Some different things that I've experienced. Of course, right, like my experience is going to be a little bit different because I'm dealing with barriers as a black person in this field and as a woman, you know. And so, I mean, I've had, you know, work that I've written, academic papers been submitted without my name on it. I've had, you know, yeah, which is crazy, you know, especially because this field is like, depending on what part of this field you're in, if you're a researcher, like academia and writing journals is your life, right? Like that's what you need for you to be successful. I like nails, y'all. Like I like my nails to be long. I like nails. And I've had someone ask me like, oh, like they let you have your nails like that? First of all, I was in charge, so no one let me. I run this. Yeah. But second, also, yes, I can do my job with nails. You know, like why is it that we have to tone down who we are, right, to do this work? We don't have to do that, right? And so I think that there are, the list is endless. You know, I've been not asked to speak because, or, you know, when there are subjects that I do have expertise on, I haven't been considered. And then there are other times where I only get asked because I'm black and or a woman and they want me to be used as a token, right? And so there are so many things that we face, and I'm very grateful and happy that women like us continue to do this work despite that, right? Because we know how important it is.
Yes. So on that, I actually want to go to Riss. So Riss, you've been doing a lot of work with the More Aloha Foundation to almost combat exactly this, making sure that girls are growing up feeling confident, especially on the beaches, in the oceans. We know how intimidating wearing a bathing suit can be. And just at that middle school age, like you really start to notice your body and how it's changing. I'll start with Riss first, but I'd love to hear, like, if you can give a young girl one piece of advice as she's going into this and facing some of these, like, intimidation and barriers in this space, what would it be?
Oh my goodness. Well, that's a great question. I first off want to say I'm so inspired by you ladies. It's just great to like hear what you have to say, and like I'm all about lifting each other up and hearing each other's stories, and like we all have our different things that we have to go through and face, and I think that's why I'm so passionate about sharing time with the next generation, because there are so many things that are thrown at us as women growing up and just every day, and trying to mold us and change us into something or someone that we're not. And so I'm just so proud to be a part of this and be next to you guys. And you guys are all uniquely beautiful and special and standing for something and working towards something really amazing. So yeah, if I had any advice, it'd be like lean on your fellow woman. Like, don't be afraid to ask for help, to share your stories, to be vulnerable, because there's strength in vulnerability. Yeah, I wouldn't be where I am today without so many people that have like lent their time, their love, and their effort. And I feel like we're stronger together. And that goes towards the whole ocean conservation to climate change. It can feel very overwhelming at times, but if we come together and we all do our part, we can totally take it on.
All right. Oh, that was beautiful, Riss. One piece of advice. Yes, okay, so I share the same sentiment as you, Carissa. It's so amazing to be up here. I love feeling like women are just kind of, we're all building on the shoulders of each other. So I would say one piece of advice for young girls, and something I try to highlight when have the opportunity to be be part of being impressionable, is that I would want them to know that their potential is completely limitless and they can do whatever they want. And the barriers maybe have been broken, maybe they haven't, but you can do absolutely anything that you want if you set your mind to it. And there's always going to be someone willing to give you a hand. And if there's not, be that person for someone else. And just try to look around you and make sure that, you're following what makes you excited. So whether that's surfing, whether that's sharks or anything, it's as long as you're following your passions, you can do anything you want.
All right, Andy, I'll pass it to you.
Yeah, that actually builds really well on what I was just about to say too. Just focusing on your passion. That's really what's going to get you through any kind of like negative comments you're getting, any kind of like difficulty, especially with school or whatever. Even athletics. That's a huge. You're pushing through that all the time, and it can be really difficult. And just remembering why you love what you're doing. There's no one that really goes into marine science or something athletic, surfing in the water if you don't love it. Like, that's a huge reason why people do it. So acknowledging that and making sure that you stay in touch with that, even through the difficult times when you are going through those rough patches, just remembering spending time in the ocean or doing something around the ocean that's going to keep you happy and keep you on track to remember why you're doing what you're doing. That's a really big thing to me, just to remember your passion.
So, of course, again, agreed with everyone. And also, something different that I'm going to say is, especially right now, I think that it's really important for young people, with your parents' permission, to take advantage of social media, because many scientists, many people that are in this field are using social media to communicate about their science, to communicate about their work. And so it's a really great opportunity to meet people who are doing things that you are interested in. Maybe you want to find out more about it, but you don't really know, you don't personally know anyone to go to. There are tons of people online, right, that have a presence on TikTok, on Instagram, on Twitter. Follow them, DM them, ask them a couple of questions. And in the way that we're all saying that we like to reach back, the way that we're saying that we like to help others along, that's the sentiment that I think many other people share. And so I think it's a really great way to put yourself out there and to also, network. Networking is probably the biggest key to my success, along with like believing in myself, right, and having passions, all of those things, yes. But networking is so important, right? You never know what can happen when you talk to someone, send a thank you email, right? All of those things make a huge difference. And so those are my pieces of advice.
Yeah, I love that. Slide into people's DMs. So as part of your work with Venus, we had asked that each one of you create an educational wave maker event where we encourage young girls to interact with the ocean, overcome any fears, and look into ocean science a little bit more. Can you tell us a little bit about those projects and where our audience, if they're interested, can learn more about your work?
I would be stoked to tell you guys about my project. So thanks to Gillette Venus, I have been able to host a Women Wave Makers workshop. This happened about 2 weeks ago, and it was a 2-day workshop focused on a lot of things that we're talking about here, but with dedicated time to it, and a lot of topics that were never covered that you just end up learning from experience. So this covered things like how to negotiate, how to advocate for yourself, how to be a mentor and how to network, and how to take up space in a male-dominated conversation, how to find funding, whether or not you should go to grad school or if it's right for you. And we ended up having over 60 girls attend. It was virtual across a handful of different countries, and we had 4 guest speakers from different areas and 5 different panels on these topics. And I'm so happy to say that the girls said they got so much out of it. And one of the best parts about it, and one of my favorite parts, was that they were able to have that relationship building time with the guest speakers, but also with each other. And we were able to kind of create a sense of community, even if it was online and even if it was just for a few days, to make girls realize like they can do anything they want. They just have to find out where they fit.
Yeah, I want to say a big thank you to Gillette Venus as well. They have an Athlete for Good fund, which they donated money to my nonprofit, More Aloha, which has given me opportunities to run events like yesterday. And my whole goal with More Aloha is to spread more love, to help young girls to lead with love, to be fearless, and live authentically. And I think by being more conscious with yourself, you're able to be more conscious with the world around you. And we use our girl power at these events to give back in some way. And yesterday we were able to partner with Surfrider and take care of the ocean and beaches and take care of this little zone. And hopefully that inspires them to go back and do their part. And I was really taken away because there were a few girls that had applied for the event yesterday that had already started their own beach cleanups and were doing their own part already. So I thought that was really cool.
Oh, that's amazing.
So with the Gillette Venus Wavemaker program, my program is actually taking place in a few weeks, so it's not happened yet, but the goal of the program is it's going to be pretty small, intimate, with local girls on the island, getting them out and doing a bunch of different activities over 2 days. So the morning will consist of, we'll probably do a shark dive one morning, and then we'll do a normal reef dive if possible with the swell. And then in the afternoon, we're going to lead into a lunch where we'll do a lot of beach cleanups. So we'll go to 2 different areas, do those beach cleanups, get that firsthand experience in those different areas. And then for the evening, it'll be a discussion where we're going to talk about kind of what we went through during the day, different topics that maybe they have questions about, and I'll have a guest speaker coming in one of the nights as well to kind of go over all of that stuff and talk about her experiences as a Marine, as a woman in the marine science, and she's actually a photographer as well. So going into that whole different realm of everything as well. So excited to be getting that kicked off in the next couple weeks, and I really appreciate all of the support from Gillette Venus, and that's so exciting to be doing such a big project like this around so many other amazing women that have all of these really, really cool projects going on as well. So I'm very grateful.
So my Venus Wavemaker project took place on September 7th, and it was held at a park in Baltimore. And it was a very small and intimate group as well, because mine was in person. And so these young ladies came and rotated through 5 stations where they learned about different topics of marine science. So they learned a little bit about sea turtle diets and threats that sea turtles are facing. They learned about hydrothermal vents. We did a hands-on demonstration for that. They learned, so one of them was the activities I'm very proud of, because I got a young lady who asked me to mentor her maybe 2 years ago. So she just graduated from high school, and she was a musician, but she really likes marine science. And she didn't know how to merge marine science and music. She was trying to figure it out, but she didn't really have the answers. And so when I decided to do this particular event and came up with the idea, I asked her, Nashe, would you like to run something for this event? How can you bridge music and marine science? And so she did a station that was called Soundscape of the Ocean, where she took trash and she helped the kids to create instruments from them, and they all made their own song. Y'all, this was so beautiful to see, because Nashe didn't know what to do, and I'm very proud of her for thinking and for talking with me, right, and letting me give her feedback. And you could see that there were girls there who maybe they also were interested in music, right? Maybe they didn't know how you can merge two things that you care about to two of your passions, because it's not a clear path. And so I think that that was, for me, the best thing about my event was that I was able to not only give the young ladies who attended, but also the women who worked with me on the project, they were able to also, you know, build their confidence as marine scientists, as conservationists, as educators. And so I'm very, very excited and grateful for this opportunity too.
What I find so interesting and inspiring about this group and this community is we didn't have any criteria for the grant. We said, hey, we want to help. What do you want to do? And each one of you came back with something that was very community focused, very hands-on, like focused on young girls. And I find that, like, even your friends, right, were all cheering you on. So many other women got involved that weren't a part of this. And that's just so beautiful. And I think that sense of sisterhood is what's really going to help, like, bring more girls in and bring more young women in. So we're going to live this spirit, and because we're all here on the stage, we're going to open it up and see if anybody has any questions while our amazing panelists are here. So, any questions? Oh, yes. Oh. Sorry. Let me give you my mic. Oh, you got it. Thank you.
See how loud. Oh. What is your advice for people that experience eco-anxiety? So a lot of folks think, I don't know where to start. There's so much to do with sustainability, especially with ocean conservation. So yeah, what are any tips or advice for people experiencing that, and how to like avoid the paralysis?
Well, I think that just being, you know, nice to yourself, like not be like overly hard, if anything. Like, it's very difficult to be perfect plastic free. There are people that do plastic free, zero waste. I'm definitely not there yet, and it's something that we all need to work towards, just small steps. So I think that's a really big thing. And some conservationists, I think it's a pretty small group of people at this point that are like, oh, it's zero, you know, all or nothing. You're like all in it or you're not. And I think that's really damaging for conservation, because then it overwhelms you and you're like, oh my God, there's nothing that I can do about it. And that's horrible for conservation. So just doing those small steps, like, you know, if you're able to do plastic free for one meal or something like that, you know, incorporating those small changes rather than trying to take on a lot at once. And then once the small change becomes easier for you, then you can add more, right? And then you can, it still makes a difference, even if you're like, oh, it's just one meal a day. That's a lot through your whole life. So those small integral changes, I think, are what's going to make it a lot easier. And then, you know, if you do have to use plastic, or you do have to, you know, not carpool, or whatever the situation is, just forgive yourself for it. Don't be like, I am the reason that the environment is burning. 'Cause I feel that. I'm like, I am the problem. And it's like, you know, you just the small steps, I think.
Yeah, so I absolutely agree with that. And that's literally one of the things that I talk about all the time, and I try to tell myself. And so I also think that part of this, like, this sustainability movement makes you feel like you have to, like, spend money to, like, buy certain things, you know, like, oh, I'm not doing the right thing if I don't buy, like, this particular utensil set, right, or these reusable straws. You can take the fork out of your house and put that in your bag. You don't need to go buy a different set. You know, you don't need to go buy a new pack of mason jars. After you have spaghetti, or after you have jam or pickles or whatever, take that jar, clean off the label, and reuse that. You don't have to, I think that this, for some reason, right, it seems like we're kind of like forced into more waste when we're trying to be less wasteful. And so just taking the pressure off of yourself and just using what you have, and just like kind of rethinking it a little bit.
So I have my grandkids in this area, my youngest grandkids, and I was just wondering, you're all such great resources, and my daughter knows Carissa from the North Shore, and I just want to ask, like, for parents of young kids, because we know better to start, like, almost when they're born, right, or in utero, like resources for parents that are like not so overwhelming, and or preschools. I mean, a website, a list, something that's concrete, that's fairly easy, that's just a start.
I would say that, and this kind of goes off what she asked too as well about eco-anxiety, is the best thing that you can do right now is unplug and go join, be part of a community, a nonprofit. So that depends on where you live, right? It could be Surfrider, like Carissa mentioned, and like she was able to participate in yesterday. But take your daughter, your son to a beach cleanup. Take them to join an organization together, experience it together. And when you're feeling overwhelmed, because like I think that we can all agree here that the current challenges the ocean's facing are overwhelming. And instead of carrying all the guilt on your own back, like they were talking about, being able to actually join a community that's helping and being part of that is the best thing you can do, because you leave feeling like you were part of the solution because you were, and it's a great opportunity to build relationships, friendships, and have, I guess, great family bonding too if you want to bring your kids.
I was just gonna say, like, the best thing I would think for your kids is to help make them fall in love with the ocean, because that worked for me. And then they want to just take care of it and do their part, so that they can keep playing in this beautiful ocean. So.
Hi. So I'm a wildlife biologist, and a lot of my career is focused on conservation, which is super awesome and just really exciting. But one thing that I found is that not only am I usually the only woman in the room, I'm usually the youngest by like 10 or 15 years. And so I think sometimes, if I'm being honest, it can be hard to build confidence to say my piece and like to say what I need to say. So can you guys speak into that at all? Like, what's your take?
Those old songs, I'm not gonna. It is hard, right? Especially because this field, people stay in this field for a long time, right? Like there are a lot of old biologists, right, who've been doing this work a long time. It's true. There are a lot of old biologists who've been doing this work, right? We have to take up space. Like, I know it's hard. I know that it's challenging. I know that you feel like you maybe, like, because they're older, because they've been here longer, like that maybe they have, like, earned the space more than you, but they haven't, you know? And that's honestly, like, what they want you to think. Like, they don't want you to talk back. They don't want you to say, hey, I challenge this idea. And so I think that it's really important to stand in your truth and to stand in what you know. Like you are a wildlife biologist. That's who you are. And so this is something that I had to learn, because when I was in grad school, y'all, I mean, I didn't even know if I wanted to stay in this field. I wasn't even sure that like this is something I wanted to continue doing, because I faced so many things and was manipulated, and it was just ridiculous, right? And I think that we can't let that happen to ourselves, right? And that's also why I think it's so important for us to support one another. Like, that's when you build your community. That's when you have people backing you, right? You know, to make sure that, like, hey, like, am I tripping or is this crazy, you know? You got to talk about it, and then you need to approach them, and it's okay if everybody's not going to like you, everybody's not going to be happy, and that's fine too, you know?
I think another thing, just also to help you out, the more you know, the more information you have on real facts, at the end of the day, you get more confident. You're like, I know this information. I have the facts based on this discussion. I can say my piece with that confidence. I think that's a huge thing that really helps me whenever I do a presentation or if I'm in a room with other people. Just knowing more about the subject. They can't tell you you're wrong if you know the right information. You're like, okay, that's nice, but this is literally the statistics or whatever, you know, you're dealing with in the conversation. And I think that's just something that's always really helped me, is just having that really strong knowledge and researching maybe before a meeting or before whatever kind of event you're doing, just doing a lot of background work on what's going on, what's the specific statistics behind all of that. And I think that'll help you just naturally feel more confident because you'll have all that information already.
Hi, my name is Jules Rivera. I am a nature journalist as well as a cartoonist. I work on Mark Trail. It's a 75-year-old comic strip that's been, that I recently took over last year. So, by the way, I might be hitting y'all up later for some, advisement because I'm always looking for new storylines to write about. What advice do you feel like you wish you had when you were younger starting off in this field? Like, what advice do you wish you could give your younger selves?
I think if I was to give myself any advice, it would be progress, not perfection. I think I've been pretty hard on myself my whole career, my whole life, and I'm just starting to like be a little kinder and talk a little kinder to myself and have a lot more fun. I feel like if we're having more fun, I feel like that's when the magic happens and you find your flow. So I guess just have more fun and not try to be perfect because there's no such thing as perfect.
No such thing.
Amen to that.
I would say that you should prioritize making opportunities happen for yourself because sometimes when you're younger, you think that you can be self-conscious or you can think that, someone else is going to reach out to you for an internship or these things. But a lot of the opportunities I've been so lucky to have in this field come from cold emails, come from going to office hours and building those relationships and from being a nice person. And I think that it's up to you to make what you want happen. And so make the opportunities happen, send the cold email.
I'd love to hear your happy memory that you've all had with the ocean.
Happiest ever? Oh, gosh. Me and my best friend went and surfed sunrise right before we flew here, and it was a great day, and there was no wind, and it was clean, and it wasn't busy, and it was a few days ago. It was great, and she's here today.
Yeah, I feel very fortunate. I feel like I've had a lot of happy memories in the ocean. But yeah, any surf session with a friend. We actually were in Mexico a few weeks ago, my husband and I, and we got to surf a really uncrowded lineup with perfect waves for like 5 hours, and we had the best time. So that was probably like the last dreamy moment.
So a lot of my happiness revolves around sharks. So probably one of my best days. We don't really often, with the crew I work with, they're all really good friends of mine, and we don't often get to go out together because we're like, taking turns working for fun. So some people are working, some people are on the fun dive. And we had this day a couple years ago where we had a tiger shark come up to our area, to the site that we go to, and the shark was just really inquisitive. She's actually a shark that we've all gotten to know really well over the last few years. And she's very confident, and she actually hung out with us for 4 hours. And it was like this amazing, amazing day where she just kind of kept coming in, was super curious, and it was really amazing just being in the water with all people that know what they're doing. Like, you trust them all with the sharks, and it's just so relaxing and peaceful to have that kind of moment with such a big animal that is a predator. But for the most part, they're not the monsters the way that the media makes them out to be. So having that moment and sharing it with all of like my best friends and having that really, really special to me.
Yeah, I don't know one moment that I think is the best. It is very hard. But I actually do think it was a time when I was researching sharks, and probably the first time I worked up a shark on my own. It was probably a very proud moment for me, and I was really excited that my shark was good. It was a sand tiger. She swam off all right, because they're kind of big, and if it's your first time doing it alone, and taking the genetic sample and giving them the antibiotic and doing all of these things, that seems a little bit challenging, but I was so proud of myself, and I'm very happy that I was able to experience that. And every time I do it, it still is just as exciting. That's what I love so much about this. It doesn't matter how many times you've seen them. I think it still is just like we're back to the first time again.
Do you guys name these sharks? Are you like, hey?
The shark that I'm talking about, we call her Kalihi. Yeah, not all of them, but we'll name them when they have like scars, so you can like identify that same shark again. We don't just like name ones. We're like, oh, that might be Bob, like, you know. But like when they have a scar like that, and then we can actually like name that individual and see them. It's cool with the tigers because we'll see them every other, year. So it's like 6 months, 8 months, you don't see them, and then you see them again. You're like, you're still alive, like you're still doing well. So it's really cool. It's special.
Awesome. That's awesome to have like friends, like shark friends.
And I think they're my friends. They probably don't like me as much. I don't know if it's mutual, but
like this girl right here. Awesome. Do we have any other questions? I think we have time for one more. Oh.
What's a mistake you made in the industry that you wish or that you learned from?
It's a great last question.
Oh, I have one.
Thank you, Simone.
When I was in grad school, I wanted to, so my thesis was on sand tiger sharks and angular perceptions of shark fishing in Delaware. And I really wanted to like focus on one of my chapters. I did 2 chapters. I really wanted to focus one of my chapters on like outreach and education and why it's important. And I was like told that education is separate from this research. The reason I think this is like my biggest mistake is because I didn't talk back and say like, no, this should be included, right? This should be something that is prioritized. Like this is worth my chapter. And I didn't do that. And I ended up spending way longer writing another chapter that was based on what like my advisor wanted me to write it on. And not what I knew that I should be doing. But guess what? It's okay because I do outreach and education now. So it doesn't matter. But that's definitely what I learned.
Okay, I know mine. Mine is that I thought I had to, because you see other scientists do this, I thought I had to niche down onto one specific thing. And that thing for me was always cetaceans or dolphins and whales. And I did for many years. But I was really passionate about education and outreach. I was really passionate about media and videography. And it took me a long time to realize that I can do all of it. And now I do all of it. And I've never been more fulfilled. So you don't have to niche down.
I feel like I'm constantly making mistakes, and I'm constantly learning. I think that's the beauty of it. I think one of the more defining moments for me was a few years ago. I don't really regret anything, but I think that there was a moment that I fell out of love with surfing and maybe started focusing more on results than just having fun and doing it because I loved it. And I got a little bit lost in that for a while, and I think it showed in my performance. And as soon as I started staying more in tune with my heart and what was more important to me, I think that's kind of when I came back on track. So, but yes, never stop learning, never stop making mistakes, but it's okay.
So I would think one of the things that I've struggled with a lot through grad school, and then especially, I still do it now, but I'm better at it, is just saying no to certain things. I'm always like, accepting projects, accepting different things, and it can kind of spread you thin and make it really difficult to do well on the most important projects. And that was something that I did a lot in grad school, and I had people tell me, hey, you should really stop taking on so much. Luckily, I was able to kind of keep it together, but something that I've definitely learned from for now as I'm kind of growing and continuing in this career is prioritizing what's more important. And it's okay to say no to certain things just because giving your time to that one thing is really going to take away anything that you're going to be putting into a project that probably means more to you. And that's something that I'm still struggling with now, but trying to do better on.
Awesome. I think we all overcommit. All of us up here.
Well, thank you for committing to us and being here today. No, but thank you for spending time with us today. And thank you guys for staying with us this whole time. If you are interested in learning more about these ladies, we have them featured on our Instagram, which is Gillette Venus, and they're also on the Supergirl website. If you want to find out more about all of their amazing work and follow all of the world championship titles and Olympic medals, we know Carissa will be getting in the future. Awesome. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much.
Return to rugged. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
I wanna spread that good love, 'cause love, 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 love is all we need. Yeah.